Hello, hi, namaskar everyone. So my name is Dipendra and I welcome you all to this amazing session in which we'll be revising the complete mathematics for IIT JEE. So yes, you heard it right. Today we are revising the entire maths. With this session, you have this opportunity that the complete maths, the complete IIT JEE mathematics will get revised. Straightforward questions. The previous year's questions are brought for you. 150 handpicked, selected, powerful, high impact, high yield questions are brought for you. With the help of those questions, we'll keep this session so engaging that you revise all the concepts, you take all the key learnings with you so that you don't forget them, because the best way to learn something is to learn it with the help of examples. So yes, today in this live revision marathon, we'll be discussing the complete mathematics, the entire IIT JEE mathematics. So today with 150 questions, we are getting started with this. I hope you all must have joined. So if you all are live listening and watching to this video, give me a thumbs up, give me a confirmation so that we can straight away get started. I'm waiting for your responses. So if you all are there, just write a response on the or in the comment box so that we can get started. I think we can get started. I have gotten the confirmation. So yes, I repeat, this is the live revision marathon of IIT JEE Mathematics, where in this one single video, we'll be revising the complete JEE Mathematics with handpicked powerful 150 selected questions. Great, great. So I have started receiving the responses. Excellent. So let's get started. So here we go. I hope you know that we have already started our WhatsApp channel as well. You can scan the QR code so that you can stay up to date with whatever happenings we are bringing for you. Whatever is happening, whatever videos we are releasing, whatever we are doing for you, you can stay up to date with all that stuff by scanning this QR code and following our WhatsApp channel so that you can get all the updates on the channel. With that, let's see what this session unfolds. Before I could show you this question, let me just give you the clarity what all will be covering in this session. I'll be straight away starting with algebra. So when you talk about algebra, we'll talk about sets and relations, we'll talk about sequence and series, quadratic equations, complex numbers, we'll talk about permutation and combination, probability, binomial theorem, matrices, determinants, vectors in 3D. Everything from algebra will be covering. So great, great, great. And yes, don't forget that once we are done with algebra, we'll move towards trigonometry. So when we start trigo, we'll understand what is trigonometry, of course, with the help of ratios, identities, functions. And then once trigonometry or functions gets over, we will continue it with the inverse trigonometric functions. And after trigonometry, we'll move towards coordinate geometry. Yes, coordinate geometry means we'll start with points, we'll discuss straight lines, we'll talk about circles, parabola, ellipse, hyperbola, conic section and everything. And once this entire thing, algebra, trigonometry and coordinate geometry is covered, we'll move towards the final part of this lecture, which is going to be the calculus. Yes, the king of mathematics, from where almost half of your paper is asked. In calculus, of course, we'll start our discussion with functions, limits, continuity, differentiability, then of course differentiation, then application of derivatives, then we'll move towards integration, definite integration, then of course area under the curve, and then with the differential equations, we'll culminate this lecture. If I could read the comments, I'll say somebody is asking, sir, duration of this lecture. Yes, since it is the complete revision of this entire mathematics, I have tried keeping questions simple and straightforward so that our objective remains simple, that we revise this entire mathematics. So questions are straightforward, formula-based, conceptual and logical, where you are supposed to apply the logic, where you are supposed to apply the concept, and so that you can learn the concepts, you can revise these chapters. So idea is simple. We'll try to learn all these chapters with the help of questions. And yes, the duration will be remain somewhere around 6 to 7 hours, but yes, it may get extended to 8 hours. That I cannot commit. The reason is we'll keep improvising the lecture. It totally depends on you. If I'm getting a good response that you all are getting it in a very simple manner, then of course I may fasten it up. But yes, if you are facing any hurdles or problems, then we may slow down. So it all depends totally on the audience, totally on the students. If you're getting it simply or smoothly, we'll go with the flow. So it all depends on you. But yes, we'll try to culminate in within, I'll say 7 to 8 hours. Yes, great, great. So I hope you all are there. You all are listening and understanding. And with that, let's get started. So I hope you got the flow. We'll start with algebra. all the chapters of the algebra will get covered. After algebra, we'll move towards trigonometry, and then trigonometry will move towards coordinate geometry, and in the end, we'll go to the calculus part. If you are concerned about vectors in 3D, that will cover under algebra only. I hope you got my point. Let's get started with the first question for the day. So here we have a question from sets and relation. We'll keep it simple. I'll follow the questions chapter wise. These questions are not jumbled or merged. So you'll be getting questions chapter wise. So first of all, a question from sets and relations. What does it say? Their question, I hope you can see the question. And the only expectation I'm having from this session is that when you see a question, you attempt it along with me. And I'll be really glad and happy if you could write the answer in the chat box, in the comment box. That will help me in understanding whether you are getting these questions or not. So what does it say? It says that there is a relation R, which is defined in this manner. And on this relation is defined on this set A. And then they're asking you whether it is a function or it is a transitive relationship or not symmetric or a reflexive relationship. So how do we check it? I have learned it from one of my friends and I'd like to share the technique with you. A lot of students get confused that how do we verify whether a relation is an equivalence relation or not? How to check whether a relation is reflexive, symmetric and transitive or not? Because it takes or it consumes a lot of time. So we have developed that technique and I'm going to show you that short technique with this particular example. Pay attention, this technique will definitely surprise you all and you will be mesmerized that within seconds you can solve questions based on relations where you need to identify what kind of relation it is. Look at that. See, first of all, this set A, this relation R is defined on this set A, which has the elements 1, 2, 3, 4. I have already started receiving the answers. That's the best part. So these are the 4 elements 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let's look at the mapping. The mapping says 1, 2, 3. So first of all, there is a mapping from 1 to 3. Great. So there is a mapping from 1 to 3. Then the next mapping is 4 to 2. Great. So the next mapping is from 4 to 2. The next mapping is 2 to 4. So I can see another mapping from 4 to 2, then from 2 to 4. Then we see a mapping from 2 to 3. Great. So I'm seeing a mapping from 2 to 3. Then I'm seeing a mapping from 3 to 1. So there is a mapping from 3 to 1. Now, if I look at the first part, the first option says that it is a function. Okay, yes. All these questions are previous year's questions. Don't worry about that. All the questions are previous year's questions. When you look at these questions, you'll find them in the PYQs of JEE Mains and Advanced. So when you start verifying these, mappings, first of all, you need to understand when you say that it is a function, how do you define a function? How do you differentiate a function from a relation? I would be calling it a function if every element in the domain set has a unique image in the codomain set. But I think that is getting violated here. Why? Because when you look at the images of 2, here I am seeing an image of 2 as 4 and another image of 2 as 3. So 2 is not having a unique image here, which is clearly a violation of the definition of a function. So I'll straight away reject this possibility. Now look at the next case. Is it a transitive relationship? Before I move towards it being transitive, can I check whether it is reflexive or not? If I wish to verify whether it is reflexive or not, I'll simply say that check it whether 1 is mapped with 1, no. Is 2 is mapped with 2? Is 3 mapped with 3? Is 4 mapped with 4? No. None of these elements are mapped with itself. So if all the elements are mapped with themselves, I would have said this is a reflexive. So it clearly is not a reflexive relationship. Now, look at the next part. Is it a transitive relationship? A lot of students are saying option 2. I think option 2 is not correct because it is clearly not transitive. The reason is simple. In order to call it a transitive relationship, look at this mapping. Any part you take, any relationship you take, for example, 4 is mapped with 2, 2 is mapped with 4. So I need a relationship, I need a pair where 4 is mapped with 4. I repeat my part, 4 is mapped with 2, 2 is mapped with 4. So is 4 mapped with 4 itself? That is the transitive relationship, right? If A is mapped with B and B is mapped with C, then A should be mapped with C. That is not happening here. And that's where I'll say this clearly is not a transitive relationship. So I'm left with only one option. And if I wish to verify, I could have stated this in my first visualization of this part only, where to make it or to call it symmetric, what I need is if 2 is mapped with 3, 3 should be reversely mapped with 2. I hope you're understanding. If 3 is mapped with 1, 1 should have been mapped with 3. I hope you understand. When do you call a relationship to be symmetric? If 1 comma 3 is there, 3 comma 1 should have been there, but I cannot see any 3 comma 1. Okay, 3 comma 1 is there. I did not see it. But apart from that, if I look at other part, which part, students? Let's say the pair 2 comma 3. If I could take the example of 2 comma 3, am I seeing a pair 3 comma 2? I clearly am not seeing a pair 3 comma 2, and that's where, because of this 3 comma 2's absence, I would clearly be saying that this is a non-symmetric relationship. Option C should be marked. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Great, great. A lot of students have responded option 3. That's perfect. That's great. Yes, all these questions are previous year's questions. Some of you, those who are saying option 2 or option 4, I hope you have realized that why are option 2 and option 4 are clearly incorrect. Can we move towards the next question? So I hope you're realizing this is how we'll be revising this entire mathematics. We are bringing questions right there in front of you, and we are learning all these concepts with the help of questions at this stage. Look at the next question. It says that there is a relation R, and it is a relation R on this set 3, 6, 9, 12. And again, related to this relation, whether it is reflexive, symmetric, transitive, or an equivalence, you need to figure that out. Of course, by the time I'm mentioning or speaking it out, you had this opportunity to attempt it. You could have started attempting it. And the moment you get the answer, I'll be really happy if you could start answering it. That's great, Purvi. I'm glad. Okay, Aman. So let's focus here right now. Let's see what questions we are facing right now. Now, again, I'll be sharing that same technique which we have just done or applied in the previous question. I hope you must have learned a lot from that technique. I have learned it from one of my colleagues, and we all believe in this simple philosophy that Einstein has once said this very clearly, that I look tall because I'm standing on the shoulders of the great people. So we all believe that when you attain something, when you get something, when you develop something, you share with your friends so that they all can grow together. That is the philosophy you're supposed to believe. A lot of students, Sailesh, I think, has already answered this question. Let's verify whether Sailesh is correct or not. So what do we do here? 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay, so 3 is there, 6 is there, 9 is there, and 12 is there. Great. First of all, let's start mapping them. I can see 3, 3, 6, 6, 9, 9, and 12, 12. What does it mean? 3 is mapped with 3. 6 is mapped with 6, 9 is mapped with 9, and 12 is mapped with 12, which means I can clearly, unhesitatingly, and undoubtedly say that this is going to be a reflexive relation. Do you all agree with this? Now, moving towards the next part. What do I see next? What do I see next? Here, I'll say that the other relation is 6 to 12. Okay, so I can see a mapping which is 6 to 12. Great. Then I see a mapping, I hope I'm not missing anything. Then I see a mapping which is 3 to 9. So there is a mapping which is from 3 to 9. Then there is a mapping which is 3 to 12. Then there is a mapping which is 3 to 12. Then there is a mapping which is 3 to 6. I repeat, there is a mapping which is 6 to 12. Then there is a mapping 3 to 9. Then there is a mapping from 3 to 12. And then there is a mapping from 3 to 6. While drawing these mappings, did you all not realize, Pranjal Jawar, thank you so much. Now, did you all not realize that here, these mappings are clearly depicting or showing or representing that this relationship here is not asymmetric? Can you help me with that? I hope. Had you seen something like 3 to 12, then 12 to 3, if something like this was there, I could have said that this could have been there with this and the other two cases as well. If that kind of mapping was there, I would have unhesitatingly said that yes, this is a symmetrical relationship. So on those grounds, I could exclude the possibility of this relation being symmetric. Will you all agree with this? So if somebody says that this relation is a symmetrical relation or an equivalence relation, there I could clearly exclude this possibility. So I'm left with two choices, reflexive and transitive. Can we verify whether it is a transitive relation or not? How do we do that? Look at this part. Look at this part. This will definitely help you in clarifying or concluding whether it's transitive or not. Is 3 linking you towards 6? Is 6 taking you towards 12? And can you approach 12 from 3 directly? I think I can. I think I can without any hesitation, and there I'd say that it is indeed a transitive relationship, because 3 to 9 and 9 is not taking me anywhere else. I will say that this is clearly a transitive relationship. You all must have seen it very clearly. I repeat my part. I'll show it here as well. See, what I'm trying to say here is that 3 is taking you towards 6. 3 is taking you towards 6 and 6 is taking you towards 12. So can a 3 take you towards 12? Yes, it is defined in the relation, and that's where I'll say option 4, reflexive and transitive only, will be the correct option. That's great, Aman. That's great, Dhanushri. That's great, Aman. And Purvi, Santosh. That's brilliant. I'm glad most of you must have marked the option D as the correct option. Can we move ahead towards the next question? I hope you all are learning and enjoying. With that, let's move towards the next question. There comes the next question. Let W denote the words in the English dictionary, right? Define the relation R by x comma y where all the words are associated with all the words. So this is a set of all the words merged with all the possible words. So all the possible words from English dictionary you have brought. You have mapped all the words from English dictionary to all the other words. For example, let's to make us understand, if there are 10 words in an English dictionary, you have mapped these 10 words with these 10 words. So there are 100 mappings, 10 into 10. I hope you got my point. Just to make you understand, I have taken this example. So how is this relationship defined? The word X and Y have at least one letter is in common. So the constraint which you are putting here is that there should be one letter common among the words X and Y. Now, I'll take an example. Let's say there is a word idhika. So there is a word idhika, right? And let's take one more word. Let's say there is a word akanksha. So there is a word akanksha. So there are two words idhika and akanksha. Will they fall under this category of this set? Can you confirm this? The words idhika and akanksha, will they fall under this category of this set? I hope most of you must have seen that, sir, the word idhika has an A. Akanksha also has an E, which means they have one letter, at least one letter common among them. And if there is one letter common between them, I would say idhika and akanksha will fall under that pair, will form a pair. Great. So idhika and akanksha will be a pair. Perfect. Great. I hope I can move ahead from here. Now, I need to verify whether this relationship is reflexive, symmetric, or transitive, or equivalence, or whatever it is not. I hope you all must be agreeing that yes, great Sailesh, great Aman, great Purvi, that's brilliant. I'm really, Aman will verify whether it is an equivalence relation or not. I will tell you that there is a catch and you're committing an error. Aman, check it. Are you sure about it being an equivalence? That's the error. You know, a lot many times with some simple, examples or with illustrations, we start believing that this could be the transitive. We can verify reflexive, we can verify symmetric very easily, but transitive is something where you need to be more clear. Great, Sailesh. I'm glad that you marked it right. Aman will again verify it. Great, great, great. Now, moving ahead towards that part where I'm saying that idhika and akanksha will fall under that category. Let me take one more word. Let's say the word is dipen. I hope you are clearly seeing the spelling of dipen, which is D-I-P-E-N. I hope you can clearly see it. Can I see a pair? Yes, Purvi, that's great. Can I see the word dipen clubbing with akanksha in this set R? I hope there is no letter in dipen which is common with akanksha, because D is not there, I is not there, P-E-N. No letter. Okay, N is there. So let's say I say that there is a word Deepu. I'll form a word Deepu. I hope that goes great because D is not there, I is not there, P-U. None of the letters are matching with akanksha. But here. Can I see Deepu and Idhika forming a pair which will belong to this set R? I hope you would all agree that yes, Deepu and Idhika have a letter common, which I believe is I. There could be some other word, but all I need is at least one letter, which means Deepu and Idhika will form under that category. That's great, Santosh. Great, Purvi, that you're realizing it. I hope most of you must have seen and predicted that it is not transitive. Did you get my point? Because idhika will be mapped with idhika, because idhika will have some letters common with idhika. All the letters are common, so it is reflexive. If idhika and akanksha belong to this relation, then akanksha and idhika will also belong to this relation. Because if something is common between idhika and akanksha, there will be something common between akanksha and idhika as well. But can you see, it is clearly, yes, Aman, that's the whole point. I am glad that you pointed it out clearly. But I hope you all are clearly seeing that something is common between idhika and akanksha. There is something common between idhika and Deepu, but there is nothing common between Deepu and akanksha. I hope you got my point. So let's say there is a word idhika, there is a word Deepu, and there is a word akanksha. So I'll see a pair idhika and Deepu. I'll see a pair akanksha and idhika, but I won't see a pair Deepu and akanksha. And that's where I'll say that this relation is not transitive. I'm glad most of you have seen it. That's good, Tanushri. And that's where you need to be more careful. That is where students commit a lot of errors. You can very easily see whether a relation is reflexive. You can very easily conclude whether the relation is symmetric, but the problem arises with transitive. So you got to be very careful whether a relationship is transitive or not. I hope with this simple example of Deepu and Akanksha, you must be understanding this clearly. And that's the catch. Great, great, Purvi. Let's move ahead towards the next part here. This. Now I'm hoping and expecting, after doing these 3 questions on reflexive, symmetric, transitive equivalence, can you help me with this? Let's do a poll to check whether you have understood it or not. So I have started a poll, and even I haven't solved this. So let's say 30 seconds. Are these enough? So I'm giving you 30 seconds to attempt it. I have started the poll and I'm hoping and waiting for your responses. By the time students have started attempting it, let me also solve this question so that we can verify or validate how many of you get the answer. I hope most of you must have started attempting it. If the options are not visible, I'll move aside. I hope the options are also visible now. All you need to figure out is which of these relations is equivalence or not. The job is done once you crack it. So the poll has stopped. I'll see the result. Okay, I need to select the correct option, which I'll do later. So before that, let me also solve this question before. Neither S nor T is okay. So basically, the relationship we need to figure out is equivalence or not. First of all, there is a set which is defined as y is equals to x plus 1, where x is from 0 to 2. Great. I'll say, can we check whether it is reflexive or not? So if it is reflexive, there should be a pair x comma x present in this relation. So x comma x means what? Y should also be replaced by x, which means x should be equal to x plus 1. When x cancelled by x, you get 0 is equal to 1, which is mathematically false, which means I would not be seeing a pair x comma x. If x cannot be mapped with x, would you all not agree or say that this relationship is not symmetric? And there is no point of checking it further. I need not verify whether it is transitive or reflexive or not, since we have already understood this is not symmetric. S is not going to be equivalence. But let's look at the relation T. T means x minus y is integer. Now I hope you all must be realizing we can very easily say symmetric or reflexive, but again, with the transitive also, you need not delve much here in this case. Will you all not say, sir, if x minus y needs to be an integer, I'll say to make it reflexive, x minus x is 0, 0 is an integer, reflexive. If x minus y is an integer, y minus x will also be an integer, which means symmetric. Now I hope I am the guy is asking, sir, from this live alone, how much marks can we get? I am the guy, I'm trying to make you understand. Yes, I totally get this. You haven't done anything. We are revising the entire maths. So just watch it and then we'll see how much do you get. Just have faith in this video. Watch it completely. Avoid all the distractions. A match live is going on between India and New Zealand right now. If you watch cricket, it is currently happening in the city where I live, Indore. So yes, all the distractions you might be having around us today, just watch this video. Don't go to anywhere else. Keep some water with you, keep eating something in between, keep taking breaks, of course, but keep watching it, keep taking notes and keep learning. Stay focused. I clearly cannot say anything about the result, but yes, efforts are still in our hands. So let's stay focused with our efforts. What we can still do until the last ball is balled. I hope you understood this. So if x minus y is an integer, y minus x will also be an integer. Can I say if let's say y and z, which means the other pair y minus z forms an integer, then I wouldn't hesitate in saying that x and z will also be forming an integer, which means this is clearly a transitive relationship. And if it is a transitive relationship, would I not say that T is symmetric, reflexive and transitive, which means T is an equivalence relation, but R is not? I would say option D needs to be marked, and I'll bring the results right there in front of us. Okay, so nobody has participated in the polls. What happened? Are you there? I hope you know how to use it. Some of you have, participated in the comment box. I'm glad you're answering there. Salesh, Tanushri, great, Purvi. But some of you must have answered it. Why have you not answered? Why has nobody answered it? Great. Okay. Time. Okay. 30 seconds were less. For this question, I think 30 seconds were more than enough. Can we move towards the next question? An easy one, a really simple one. Okay, Salesh, I'll be more, compassionate, empathetic with you all. I'll definitely give you 1 minute the next time. We all totally agree that yes, in maths, the paper is Specifically the math section I'm talking about, the paper is lengthy, not just in terms of calculation, but also in terms of being logical, being conceptual. You got to apply a lot of concepts. They merge a lot of chapters together. You will see a question where integration is done, logarithm is being applied, trigonometry comes into picture, and a lot of things happen. Santosh, I think there could be some technical glitch. Let's look at this part. A, B, C are 3 sets. I'll simply show you with some sets. Let's say A and B are 2 sets fulfilling this condition. Now let's say this is set A, this is set B, this is set A, and this is set C. So what I'm told that A and B and A and C have the same thing in common. So let's say the intersection of A and B is showing me or giving me, let's say, a value Y. The same value is common there with between A and C as well. Great. Now the next part says the union of A and B is equal to union of A and C. So whatever is there with A alone, let's say is X, whatever is there with A alone is, let's say, X. So if I want to ensure that union of A and B is same as union of A and C, which means the part which is there with B alone should be same with the part which is there with C alone. So if I say that if B alone has Z, C alone should also have Z. That's where I could ensure that A intersection B and A intersection C are same, A union B and A union C are same, which means this could be possible. This could happen when the set B has elements Y and Z, but set C also has the elements, same elements Y and Z, which means B is equal to C. A very simple conclusion just to make you understand the concept of sets, and I hope you all must have seen it happening right there. Now, moving ahead towards the next part. Yes. Now let us move towards logarithm. Great, great, great. A lot of students have responded. That's brilliant. Can you solve this question now? Basics of logarithms are being assessed. So try and answer this question. What do you see? Logarithm with trigonometry is clubbed here. How do we solve this question? Here, I am told log of this is equal to 2 minus log of this. You got to be very careful with it because modulus is introduced. You got to take care of the base. You got to take care of the properties. And then we need to figure out the number of solutions, distinct solutions, number of relation-based questions. Okay, Salish will do it. But as of now, let's focus on this. Even for number of relations, I'll simply say use that mapping technique which we have discussed. For example, if 1, 2, 3, 4 are the 4 elements and you need to figure out that how many relations can be formed, use that mapping technique. You can, create something like this and then create how many reflexive are there. So to make it reflexive, you need to create these 4 relations, 4 pairs. Then of course, to make it symmetric, they'll give you some conditions that 1, 2 and 2, 3 should be there, so that you should make it symmetric. If 1, 2 is there, 2, 1 should also be there. So this is how with this technique, you can very easily figure it out. So that's why I have shared this technique so that you can clearly figure out that on set A, let's say, certain elements are there and certain constraints are put there, then how can you create a number of relations? Now look at this part here. It says that I need to solve here that log of mod of sin x, right, at base 1 by 2. Plus, if I take it on the other side, it is log of mod of cos x at the same base 1 by 2 should be equal to 2. I hope you got that. Now, what I do next is a very simple part which says if the base are same, what is the base? Base is clearly 1 by 2. I can simply multiply them because log m plus log n is log mn. With that, what I'll have is log of mod of sin x cos x at base 1 by 2 is equal to 2. Now, if I wish to take anti-log, I hope you know how to do it. I'll raise this 1 by 2 to this part 2. So when I take the anti-log, I remove this 1 by 2 from here and this 1 by 2 is raised to this part 2. So when 1 by 2 is raised to the part 2, you basically get 1 by 4. I hope you got that. After getting this 4, I now need some more clarity here. Can I multiply 2 on both the sides? So plus 2 when multiplied, that can be pushed inside the mode. So I think I have made an error. It was 1 by 4, right? It wasn't 4, it was 1 by 4, I think. So when 1 by 4 is multiplied with 2, you get 1 by 2, right? You get 1 by 2 here. Now with that, if I commit such errors that mistakenly in a rush I have written 1 by 4 here, just correct me. That's great, Salish. Thank you so much for correcting that. Do highlight it because I commit a lot of such silly calculation based errors. And whenever you see such calculation based error being committed, please highlight that. Now, 2 sin x cos x, we all know the identity is sin 2x. The identity is sin 2x. So, I now need the solutions of sin 2x, which should be 1 by 2. Great. Salesh, let's see whether we have two distinct solutions or not. Don't be in a rush. In mathematics section specifically, don't be in a rush. The moment you see the final conclusion, the second last or the third last step coming in front of you, don't be in a rush to mark the correct answer. Now, see, this isn't x, this is 2x. This is 2x. So with the 2x, if I simply try and draw the graph, I hope you all know that this is pi. This point over here is pi, but this is pi when sine x is there. This is 2x. So if 2x is pi, x will be pi by 2. So this point will be pi by 2 if I'm considering or talking about the graph of sine 2x. With that, the problem is this is pi by 2, this will be pi, so this will be 3 pi by 2 and this will be 2 pi. Will you all not agree with this? This is pi and this is 3 pi by 2. With that, if I now bring this consideration of distinct solution into picture, Salesh, are you seeing the problem now? That I wanted it to be 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 will be somewhere here. If I draw a line parallel to the x-axis, at how many places is it intersecting the curve? The curve is intersected at 1, 2, 3, 4 points. The number of solutions will be 4. How many of you got this answer? Do tell me. Great, Salish. Did you realize that mistake now? So yes, in maths, you'll be spending a lot of time in solving the equation because the questions are definitely lengthy. And when you spend a lot of time, when you don't pay attention to the minute details, despite putting the complete efforts, you get the wrong answers. You get the negative marks. So that's where you need to be more careful. Don't be in a rush while calculating. You know, calculation looks very simple. We all have this tendency that great Aman, but there is no point to apply the general solution formula here. Through whenever number of solutions are asked, usually we can go with the help of graphs, because when you apply general solution, then you find those 4 values, and you can definitely find those 4 values, but that is good in boards. In JEE, you need the answer. You need to mark the correct option. So I think that would be better, the graphical approach. I hope you got my point. Now, moving ahead with that part, I was highlighting the importance of doing the calculation appropriately. Be mentally calm, be poised, be relaxed, don't be in a rush, because we have this innate desire that we should complete the calculation as soon as possible. And we think that calculation should be something very simple. And we simply do it in a rush. We take it casually, we take it lightly. And you must have seen it. It was 1 by 4. I mistakenly wrote it as 4. So a teacher can commit mistakes. Why can't you? Why can't you? Sir, since modulus is there, can we consider negative values? Yes, Santosh. Thank you so much. I did not notice it. Sine 2x was there. Mod sine 2x was there. Let me correct that. Thank you so much, Santosh. If mod sine 2x is there, the graph will also be corrected. The answer will change from 4 to 8. Did you realize that? Because as mod sine 2x comes into picture, the graph will be drawn like this. The part of the graph which is lying below the x-axis should be reflected with respect to the x-axis on the above x-axis. So the graph will go like this. This is 0, this is pi by 2. I'm really sorry I did not see the mod. So it is 3 pi by 2 and this is 2 pi. So with that, there is a correction in this question. There is a correction in the solution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I did not see that mod. So when you remove this mod, there should be the plus minus. So you use plus minus and then you see, or you draw the graph of mod of sine 2x. I hope you clearly must have witnessed this mistake I have committed. I forgot to take care of mod. I hope you are realizing. So that is where you need to be more careful. Great Aman, great Santosh. Thank you so much for highlighting that. Great Purvi, great everyone. Can we move ahead towards the next question? Look at the next question. There, I'll try and show you the problem of root gain or root loss with this example, a very classical example. This is base 4, this is base 2. I hope you can clearly see it. So if this base 4 is there, I can write it as log of 2 to the power 2, x minus 1 is equal to log of x minus 3 at base 2, right? So when base is raised to a certain power, I can bring it to the front, but when I bring this power to the front, I need to take its reciprocal there. I hope you know that. If I take this 1 by 2 on the other side, it will become 2 here, and if I take this 2 from here, it will be power 2 here. I hope you understood all these steps. So this is how you can save some time in the real examination hall as well, if you could visualize this much. Now, with that, both of the logs are at the same base, which means I can compare these values. While doing this, I'm making an error. What error? I'll highlight it in the end. But if you could tell me the error, I'll be really happy. And I will understand that you know the concept of root gain and root loss. Here, if I compare these values, here I'm having x minus 1, there I'm having x minus 3 whole square, which is x square plus 9 minus 6x. I hope you can see it very clearly. Now what I do next is how I solve it further. It basically becomes a quadratic. So how do we solve it? X is squared, then minus 6x minus x is minus 7x, minus 9 plus 1 is plus 10 is equal to 0. I hope you are going great. Minus 7x, 9 plus 1 is 10. So I need 10 and the sum should be minus 7. I think minus 5 and minus 2 will do the job. So it is x squared minus 2x minus 5x plus 10. There is something very interesting a student has taught me once I was taking a class. He has told me, sir, can we not directly conclude the roots from this part only when we split the middle terms in a quadratic? See this minus 2, see this minus 5. Take their negatives and divide them by the coefficient of x square. So negative of minus 2 will be 2 and divide that by 2, divide that 2 by the coefficient of x square, it will be 2. Divide that minus of minus 5 which is 5 by the coefficient of x square which is 1. So 5 by 1 will be 5. A lot of us could again be in a rush to mark the answer is 2, 5, which means I'll say the number of solutions are 2, which again could be possibly wrong. Can someone help me? Why is it wrong? Can someone, by writing your response or answer in the comment box, why is this wrong? 2, 5. Okay. If now I could highlight or show you that what is wrong here. I squared a side. And when you square an algebraic expression, there you create the possibility of more roots into picture. That is the concern of having root gain. More additional roots are created which were not there for the original equation. So whenever you get the answers by squaring or taking or raising an algebraic expression to a certain even power, there you create the possibility of root gain. So when you get the answer by squaring, you got to verify it from the domain. Great, domain, the word is domain, perfect. So there if I check it with 2, I say 2 minus 3 is minus 1 and you cannot take the negative log of negative values. So I would clearly exclude the possibility of 2 and I'm left with 5 and 5 has no issues in being there as the answer. Sir, I got 1 by 2 from LHS and I took LHS, yes, perfect, plus minus in the answer. So 4%, no money, you got to check it again. Great, Salish, great. So I think you got the answer. And you must have understood why did we discard this 2. With that, can we move ahead towards the next question? There it is. A very interesting question asked by JEE Mains in 2021. How do we solve it? Have a look at that. It says log of a quadratic at base x plus 1, log of another quadratic at this base minus 4, where x is positive. Okay, great. Now, how do we solve this? Okay, Purvi, great. No worries. You are free to make mistakes as long as you are here in this class. But don't commit a lot of mistakes in the real examination hall. And a very great saying is there in Indian Armed Forces that the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. So sweat as much as you can here so that you bleed as less as possible in the real examination hall. So do commit a lot of mistakes. Of course, those will be the annoying ones, but don't commit those mistakes in the real examination hall. Commit a lot of mistakes here so they can learn from them. You still have this entire one live revision marathon where we are revising this complete maths. There all your flows, I wouldn't say all, but most of your flaws will be highlighted. Most of your errors can be highlighted. So give it a lot of try. Look at this question. Great, everyone. Possible 4, but satisfy only 1. Okay, Aman, great. Look at this question. If I could factorize this particular part, how will I do it? 2x squared plus 7x plus 5. So I think 5 into 2, 10. Again, same as previous. So I'll simply, factorize this one. 2x squared plus what? 7x plus 5 I have. So if I split it like this, 2x squared plus 5x plus 2x plus 5, right? So this is what I'm getting here. And if I take, I hope you can clearly see, if I take x common, or rather x can be taken common, it will be 2x plus 5. And the x was taken common, so it will be plus 1 from here. So these will be the two factors. Now, look at this part. This expression 2x squared plus 7x plus 5 can be written as this, which means I can write it as log of m into n, which means I can write it as log m plus log n. So log m will be log of 2x plus 5 at base x plus 1. What will be log n? Log n will be log of x plus 1 at base x plus 1, which means 1. If x is positive, it is acceptable. So with that, I'll have a 1 here. Now, log of x plus 1 whole square at base 2x plus 5. Can I bring this 2 into the front? So it will be 2 times log of x plus 1 at base 2x plus 5 minus 4 is equal to 0. I hope there is no confusion on that front. You must be able to get it. Now, x I'm told to be positive. Great. How do I solve it further? I'll say that see, log a base b, log b base a. Do you know a property here? I hope you can see very clearly that if I take log of 2x plus 5 at base x plus 1, if I could replace it by t, let's say, what will I get? If this 2x plus 5 at base x plus 1 is t, so this will be 1 by t because it will be reciprocal of t. I hope you understood it. So this will be 2 times 1 by t. So I can write it as 2 by t. I can write it as 2 by t, and then I'm having minus 4 plus 1, that is minus 3, is equal to 0. If I simply multiply by t on both the sides, what will I get? I'll get t square minus 3t plus 2 is equal to 0. Right, now, I hope by splitting the middle term we can solve this. So minus 3t means what? Minus 2t minus t. So it should be t square minus 2t minus t plus 2 is equal to 0. I hope you could see it very clearly. Again, I'll be getting two values of t. One of the values of t will be 2. The other value of t will be 1. Negative of these splitted terms divided by the coefficient of t square. Great. Now, what was t? Said t was originally this. So if t was originally this, which means log of 2x plus 5 at base x plus 1 will be equal to 1. I'm taking this value first. So if it is 1, which means x plus 1 to the power 1 will be 2x plus 5, which means x plus 1 will be equal to 2x plus 5. From here, if I verify 2x minus x is x, 2x minus x is x, but 5 minus 1 is minus 4. Sorry, 1 minus 5 is minus 4. Yes, but x we were told to be positive, and of course it needs to be positive, otherwise it will not satisfy the option. So I'll say that this clearly is not a possibility. Did you get that? So I'll check it for the next value. What is the next value? The next value is 2 here. The next value is 2 here, which means if I now take the anti-log, what do I get? X plus 1 raised to the power 2. The next possibility will be x plus 1 raised to the power 2 is equal to 2x plus 5. Now when you square this, where do I write this? Can I use this space? I hope I can. So there I'll say that x plus 1 whole square will be x square plus 2x plus 1. Correct me if I commit any mistake. I hope you all are attentively watching it, not missing any part. And if you do get the answer, do write in the comment box. Right, so here I'll say 2x cancel, 1 goes other side, so x becomes plus minus 2. But again, I hope you're realizing minus 2 will not be an acceptable answer. That should be discarded, and I'm left with 2 as only correct answer. So I'm on grade 1 solution. So I'll say again, the number of solutions in this question will be 1. How many of you got the correct answer? I'm glad, I'm sure most of you must have done it. And if you didn't, or if you were not able to, did you realize and see how should you be solving this category of questions? How should you use the properties of logarithm? That's great, Santosh. That's perfect. Now, can I move ahead with this part? Can I show you the next question? The best question for the day. One of the best questions for the day. Can you solve this? Amazing. This is one of the brilliant questions. I really loved it while solving this question. So can you solve this question for me? 2 or 3 things are done here. That's great, Tanushri. You should be very careful while solving this question. How I begin with this question? How do I solve this question? So it says that there is a set S which is given as this expression for alpha, which is given as 2. Just don't panic. Be calm and just look at this expression. But Purvi, minus 2 is not an acceptable solution. Did you see it in the previous question? Minus 2 was a negative value. We cannot put a negative value there. It was clearly mentioned that x should be positive, right? Now, I'll get back to this question. Can you not see log m minus log n? Because the base is same in both the cases too. So if it is log m minus log n with the same base, can I not use it or write it as log m upon n? I can do that. So with that, what I'll do here is, I will say that it should be log of m upon n. What is m? Sir, m is 9 to the power. Can I write this 9 as 3? I just wish to, because I can see a 3 here. So this 9 I'm writing as 3. So I'm writing as 3 square to the power 2 alpha minus 4 plus 13. This is log m upon n. What is n? Sir, n is 5 by 2 times whole of 3 to the power 2 alpha minus 4 plus 1 at base 2. I hope there is no confusion on that. Log m upon n. and this we are told to be 2. So this expression is what we are supposed to solve. Do you not think this is something easy? If you are still thinking that no sir, it is very tough, trust me, have patience, just keep looking and keep watching. You will see that it is not as tough as it looks. Many times, a lot of questions are made to look difficult. You simply skip them because they appear difficult. Not all the questions which look difficult are difficult. Did you get my point? So here, all I'm trying to make you understand is if I simply take 3 to the power 2 alpha minus 4, 3 to the power 2 alpha minus 4 is, let's say, k. So 3 to the power 2 alpha minus 4 raised to the power 2 is basically k square, because I can swap these powers, a to the power m whole raised to the power n, where m and n can be swapped. So here it is basically nothing but what? K square. So if I wish to rewrite it, what will I say? I'll say log of, acha, can I do one more thing? Can I take anti-log here? So this base 2 should be raised to the power 2. So it should result as 4 on the right hand side. Are you all there, listening and understanding? Let 3 to the power alpha something as t. Great, Aman, brilliant, perfect. I know there is a delay between your comment, your responses in this live. There is always a delay, but I hope you're getting it. I'm glad you answered it. And that's how I want you all to be interacting. Why do we as teachers ask you to interact? Because it is absolutely fine to get lost into somewhere else. I'm not Shah Rukh Khan and you're not watching a movie. It is maths, and that too of IIT JEE. It is technical. It will get boring after a certain amount of time, but you can stay engaged by staying active. Now, how do you stay active? By interacting, by responding. So if you are responding, if you are answering, if you are interacting or communicating, that's how you can stay engaged and you don't lose your focus. So that's a technique, a psychological technique, I'd say, through you can stay active. I hope you got my point. So here, this anti-log is taken, this 2 is raised to the power 2, which results as 4 here. Now I'm left with this which is k square plus 13 divided by what? Divided by 5 by 2 times k plus 1. I hope you can see it very clearly. Now, how do I solve it? I take this to the other side. I multiply it by 4. So here I'm having k square plus 13 on the left hand side. I hope you all must be seeing it there. And this is 4 times 5 by 2. So 2 cancels this 4. I'm left with 2. 2 into 5 is 10. So this is 10k. And when this 4 gets multiplied to this 1, this leaves me with 4. I hope I have done all the calculation correct. K square plus 13, then 10k plus 4. Great. Now, what I do next is I'll simply solve it, because it is again becoming a quadratic. So k square minus 10k and 13 minus 4 is clearly 9 is equal to 0. I hope you all are there. Alpha comes out as 1 and 2. Okay, Aman, we'll verify that. Other students, can you also commit or say or come up with your responses? What I'll do here is, I think, splitting the middle term, minus 9 and minus 1. So I think I have cracked k, because it is minus k and minus 9k plus 9 is equal to 0, which leaves you with 1 and 9. I hope you got it. So k is 1 and 9. K is either 1 or k is either 9. What was k? Sir, k was 3 to the power 2 alpha minus 4. K was 3 to the power 2 alpha minus 4. K is what? What was k? K was 1, right? So this is 3 to the power 2 alpha minus 4. 3 to the power 2 alpha minus 4. I hope we are going great. So this is 3 to the power something. This is 1. This 1 means what? I can write it as 3 to the power 0. And this 9 means what? I can write it as 3 square. So if this is 0, which means powers can be compared because base is positive, which is 3. So here I'll say 2 alpha minus 4 is 0, which means alpha is 4 by 2. So alpha should be 2. Here 2 alpha minus 4 is 2. So 2 alpha is 6. So alpha is 3. So I hope some of you must have gotten alpha is 2 comma 3. Nobody? Are you sure? Nobody has gotten alpha as 2 comma 3. The job is not done yet. The job has started now. The second part of the question. What does it say? The maximum value of beta. Now we are done with alpha. Now they are asking something related to beta. That this quadratic has real roots. Logarithm, quadratic. 2 chapters are merged. Some of them are saying 25. Salish, okay. Okay, Santosh, Purvi, great. Don't commit such mistakes, Aman. Why are you not understanding? I mean, commit mistakes, but realize where you're committing and do correct it. So beta, a lot of students have started responding 25. Okay, we'll verify that. But now, how do I solve it further? I am getting a quadratic now. So I think I have received the value of alpha as 2 and 3. So I'll take the values of alpha as 2 and 3 with me. Now, let's look at this quadratic. It is given as x square. Okay, so I'm given x square here. Then what am I given next? The next part I'm given is summation of alpha. Summation of alpha means 2 plus 3, all the alpha. 2 plus 3 is 5. And that 5 needs to be squared. So 5 square is 25. 25 into 2, that is 25 into 2 is 50. So that is 50x. What is next? Summation of alpha plus 1 whole square. Alpha plus 1. So alpha plus 1 means what? 2 plus 1, that is 3. 2 plus 1, that is 3, but that needs to be squared. Plus 3 plus 1, that is 4. 4 needs to be squared. That clearly we all know is 25. 9 plus 16. So this is going to be 25. This is going to be 25 beta. Just correct me if I'm wrong. This is plus 25 beta. Have you all gotten this as your quadratic? This is 25 beta, right? I hope this is what you must have gotten. Can we move ahead from here? Now from here, what are we told? They are asking us that this quadratic should have real roots. For that, what can be the possible maximum value of beta? Now, how do I solve it further? I will say that here, what I'll do is, it should have real roots. Let me just read the question. Has real roots. Okay, so if it should have a real roots, the discriminant should be greater than or equal to 0. How do we define discriminant? B square. So B square means 50 square or minus 50 square, whatever you used to call it, minus 4AC. So 4 is 4, A is A. What is C? C is 25 beta. This should be less than or equal to 0. From here, can I say 4 into 25 beta should be less than or equal to 50 into 50? I hope you are understanding what I'm saying or suggesting here. With that, when you solve it, what you get is 25 double is 50. 2, 2, 4, 4, 2 is 25. So beta is always less than or equal to 25. I'm glad a lot of students have responded. Can I see the comment box? It is not right there in front of me. They have enabled OBS. Okay, leave it. So I think a lot of students have marked the 25 is the correct answer. Just give me a moment. I'll ask them to turn the comments on. Give me a moment, everyone. I hope most of you have seen this. Comments nahi dikh rahe hain, YouTube. Okay. Now, with that, if I move towards the next question, what do I see? Great. Yes, hits hard. Very heartbreaking when attempted whole question greatly, then a plus mistake comes out. Bahut badhiya, very good, excellent. I'm glad, because there is a saying that you don't learn things easily. You learn things when you commit mistakes, and there you realize it by committing. That's great. So that's why I'm emphasizing that commit a lot of mistakes, as many as you can. You're free to make mistakes as long as you are here in this class. Great. Perfect. Beta is 25. I'm glad most of you got this. Can we move ahead? This question, I hope it is right there in front of you. Amazing question. JEE Mains 2023, a brilliant question. One of the best questions again of the day. How do we solve it? I'll simply show you or tell you that 3 distinct positive real numbers. So I need to take care of this thing, that A, B, C should be 3 distinct positive real numbers. Okay, we'll take care of it. Now, what are we told? That this and this 2 expressions are given. I'll start simplifying them. First of all, I'll begin with this. If I take log, because 2 and C are given in power, so I'll take log on both sides. I hope you can see the next question. That's great, Salish. That's the spirit. I really appreciate that you are now in this zone or this moment or in this flow, that you just want to see a question and want to attack it. Perfect. Now, if I take log on both sides, it will be ln 2 times ln b is equal to, if I take log here, it will be ln c times ln a. Great. I hope you could have seen this. And the other part will give me, if I take log here, it will be ln a. It will be ln a times ln 2a. Log mn, I'll be using it as log m plus log n. So it will become ln 2 plus what? Ln a, right? Should be equal to what? Should be equal to ln b times log mn, which is ln b plus ln c. I hope you got that part. I'm skipping few steps, assuming and believing that you know properties related to logarithm, which we need not revise. If something which is something really exceptional, or where you commit a lot of mistakes, or which you need to have clarity upon, do write in the comment box. I'll definitely give you a clarity on that front. Now, with that, if I could move ahead with this part, what do I see here? I need to write this logarithm a lot many times. So let's take some assumptions. Assumption means I'll take ln a. I'll replace ln a. All the ln a which I'll see will be replaced by x. ln 2, let's say, I've replaced by alpha. ln b I'll be replacing by y, and ln c I'll be replacing by z. so that the equation looks a little more simpler. So if I look at this equation becomes ln ax. Here it is alpha plus x should be equal to y, and this is y plus z. I hope you can see it very clearly. What do I do here? ln2. What is ln2? ln2 is alpha, ln b is y, ln b is y, ln c is z, and ln a is x. I hope we are great. Alpha, y, z, x. Great, great, great. Now, how do I solve it further? I think I should take certain values from here and should put them here. How do I solve it? Solve it. So I think, can we replace y? Whichever value is to take, I can take any of these values. Let's say I replace alpha, because alpha is something we should get rid of, because alpha is a constant, we already know it. So let me try and remove alpha. So alpha is what? Zx upon y. So this value of alpha I'm putting here. So it is x times what? Zx upon y plus x is equal to y times y plus z. I hope you all are there listening and understanding. Attentively listening and understanding, you all are there. Remember this thing in life, that whenever you do something, just do that. Just stay there. So my expectation would be really simple. If you're watching this video, just watch it. Just watch it. That's all I'm expecting and hoping. With that, when I take this x common from here, this x comes out, it becomes x square. And there you are left with x plus, sorry, why are you having x? X is already taken common, z. This will be 1, so y plus z whole divided by y. That y take I on the other side, and there you're left with y into y, that is y square times y plus z. I hope you got my point. There was a y in the denominator, that y I took here, that made it y square. Great, Purvi and Tanushri. Now, y plus z, y plus z. This is a classic example of creating the problem of root loss, because if you simplify or cancel this y plus z by y plus z, no, you cannot do that. Do you know that? Because you cannot cancel out a variable. It was a variable. And if you cancel out a variable, that means you're cancelling out a possibility of 0 and 0 here. Because if y plus z becomes 0, or if it is 0, you cannot cancel a 0 by 0. It's like you're dividing a 0 by 0, so that you cannot do. And if you wish to cancel out a variable by a variable, you got to take that variable as 0. Did you get my point? So when you square, root gain happens, and when you cancel a variable by a variable in an equation, root loss happens. So there you got to be very careful with that. So here, what I'll do is, I will now take two possibilities. Things will get started a little messy here. Just pay attention, be very attentive and careful and cautious and alert. What I'll say is, let's cancel this y plus z by y plus z. So when I cancel this y plus z by y plus z, or let me show you why can't you cancel it. I'll show you it in a more clearer manner. I'll take it on the left hand side. So I'll have x square times this minus y square times the same thing. So y plus z can be taken common. So I'll be having x square minus y square times y plus z is equal to 0. Now I hope you all are realizing that y plus z could be 0, and that's why I was suggesting that you cannot cancel y plus z by y plus z. Did you get my point here? So here, now there are two branches which are getting opened. Like Marvel movies, you see a lot of possibilities. So a lot of branches, a lot of timelines are getting opened here. How? You can see one of the possibilities is either x minus y square could be 0, or the other possibility could be that y plus z is equal to 0. So if y plus z is equal to 0, which means this could be the possibility. Now let's start looking at this possibility. X square minus y square is equal to 0, which means, can I not say that x square is equal to y square? And when you say that x square is equal to y square, you will say that, sir, x should be equal to plus minus y. When I say that x is equal to plus y, which means you are saying that ln a is equal to ln b. Since the base are same, a and b could be equal. But what are we told? That a, b, c are distinct positive real numbers, which means x cannot be equal to plus y. So I need to get rid of that possibility, and I'll say that x cannot be equal to plus y, and I'll say x is equal to minus y. That's a possibility. So either this could happen, or this could happen, or both could happen. I hope you are understanding how am I, removing or eliminating the possibilities. With that, let's look at this possibility, or what can we conclude from this possibility, which says y plus z is 0. If y plus z is 0, what is y? ln b. Z is ln c. So ln b plus ln c. I hope you know, ln b plus ln c means what? Log m plus log n, which is log mn, which is ln bc. So ln bc means 0. If ln bc is 0, which means what? bc should be 1. because log of 1 at any base is 0, an acceptable base of course. So BC we have cracked as 1. So either BC should be 1 or x should be minus y. Now what can we conclude by having x as minus y? If I replace x by minus y in this equation, let's say. So if I'm replacing x by minus y here, so what I'm trying to say is that x upon y is minus 1 from here. If x upon y is minus 1, I'll replace or substitute that minus 1 here. So when that x upon y is substituted by minus 1 from there, what I get is z is equal to alpha, right? I hope you can see it very clearly. X upon y is minus 1. So if minus 1 is replaced here, I get alpha is equal to minus z, because x upon y is minus 1, or minus alpha is equal to z. Did you get my point? So z we are receiving as minus alpha. If I have received z as minus alpha, then z means what? ln c. So ln c I have received as minus alpha, and what was minus alpha? Alpha is ln 2. So it is minus of ln 2. I hope you are getting it very clearly. I hope you are getting it very, very clearly. So if ln c is minus ln 2, which means this minus can be removed from here. I hope we are going great. It was x is equal to minus y only. So with this will be ln minus 1 is raised to the power 2, which is this to the power minus 1, which makes it 1 by 2. So from here I'll say that c should be 1 by 2. So we have cracked one more value, that c should be 1 by 2. C we have cracked as 1 by 2. I hope there is no confusion on that so far. Now, let us look further. We have cracked C as 1 by 2. I think we have cracked C as 1 by 2, so we can crack B as well. Now, the only part is we have cracked C, we have cracked B. I think with C and B, we can crack A as well. I hope you got my point. So we will have A, B and C, and once you have replaced A, B and C, I think you can substitute those values and you can get the answer. The part which is simplified already is BC is 1, so you can replace the value of BC as 1. By substituting these values here, you can crack or clearly see the value of A as well turning out to be. So I hope you got this point. You very clearly see. Let me just check this part, that what are the other possible ways to solve this question apart from this. I hope you all must have seen it very clearly, that what did I do. I'm just confused with one more part, that how do I crack A here, because A should have been attained with the help of x and y, where x minus y is 0, x plus y is 0. If x plus y is 0, let me come to this part. If x plus y is 0, then what I'll say is, what is x? X was ln A, y was ln B, which means ln AB was 1. But if ln AB is 1, then AB will also be 1. Sorry, ln AB is 0, which means AB is 1. But if AB becomes 1, there I'm seeing a problem. Yes, I got it. What I'm trying to make you understand is, see, the problem is BC is equal to 1, which means if I take B common, if I say B and C are reciprocal of each other, and A and B are also reciprocal of each other. So if they are reciprocal of each other, which means if A and C both are reciprocal of B, which means A and C will be same. Yes, it is lengthy. A and C will be same, and if A and C are same, that is again violating the condition. So this will definitely not be true. You got to discard this case. So the only thing which will be true is that BC will be 1. I hope you got it. Now, we need to reach to a conclusion that how do we find A. So to find A, what all do I have? So from here, we had x is equal to y. Can I use x is equal to y? Because that is the possibility, but that we cannot use, because in that case B and A will become equal. So I am clearly not getting the value of A here. Okay, give me a moment, students. We are stuck on A because we tried everything related to, I think we have cracked B and C, but why are we not able to crack A? Can you help me with that? Which chapter is this? This is Logarithm, Vivek. Answer is 11. No, answer is not 11. It is 5 because BC is 1, but we are stuck on A. How do we find A? Which part I need to solve again? Let me look at this part, right? Alpha is zx upon y. What is alpha? Alpha is ln 2. What is z? We have taken this assumption. Okay, leave this question. I'll definitely solve this part. We are stuck on it. I'll get this done in the next part. Let's move to the next question. A is not what we are achieving or attaining. I'll solve it by myself in the break and then I'll definitely share the solution. But A is where we are getting stuck, because how do we solve A? A is something which we are not getting. Okay, let's not waste our time. I'll solve it by myself and then show you how do we find A. Let's move to the next question here. It says the difference between the roots of the equation. So this is a quadratic. Difference of the roots. How do we solve or find the difference of the roots? So we know alpha plus beta, we know alpha into beta, but we don't know how to find alpha minus beta. So difference of the roots means what? Alpha or beta, one of the values between them should be a greater or lesser. So how do we find alpha or beta? Which one is greater? You need not. Let us find mod of alpha minus beta. Why? Because alpha minus beta whole square will be independent of whichever is greater. Whether alpha is greater or beta is greater, alpha minus beta whole square is clearly independent of it. So alpha minus beta whole square will be alpha plus beta whole square minus, I hope you understood it, alpha square plus beta square plus 2 alpha beta. But here it will be alpha square plus beta square minus 2 alpha beta. So what I need is minus 4 alpha beta. But in the real examination hall, you cannot develop this entire scenario. Great, Salish. I'm really great. Glad that Aman and Salish have responded that yes, when you talk about difference of the roots, you say that mod of alpha minus beta is mod under root over d upon mod a. So remember this as a conclusion. I repeat, when you look at this particular part, remember this as a conclusion. And yes, one more thing I'm made to realize that after this session, I'll be sharing a PDF of 150 questions, the must 150 questions which you should do before going for JEE, which will make you revise all the concepts of mathematics. That PDF you can avail or access by subscribing to our WhatsApp channel. The WhatsApp channel whose QR code is visible on the screen right now possibly. And there, after this session, once the session gets over, I'll definitely share the sheet of 150 must-do questions. Now, as we all have cracked that difference between the roots is mod d, root d upon mod a. You got to remember this as a result. I repeat, remember this as a result. Don't forget this. This is something JEE keeps on asking. Now, if I come back to this part, what are we told? The difference between the roots of this equation is less than root 5. Now, what is difference between the roots? Root d upon mod a. What is root d? So root d is under root over b square minus 4ac. B square is a square minus 4ac. So that's your under root d upon mod a. Mod a is what? Mod over 1. So which is 1 is less than under root 5. I hope you got it. Since both are inside under roots, which means both will be positive. If both of them are positive, I can square them undoubtedly, which means a square minus 4 is less than 5, which means a square is less than 9. When you say that a square is less than 9, with this inequality, I'll say that a should be between minus 3 and 3. Do you remember these conclusions? And with that, yes, great, Salish and Aman, the answer will be option C. So I've kept it a mixture of easy, simple, moderate and difficult questions. So that's how you can learn and understand that that's how mathematics in the real examination also shows or throws questions at you, so that you can stay aware of it, that sometimes the questions will be leveled up, sometimes the questions will be leveled down, and that's what will keep happening. I'll demonstrate it with an example. Can you solve a puzzle with me? Can you solve a puzzle with me? Let's say this is a square piece of cardboard. Through this, I am willing to make you understand the psychology of the examination paper setter. The people who set your examination, the people who set your paper, how they play with your brain. Let's say these are 4 square pieces of cardboard. So 4 sections I have created. From this piece of cardboard, I take this section out, this shaded region which I have created over here, I take this part out. So this region I'm calling the first section, this is the second section, this is the third section, this is the fourth section. Can we divide this first section into 2 same congruent equal parts? I hope all of you must be answering or responding in the comment box that, sir, if you draw a line like this is the first part and this is the second part. They are the 2 equal parts. I hope you got that. Now, can you divide this second region into 3 equal parts? Equal means congruent, same. Can you do that? A lot of you must have answered it or thought of doing this. That's our first part, second part and third part. I hope you all are with me so far. Can you divide this third region into 4 equal parts? Can you do that? Try doing it by yourself. I am leveling up. The first one was a very simple one. The second was a little tougher one. And the third one was the toughest one. So can you divide this third region into 4 equal parts? If you can, the trick is, I'm giving you the hint, the trick is this same shape, this same region is needed to be created. The 4 equal parts should be congruent. Congruent means this shape, area and size, everything should be same. If some of you are willing to say that, sir, if you try and draw something like this, then it would be the answer. I would say no, I doubt, because here these two triangles will be smaller ones and these two will be the bigger ones. So these are not 4 equal parts. If some of you are saying that, sir, if you draw something like this, then is it divided into 4 equal parts? I hope most of you must be agreeing no. Then what is the solution here? The solution is that if you could divide it into 4 equal parts like this, this and this, will you not say that yes, first part, second part, third part and fourth part? First, second, third and fourth. Now let's move towards the toughest, the most challenging problem for the day. Can you divide this region into 5 equal parts? Write your responses in the comment box. I'm waiting for your responses. I am waiting for your answers. Tell me, what do you think could be the answer to this particular question? Fourth region needs to be divided into 4 or 5 equal parts. 5 equal parts you need to bring of the fourth region. I'm waiting for your responses in the comment box. Do write whatever you get. By the time I'm having some water, do write in the comment box what do you think could be the answer to this question where I'm asking you to divide the fourth region into 5 equal parts. Can you help me with that? Great, great, great. Aman and Salesh have responded. Brilliant, perfect. If some of you were stuck and were saying that, sir, something like this could be done, or you do something like this, then please don't do that. I'm glad. Aman and Salesh have responded beautifully that yes, when you solve this particular one, all you need to do is either draw 4 vertical lines or 4 horizontal lines that will divide it. What I'm trying to make you understand is IIT JEE gives you easy questions, it gives you moderate questions, it gives you tough questions. And then again, it gives you an easy question. This is not exactly how they do, but when you see an easy question, previously, since you have attempted a tough question, you attempt the easier questions also with the mindset of the tough question. So there we say that categorization of questions is important, that you first attempt the easy ones, then moderate ones, and then the tougher ones. I hope you'll remember that. Now, it is important that you solve the easier ones first because a different mindset is required there. For moderate ones, a different mindset is required. And for the tougher ones, you need not even attempt in IIT JEE. Trust me. Easier ones and moderate ones are sufficient to make you attain a percentile somewhere close to 99. Have faith in my words. Trust me. Each section of IIT JEE mathematics contains sufficient number of easy and moderate level of questions, which can definitely help you towards 99 percentile. Look at the next question for the day. I hope you all must be seeing it very clearly on the screen. So it says 1 by root 1, 1 by root 2 till dot 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 1 by root n is greater than root n for every natural number where n is greater than or equal to 2. And second statement says that for n greater than or equal to 2, this is less than n plus 1. Okay, let's verify these statements. Before I verify these statements, can I simplify this second statement from here? I'll say if I simplify this, this is under root over n times n plus 1. Can I split under root over here? Because they are natural numbers, I can split this under root like this. This n plus 1 I can write as under root n plus 1 times under root n plus 1. So now if I cancel this under root n plus 1, because I can, both sides we are having positive numbers, non-negative numbers. So here under root n is less than or equal to under root n plus 1. We'll do the poll soon, very soon, Salish, don't worry about that. But right now, focus on solving. So this is how you can define. This we all know was true because for any natural number, the square root of that natural number is always less than the square root of the consecutive greater natural number of that. We all know that this is true, which means if this is true, this would be true. That means statement 2 is definitely true. Perfect, brilliant, great. With that, now let's move towards statement 1. What can we say about statement 1 here? I'll say that here, this is what we are given, 1 upon under root 1 plus 1 upon under root 2 till dot 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 1 upon under root n. It should be greater than under root n. Great. Now, what I know here is that, see, under root n will be a number, let's say root 10. Statement 2 is correct. Great, Salish. So root n will be a number, let's say 10. So if root 10 I'm saying here, so that under root n will be greater than under root 1. We know that under root n will be greater than under root 2. Let's say n is a number which is somewhere around 10 for a while to make us understand. So under root n will be greater than all these numbers which are there till under root n minus 1. I hope you got my point. But in inequalities, if both these sides are having positive numbers, if I take their reciprocals, the sign of the inequality changes, which means I now can say that if under root n was greater than under root 1, then will I not say that 1 upon under root 1 will be, what was the result? Let me just see the result. The result was that under root n was greater than under root 1. So if I take the reciprocal, what will happen? 1 upon under root n will be less than 1 upon under root 1. The same will be true for the other conclusions as well, which means 1 upon under root n will be less than 1 upon under root 2, and so on, and so on. So here, I hope you know or remember that inequalities can be added. So dot, 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 what? I'll having this conclusion as well. 1 upon under root n minus 1 will also be true. With that, can I not say that inequalities can be added? I hope you remember that. So if I add all the left-hand sides of this inequality, 1 by under root n, 1 by under root n, 1 by under root n, even the last conclusion will be what? 1 by under root n is less than equal to 1 by under root n if I use this less than equal to sign. I hope you are understanding it. If I create this inequality here like this. So these are n times 1 by under root n getting added. That will be n by under root n by under root n. And what do I have on the right hand side? It is 1 by root 1, 1 by root 2 until 1 by root n. So this is how you are getting something related to the question now. I hope you can see it very clearly there. But n by root n, we all know, is basically nothing but n by root n. What is happening to this? Is root n. And I think we have concluded the statement 1 as well. And to achieve or reach to this statement 1, I had knew that this would be true. This is something we have utilized, that square root of n is less than square root of n plus 1. This is what exactly I have used here. So statement 1 and statement 2 both are true, and I could say that statement 2 is the correct explanation of statement 1, which means option B needs to be marked. I hope some of you must have seen it coming. Did you all get that? Can I move towards the next question from here? The next question says, the quadratic equations have one root in common. Okay, so these quadratic, Santosh, great, that's good, Salish. These two quadratics have one root in common. So if they have one root in common, let's say the common root is alpha, this also has a common root alpha. What do they say next? The other roots of the first and second quadratic are integers. They are integers and they are in the ratio 4:3. So if I say that this quadratic has a root 4 beta, the other root could be 3 beta because they are in the ratio 4:3 and they are the two integral values, mind you. So this is what I know so far. Then the common root, which means they are asking you the value of alpha. We know some of the roots, we know product of the roots. Can I use that feature? So yes, we can. Let's use that. So from here, sum of the roots is alpha plus 4 beta. So sum of the roots will be negative of negative 6, which is 6. Product of the roots is alpha into 4 beta, that is 4 alpha beta, which should be C upon it, that is A. From here, sum of the roots will be alpha plus 3 beta, which is negative of negative C, that is C. Product of the roots is alpha into 3 beta, that is 3 alpha beta, which is 6. I hope there is no confusion on that. You got this very clearly. Now from here, if I could move ahead, we have alpha, beta and all. How do we eliminate this? Great. Some students have started responding, I believe. From here, let me crack A first of all, because I can crack A from here. That might help us. Yes, that will definitely help us. So if I divide this equation by this equation, 4 alpha beta divided by 3 alpha beta, that is 4 by 3. I hope you are understanding it. That is 4 by 3. Should be 6 by A. Should be 6 by A. So this is 4 by 3. Should be 6 by A. So this is 2. This is 3. So we are getting A as 9 by 2. We are getting A as 9 by 2. Does it help? Does that help in any ways? Okay, we'll use that or see that. So we have received A as 9 by 2. Great. Now what next? Next part will be, can we get rid of this alpha from this equation and this equation? So I'm solving these two equations. So if I subtract this one from this, I'll still be left with C, but I'll use that. So alpha plus 4 beta minus alpha minus 3 beta, alpha and alpha are cancelled. 4 beta minus 3 beta leaves you with beta. And from here, it leaves you with 6 minus C. I hope we are going great. because this is beta is equal to 6 minus c. Okay, so we have cracked a and beta. I'll replace this a, which is 9 by 2 here. Okay, I'll replace this a 9 by 2 here. So if I replace this a here, which is 9 by 2, what I'll get is x square minus 6x plus 9 by 2. So this is 9 by 2. So I'll write this by 2 here. If I multiply both these sides by 2, what do I get? I'll get a quadratic, which is 2x square minus 12x plus 9 is equal to 0. So what I need is 9 into 2, that is 18. That 18, I got a as 8. I don't know why did you get a as 8. Correct me if I'm wrong. I hope a should be 9 by 2 only. So 9 into 2 is 18 and 12 is what we want. So how do we get 18 with 12? Splitting the middle term. 12, 12, 12, 12. How do we get 12? 9 and 2, right? 12 is basically 4 into 3 or 6 into 2. But 6 into 2 wouldn't help. 6 and 2 wouldn't help, right? 9 into 2 is 18. 18, I think, I'm really sorry. 12 is not. 9 into 2 is 18, 6 and 3. Great. So 6 and 3 will be there. I got stuck with this 9 by 2 thing in my mind. So back of the mind, that 9 by 2 was there in my mind. So a should be 9 by 2, I think. I'll go with this 2x square minus 12x. So 3 and 6, but 3 and 6 don't give me 12. What I'm doing here. 9 into 2 is 18, right? So I need 18. So 18 is either 3, 3 and 2. I hope we are doing great. So 3 into 2 is 6, 6 plus 3 is 9, but I'm not getting 12 here. Can you help me with this splitting? A is 8. Okay, Aman and Salish. I'll verify this A first of all. I'll get back to this part again. A is 8. 4 alpha beta divided by 3 alpha beta, which is 4 by 3. And there you get A by 6. I hope we are doing great. Previously also, I think I have swapped it. Okay, so from there, if I take this 6 on the other side, yes, I'm really sorry. A should be 8. A should be 8. I did not notice it. So A should be 8. A should be 8. And if I replace that 8 here, the quadratic becomes x square minus 6x plus 8 is equal to 0. So I think it can be splitted very easily now. Great, Santosh. So it should be 4 into 2 minus 4 minus 2. So it should be x square minus 4x minus 2x plus 8 is equal to 0. From there I get x as 2 and 4. From there I get x as 2 and 4. Now, if I get x as 2 and 4 and if I believe or think that the common root is 2, because if this is 4, I think beta could be 1. So let's start hit and trial. So with hit and trial, if I move ahead with this, let's say I have gotten 2 roots. So I'm assuming that this 4 could be this 4 beta. So with that 4 beta, beta could be 1. So I'm going ahead with the hit and trial approach now. So with that, we have cracked that alpha could be 2. Alpha could be 2. So my answer could be 2. I just need to verify it. So when I'm assuming alpha to be 2, the beta, 4 beta is 4, which means beta will be 1. So if I take beta as 1, does it validate this condition? So if I take beta as 1, this is 6 minus c, which is 1. So c should be 5. Now if I replace c by 5 here, this quadratic becomes x square minus 5x plus 6 is equal to 0. So if I split this, this is minus 2x minus 3x. Minus 2x minus 3x means what? This gives me 2 and 3. So yes, I get alpha as 2 and the other root as 3, where beta 1 is satisfied. Perfect. If you have any other approach in your mind, do share it with me, because in mathematics, you have a lot of ideas. And a lot many times I have witnessed it in my classes that yes, a lot many times the entire class along with me uses a lengthy approach, and there is a student sitting silently comes up with something really out of the box. And he says something so amazing that we all are amazed by his response that, sir, instead of using this entire approach, lengthy approach, which is perfectly fine, can you not do something? So a lot many times, be very much attentive, alert. Try to think of doing something with the help of options or the question of the data given to you. I'll show you a lot of questions here where instead of solving the entire question completely, you could have had some help with the help of options, or you could do something really different instead of using or following the conventional approach, so that the entire question is done within seconds. If you can think of something like that, do share it in the comment box. I'll really appreciate that. From there, can we move ahead towards the next question for the day? It says the roots of the quadratic equation are imaginary. Then for all real values of x, of course. And then they are asking you about this expression. What can you say about this expression? So here, this quadratic has its roots imaginary. Great. So if I have this quadratic and its roots, I'll say c square minus 4ac. So 4ab, I hope you're getting it. B square minus 4ac, so c square minus 4ab. That should be negative because this quadratic has imaginary roots. Great. From here, if I look at this expression, which is 3b square x square plus 6 bcx plus 2c square, I'll try to convert this expression into a perfect square. Now, these questions are PYQs or something else. These are PYQs, Ganesh, Sairaj. If you look at these questions, if you search them on internet, you will find that these are previous year's questions. Don't worry about that. But it is a mixture of easy, tough, and moderate questions. So that please understand the intent first of all of this session. In one session, you wish to revise entire mathematics. And if you want to have clarity on entire mathematics in one session, my motive is not to bombard you with a lot of tough and difficult questions and impress you. That is not the idea we are following here right now. The intent is simple. What we want is to revise entire JEE maths through questions so that you don't get bored. Now, questions are merged, mixed. They are easy, moderate, and tough. So the idea is that you learn the concepts, you learn the logical approaches, and you solve the questions. So the engagement stays there. You keep solving so that you stick to the session, and then you get the answers and you keep revising the concepts, you keep learning them. And if there is something which you don't know, should strike so that you don't commit that error in the real examination hall. As I've already said, make a lot of mistakes in this session, but not in the examination hall. Learn from them here in this session. And mistakes are the best way through which you learn. Have faith in that. No matter how many lectures I preach, if you're committing mistakes by yourself, you'll remember those mistakes and you won't commit them. So do a lot of things by yourself. And that's the intent. I'm asking you to solve these questions along with me simultaneously. So I'm converting this expression into a perfect square. 3b square x square. Can I write it as under root 3 bx whole square plus, if this is a square, I think here 2ab should be done. A plus b whole square is what I'm trying to do. So if this I'm treating as a square, 2ab. 2ab means what? 2. What is a? Sir, a is root 3 bx. So if this is 2, this is a. I need a b. What should I introduce here so that b is also reduced and it becomes 6 bcx? So root 3 is already there, bx and 2 are there. I need a c first of all, and I need 6. This is root 3 into 2. If 2 into 3 is done, it will become 6. So to make that happen, can I have root 3c here? Because with that root 3c, I'll have 6 bcx. I hope our job is done. Why? Great, Salish. Root 3c, perfect. So a square plus 2ab. So I have gotten b. What is b? Sir, b is root 3c. So I need b square. So b square means what? Root 3c whole square. But the problem here is I have introduced 3c square by myself, which was not there in the original expression. The original expression had a 2c square. So to balance that, from 3c square, I'll subtract a c square. So I'm subtracting a c square. I hope it's visible right there. I hope it's there on the screen. There is a delay, of course. I cannot see it on the screen right now, but I hope this portion of the board is visible to you all. I am sure this should be. So with that, look at this part. This part is basically a perfect square, a plus b whole square. So this has become root 3bx plus root 3c whole square minus what? Minus c square. Minus c square. Now look at this part. This expression is less than or greater than. So this expression is what I need to put my comments upon. First of all, please have this clarity here. We were told that this quadratic has imaginary roots, which means its discriminant was negative. So from here, can I say c square will be less than 4ab? C square will be less than 4ab. But if I multiply this inequality by negative sign on both the sides, will I not say that minus c square will be greater than minus 4ab? So if minus c square is greater than minus 4ab, this is basically a perfect square. This is always greater than equal to 0. The minimum value of this expression is 0. So this is minimum 0, this is minimum minus 4ab. Will I not say that my expression, which was originally this, will always be greater than minus 4ab? Tell me how many of you got this as the answer. Yes, Aman, Purvi, Salesh, Tanushri, great. How many of you got the answer minus 4ab before I could do it? And did you use the same approach or were you able to think of something else? I am showing you the next question, Salesh. I totally understand your intent. He is in a different zone right now. He wants that, sir, show me the next question. I want to do it. Okay, so there you have the next question. Can you solve this? A very simple question. This is a question of quadratic which uses the concept of complex numbers. I have given you the hint, complex numbers. If I wish to be more specific, if you want more hints, I'll say cube root of unity. I repeat, the moment you see something like this, you should have omega in your mind, omega in the picture. How? X square minus x plus 1. X square plus x plus 1 is basically a cubic quadratic which has roots omega and omega square. So there the quadratic is x square minus x plus 1. If I solve it, I'll just show it to you this with the help of Sridhar Acharya method. I'll say minus b, which is 1, plus minus under root over b square, which is 1, minus 4ac, that is minus 4 divided by 2a. So here it will be 1 plus minus, of course it is minus under root over minus 3, so that is root 3 iota divided by 2. Now we know omega is minus 1 plus minus under root 3 iota by 2, or omega square with plus and minus sign, of course. But here there is no minus sign over here. I can take that negative sign common. So if I take negative sign common out there, it will be minus 1 minus plus, that I can treat as plus minus only. So minus of minus 1 plus minus under root 3 iota divided by 2. And we know this is omega and omega square. When plus is taken, it is omega. When minus is taken, it is omega square. So I could crack, and do remember now that whenever you see this equation, this has the roots minus omega and minus omega square. So this equation has roots minus omega and minus omega square. Now when you talk about this, I hope you know the higher powers of omega, higher powers of iota, you know how to deal with it. So when you say alpha to the power 2009, which means minus omega to the power 2009. Beta to the power 2009, which means minus omega square to the power 2009. Now, how do we solve this particular part? I hope the job is really simple. Minus omega, right? We all know that it is cube root of unity, which means omega to the power 3 is 1. So 2009, you need to divide it by 3 and see the remainder. Which part, Purvi, exactly? Which part do you want me to repeat again? Can you? If I repeat, I'm simply saying this part, that this equation, the moment you see this quadratic, you should have this clarity in mind that it will have its root as minus omega and minus omega square. Second conclusion. We know that omega is a cube root of unity, which means omega cube will be 1. Third conclusion. Alpha will be minus omega, beta will be minus omega square. Now from here, 2009 I'll divide by 3 and I'll see what is the remainder. So if I see the remainder, 9 plus 2 is 11. 11 when divided by 3 leaves you with remainder 2. So this is equal to minus omega square. Here it is 2009 doubled. So 2009 when doubled gives you what? Gives you 4018, I believe. Right. So with 4018, if I divide it by 3, this 18 becomes basically divisible by 3. 4 is what you're left with when you take the sum of the digits to check its divisibility by 3. So left with 1. So this is minus omega to the power 1. So this is minus omega to the power 1. If I take minus omega minus common, it will be omega plus omega square. Now one more thing you all must be aware of, that sum of cube roots of unity, that is 1 plus omega plus omega square is 0. So omega plus omega square is 0. So this should be minus 1. That's your option A. How many of you got this? How many of you were able to crack this question? Was it not easy? Sum of the roots. Aman was saying sum of the roots. Why will you do the sum of the roots, Aman? It is raised to the power 2009. Are you suggesting Newton's rule or Newton's law? Aman, did you get my point? It is not sum of the roots. It is 2 to the power alpha to the power 2009. It cannot be 1, Sailesh. It should be yes, it should be 1. I'm really sorry. I am really sorry. It should be 1 because omega plus omega square is minus 1 and minus of minus 1 is 1 because there is a minus. You see, I am in this live class committing mistakes, such silly errors, minus of minus 1. So there are chances that in that pressure of the real examination hall, you would be committing errors. So be very careful. We did everything correct. Despite that minus of minus 1, we didn't notice and we marked 1 as the correct answer, and that's where you committed the problem. So I hope you'll take care of it. You won't commit such errors. Can we move ahead with that? Thank you so much for highlighting that, Sailesh. My teacher of mathematics used to do this, that whenever he committed such errors, that whenever he writes this 1 instead of minus 1, he used to say that I'm checking whether you all are attending this session attentively or not. So this is how he used to justify the mistakes, which is definitely fine and acceptable, but I hope you're getting this. Aman is saying I mean sum of roots of unity. Sum of roots of unity. Yes, Aman, I got it. Okay, great. Perfect. Brilliant. Now, with that, can you solve this question? Some straightforward questions are there on sequence and series. I will start this part now, but let's take a 5 minutes break. So it is 6:34. We'll resume our session at 6, let's say 6 at say 34, 6:40. So class will resume at 6:40. Right, so let's take a 5 minutes break. I'll just have some water. You can also take some break and then we'll resume our class. Take a 5 minutes break, students. Just move your reflexes. Take a stretch. Great, Purvi. Thank you so much for highlighting that. Hello, hello, hello. Just give me a confirmation. I hope my voice is clearly audible. I hope I'm clearly audible. So great. Let's continue with our discussion. Yes, I think Aman and Salesh are in a different zone. They are they are just telling sir, be very quick. Just make us revise everything. So yes, a pretty simple concept here. That's great, Aman and Salesh. Perfect, brilliant. So here I'll say that I'm asked the fifth term, I'm told the fifth term of the GP, the product of its first 9 terms. So we know the in a GP, the product of equidistant term is always same, which means if this GP has terms as A, then of course you'll have AR, then AR square, till of course the ninth term will be AR to the power 8, then you will clearly see that the product here will be, that's great Santosh, hello everyone. So here the product of first and last term will be what? A square R to the power 8, and the same product you'll find with the first and the second last term, the same product you'll find with the third and the third last term, and so on. So how many pairs are you seeing getting formed? Sir, I'm seeing clearly if these are 9 terms, 4 pairs are getting formed. But with those 4 pairs, one, the middlemost term, which is there in the middle, which is the fifth term, is basically left alone. I hope you got my point. So all I'm saying or trying to make you understand is if these terms are multiplied, I hope you remember the concept. If equidistant term in an AP, if their sum is done, it is same. In a GP, their product is same. So first and last term, second and second last term, third and third last term, and so on. So here, first and last term have a product a square r to the power 8. So this is how I'll say if I take the geometric mean, or I'll show you like this only, why to introduce geometric mean, a square r to the power 8, this is the product of first and last term, such 4 pairs, and one term, middlemost term remains there only. So no pair, that one single term only. So 4.5 pairs I'll say, that one term is left only, that is not forming or able to make any pair. So 4.5 means what? 4 plus 1 by 2. That is 9 by 2 are basically pairs are created. Did you get this part first of all? I hope there is no confusion on that. When you take this 2 here, it is basically a r to the power 4 whole raised to the power 9. I hope you got my point. I have taken this 2 here. What is a r to the power 4? I hope you are realizing a r to the power 4 is nothing but the fifth term, because fifth term is given by a r to the power 4. That is 2. And I know what is 2 to the power 9. 2 to the power 10 is 1024. So 2 to the power 9 is 512. Orally you could do. The only intent was to make you revise that you know how to take the product of the first 9 terms, or whether you know this property or not. The next question, a pretty simple one. Sum of infinite terms of a GP. I hope you know the formula. Be very quick and tell me what do you think could be the correct answer to this question. Now here I'll say that here, if you just be very attentive, it is not simply a sum of infinite terms of a GP. Here, the concept of a GP is also introduced. If you could crack it, do let me what you think could be the answer. So here you could be either using the methods of differences or whatever you wish to find out the answer. Good Tanushri, good Purvi, go ahead with this question. I'll say if I wish to figure out the sum, it is 2 to the power 1 by 4 into 4. 4 is 2 square. So it is 2 to the power 1 by 8. I hope you know it, which is again what? Let me just check it. This is 4, which is 2 square. So 2 to the power 2 by 8, and 2 by 8 is again what? 1 by 4. Yes, right. I'm just checking it one more time because I thought it was AGP. Let me check it. Or can I keep it like as 2 by 8 only? There is a reason I'm writing it as 2 by 8 only. Keep it like 2 by 8 only. Don't conclude it as 1 by 4. The next term here will be 8 by 16. 8 is 2 cube. So I can write it as 2 to the power 3 by 16. I hope on the basis of that, you can predict the terms till infinity. If I could see them, I'll say that they are 2 to the power 1 by 4 plus 2 by 8 plus 3 by 16 and so on till infinity. Now this clearly is an arithmetico-geometric progression, AGP. Now how do we solve this? There is a standard method which you are supposed to follow while solving or dealing with the questions of AGP. How do we do that? Let me, now there is a catch. I'll tell you the problem here. A lot of students will straight away jump to this. They will start solving it. They'll apply the perfect concept, perfect formula, perfect approach, and you'll get the value of this. And they end up marking the wrong answer, which is the value of this. No, you're not asked the value of this. You're asked the value of 2 to the power value of this. So in the rush, in this moment of, What should I say? When you get this feeling of accomplishment that yes, you have done it, you just complete it and you mark the wrong option. And IIT does it. They give you the options, other options which you can get by committing the mistakes. And in a rush, you do it. I'll show you how. So here it is 2 to the power this. If I take that sum, let's say is S as 1 by 4 plus 2 by 8 plus 3 by 16 till, let's say, of course, infinity, right? Now, this is clearly an AGP. Why am I saying so? Because here 1, 2, 3 are an AP. 1 by 4, 1 by 4 into 2 is 1 by 8, 1 by 8 into 1 by 2 is 1 by 16. So this is a GP. So a mixture of AP and GP, which is AGP. How do we solve it? You multiply all these terms of this AGP by the common ratio of that GP, which is 1 by 2. So if I multiply both these sides by 1 by 2, I'll have S by 2 here on the left hand side. And 1 by 4 into 1 by 2 is 1 by 8. Shift that by one step here. So 1 by 4 into 1 by 2 is 1 by 8. 2 by 8 into 1 by 2 is 2 by 16 and so on till infinity. Now from the first equation, if I subtract the second equation, S minus S by 2 will be S by 2, and here it will be 1 by 4 minus 0, that is 1 by 4. 2 by 8 minus 1 by 8, that is 1 by 8. 3 by 16 minus 2 by 16, that is 1 by 16 and so on till infinity. Now, if you pay attention to this part, I hope you all must be clearly seeing that first term is 1 by 4, into 1 by 2 is 1 by 2, in 1 by 2 is 1 by 8, into 1 by 2 is 1 by 16. So this is clearly a GP of infinite terms where the common ratio is 1 by 2. So sum of this infinite GP can be figured out, which is given by S is equal to first term upon 1 minus r, a upon 1 minus r. What is a? Sir, this is s by 2 first of all, so take care of it. This is s by 2. A, what is a? Sir, a is 1 by 4 divided by 1 minus r. What is r? R was basically 1 by 2. I hope you got that. Why are you thinking, Aman? You should give me the correct option. Don't guess. So here, these are some simple questions. I have deliberately kept these questions to make you revise these complex concepts. So we are revising this entire maths with the help of standard decent questions. So here, I think it is done. I believe so. 1 minus 1 by 2, 1 minus r, because common ratio is 1 by 2. So this is 1 by 2 basically. So this will be 1 by 2. So this will be 2 by 4. 2 by 4 is what? 1 by 2. So S is basically 1. Now, a lot of us, the moment they get S as 1, mark option A is the correct answer, which is wrong because here the answer is 2 to the power S. 2 to the power 1 is 2. So your answer will be option B. So yes, Aman, great. You thought really well. But I hope you must have calculated it before saying, I think. Perfect. I hope all the other students must have gotten it. That's good, Tanushri. That's brilliant. Can we move ahead towards the next question? This category of questions, IIT is asking every year. They are giving you questions like this. Sum of terms of an infinite GP, then sum of cubes of those terms of that infinite GP, and then you're supposed to follow a certain approach. What approach? That is what we'll be discussing through this simple question. So I'm giving you straightforward questions because time is limited. I'm taking some simple data, and through that I'm trying to give you clarity on this. But before this, I think we can do this question. I got something really good here. In the break, I tried solving the question where we stuck. I have this thing now. I'll just show you. Where was the question? This is the question. See, we had already, I hope you remember this. We had already excluded the possibility of this. I calculated and wrote thing. Okay, great. In case it is wrong. In the examination, you cannot do that, Aman. So here, this possibility you have already discarded because this was giving us the same values. So let's say we take only this. BC is 1. So if BC is 1, if I take BC as 1, I can use this equation, which was originally this only, but I'm using this. So if BC is 1, if BC is used as 1, where I have this BC as 1. So if BC is used as 1, I'll use this, which is 2a to the power ln a is equal to 1 to the power this, which is 1 only. I hope you got this. So from here, if I am saying that here, if I'm cracking that 2a to the power ln a is 1, and if I take log on both sides, this is 2a to the power ln a at base e. So if I take logarithm on both sides, what I'll say? I hope both are a or both are alpha. What is this? Is there a difference? Because I hope both are a. Let me just verify or confirm it, because what was it? Where did I use it? Just give me a moment. ln 2 ln b. No, this isn't this. This is ln2, lna, lna. So I think this was 2 only, a only. There was no alpha. Alpha was basically ln2. Okay, great. I calculated. So Sailesh is saying a is 1. Yes, because 2a to the power ln a. So if it is 1, I'll say that ln a, this will be basically what? I can write this 1 as 2a to the power 0. But if I say that a is 1, because I can write it as 2a to the power 0. If a is 1, in that case, there will be a problem here. If a becomes 1, it will be 2 to the power ln a. Great, that satisfies our condition. So if I take that, if a is 1 is taken, so 1 into 6 is 6, 6 plus 5 BC. 6 plus 5 is 11. Yes, you were correct. The answer is 11. Great. Can we move ahead with that part? I hope you have understood this conclusion without any hesitation. With that, let's get back to our conclusion. I hope you have understood this part, that we were supposed to use BC as 1. The next question. Through this question, I'm trying to show you the approach. Great, Salish. I'm glad that you highlighted this. And I think some of you have written 11 previously as well. Did you use the same approach, or was there some other approach? Sum of infinite numbers of a term of a GP is 20. So if the GP is, let's say, AAR, with that, the sum of its infinite terms is 20. How do we find the sum of infinite terms? It is given by A upon 1 minus R. This we are told as 20. Right? This is what we know. A can be 1 by 2 also. Okay, Santosh, let's leave it. We'll do it later. But as of now, let's focus on this. Otherwise, we'll keep jumbling here and there. Right? Let's keep us focused. I'll definitely discuss it in the end, but as of now, let's stay focused. Okay, great, Aman. But what are we told? Sum of their squares is 100. So if I square each term, that will still remain a GP. We know that if all the terms of a GP are raised to a certain power, then it still remains a GP. So here, I'll say the terms will now become a square, then a square, r square. But here, the first term will become a square and the common ratio will also become r square. I hope you're understanding it, because the next term will be ar square. So sum of infinite terms of this GP when each term is squared becomes what? First term, which is a square upon 1 minus r, but r is r square, and that is given as 100. I hope you got this equation. Now what I do is, I will simply say, let's say if I square this side. So if I square this side, this becomes a square, this becomes 1 minus r square, and 20 square is what? 400. Now, if I divide this by this, what do I get? If I divide this by this, so I have a square upon 1 minus r whole square, whole divided by that a square upon 1 minus r square, that I can write as 1 plus r times 1 minus r. This you should be able to do mentally, but yes, here 400 upon 100 is basically 4. So I hope most of you must have noticed that this a square and this square are eliminated. There you see this 1 minus r getting eliminated by this 1 minus r. So this 1 plus r goes in the numerator. So this becomes 1 plus r upon 1 minus r. I hope I'm doing it correctly. There, you can take component and dividend, you can simply cross multiply it. So when you cross multiply it, it becomes 4 minus 4r, which is equal to 1 plus r. I hope we are going great. So 4 minus 1 is 3. 4r plus r is 5r. So from there you get r as 3 by 5. What were we asked? We were definitely asked the common ratio, which is less than 1, because it was an infinite GPs. This is 3 by 5. Sir, I know concepts, but I cannot solve problems. So by watching this session alone, how much marks can I get, sir? Pratap, as I have already told, you must have read Gita, a book. I really cannot say that how many marks can you get, because it is really not in either my or your hands. What we can do is we can revise all these concepts through questions. So this category of questions I'm trying to make you understand is still asked by IIT JEE. So if you are understanding the question, the approach, you will get the idea that how should you approach this category of questions, what should be the steps involved here. That clarity you'll get, and that you'll be able to apply so that you solve the questions in the real examination hall. That is what we can do right now. So I cannot say that how many marks you'll be able to get. I hope you understood this. Great, Aman. What about the other students? Did you also crack the idea that you should be able to do this? The next question, classic example. Great, Salish, I'm showing it straight away. LMN. So GP, determinant, everything is merged. How do we do it? First of all, these are the pth, qth and rth term of a GP. What? LMNN. Okay. So let's say this GP has first term as A and the common ratio is capital R, because R is used as rth term here. So I'll differentiate it, right? So what is L? I can say L is the pth term. How will I write the pth term? Pth term will be A into common ratio to the power P minus 1. I hope you got this. How do you write m? Sir, m will be a times common ratio to the power q minus 1. And how do you write n? N will be a r to the power rth term, which is r minus 1. This is how we write the terms in GP. Purvi, sir, I had no idea about maths. Coming here, I am able to know the concepts and way of approach. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you so much, Purvi. That really pushes me to work harder. I hope we are helping you a lot with this session, and we are glad that we are helping you in this journey with these questions and session. Log L, log M, log N. So if I take logarithm on both sides, so what I'll say, log L. Can I do it here only? So log L will be log of this, log of m into n, which is log m plus n, which is log a plus the power, what was the power? P minus 1 times log of the common ratio, which is r. I hope you understood it. Log mn is log m plus log n, but log m to the power n is n log m. So I have used both of these there. So with that, can I conclude log m? So log m will be log a plus, this is qth term, right? So it should be q minus 1 log r. What can you say about n? So log n will be log a plus, what is this? This is r minus 1 times log of r. I am doing all this because I want to explain it very clearly. You need not do all this. You can directly see the possibility and conclude the answer the way Sailesh and Aman and a lot of other students are coming up with this. Great, great, great. So how do we solve this further? I have log L, log M, and log N. So what is log L? I hope you can assume and imagine that log, instead of log L, this is written, instead of log M, this is written, and instead of log N, this is written, so that we can save some time. What are we given in this row? P1, Q1, and R1. So with that, if let's say, I hope you know how do we apply operations in determinants. So with the column 3, if to column 3, I multiply it by a scalar, which is let's say log A, and to this, from this to this, if I add the difference of column 2 and column 3 times a scalar, which is let's say log R. What did I just do? All I'm able to do or think of because of this expression. I repeat my part. What I'm trying or suggesting here is that here, what is column 3 times log A? So 1 into log A is log A. Column 2 minus column 3, that is P minus 1 times log R. So I hope you got it. With this operation, I am able to get this log L only, log M only, log N only, respectively in the first, second, and third row. So if this I could apply, let's say in the column 2. So this is basically nothing but what? For the first row, it will be log A. I hope you got this. Even I did not apply column 3 here because column 3 is 1 only. So I could have written log A only. So log A plus P minus 1 log R, that is log L. So here, I hope you could see it, that the first column, which is log L, log M, and log N, the second column I'll write here, but the third column is 1, 1, 1. What about the second column, student? Second column will have the first row as log L, because this is log A plus P minus 1 log R, which is log L. I hope you can see it there. This will be log M based on that conclusion only, and this will be log N. And do we know that if in a determinant, if 2 rows and 2 columns are identical, we conclude that its value will be 0. Option D. Great, Aman. Great, Sailesh. I hope the other students have also cracked it. This question, a straightforward one, a simple approach is required. Can you explain the formation of the operation? Okay, Tanushri. By the time other students take a screenshot of this and do solve this, and by the time I come back to this slide, I would be hoping that you write the response or the answer to this. I hope you all have seen this question. Tanushri, all I did was, I could see that log L is there and Pn1 is there. So I have tried creating log L with the help of these columns. How? Pn1. So what I know is that in log L, log M, log N, log A, log A, log A is common. The only difference is P minus 1, Q minus 1, R minus 1, because log R, log R, log R is also common. So I could see a generalized result. That generalized result is log A plus P minus 1 into log R will be log L. Log A plus Q minus 1 into R will be log M. And log A plus R minus 1 into log R will be log N. So that's how I developed this operation. So Aman is saying, sir, from this, can we say that if this structure comes, then area of the triangle can be 0 if it comes in geometry in any form? Yes, 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 definitely, definitely. Area of triangle is 0 if the determinant is 0. If x1, y1, x2, y2, and x3, y3 are the coordinates, are the vertices of a triangle, and if by applying this determinant or by using this stair method, which we'll discuss in the coordinate geometry, don't worry about that, you can say that the lines will be collinear. The points will be collinear because the area of the triangle is 0. You can definitely say so. Great, Tanushri. So I hope some of you must have cracked it. How do we solve this? I will say that, sir, the problem is I know the sum of cubes of first and natural numbers. That is given by n plus 1 divided by 2 whole square. This is the sum of cubes of first and natural numbers. Do you remember that? I hope you remember that. But the problem is alternatively plus minus sign are given. How do we solve this part? The part which is not given, can I introduce that part? Yes. How? It is 1 cube. Then let me write 2 cube with a plus 3 cube until 9 cube. But the problem here is that, sir, you have additionally introduced a lot of other terms. That's brilliant, Poovi. We'll check and verify whether it is correct or not. But I have additionally introduced a lot of other terms which were not there at all. For example, plus 2 cube, plus 4 cube, plus 6 cube. So these, if I have introduced additionally, I got to subtract them to keep it balanced. So here I'll have 2 times 2 cube, then 4 cube, then 6 cube until 8 cube. So this is the additional part which I'm supposed to keep here so that the equation remains balanced. I hope you understood this part. Because I know this sum. But from here, can I not say that, sir, if you take 2 cube common out of here from this equation, you would be creating something similar there as well, and you would be able to figure it out? I had a student in my class. What she used to do is that, sir, forget your approaches. If these are the numbers given, she used to calculate the cube of 1, cube of 2, cube of 3, and she used to add all those numbers or subtract all those numbers and came up with the answer. And the entire class clapped at her approach because, yes, she was right. But I hope you are understanding that is not advised because JEE is not fool that it will give you such calculation based questions. Had they interested in checking your calculations, they would have taken calculators only. They need logical and intelligent brains. And if they are expecting and hoping intelligent brains, they are supposed to use calculations. So I've taken a simple data, but I'm trying to make you understand a complex approach. So this approach will be applied when a huge data is given and they'll give you a huge data. Santosh, I'm very weak in geometry. If I attend this session, can I be able to solve at least easy questions? Yes, Santosh, that's the idea. That's the idea at this stage. That is the idea. That is the core message we are trying to give you at this stage. So here, I hope you know how to take a sum of it. N plus 1 by 2 whole raised to the power 2. So 9. 9 plus 1 is 10 divided by 2 raised to the power 2. That's the sum of cubes of first 9 natural numbers. Minus 2. I have taken 2 cube common. So when you take 2 cube common, 2 cube means what? 8. So that 2 cube is common out. That is 8. So I'm left with 1 cube, 2 cube, 3 cube and 4 cube. Either you add these numbers or you simply take sum of cubes of first 4 natural numbers. That is 4. 4 into 4 plus 1 divided by 2 whole square. Now from here, I'm not doing it. I just wanted to show you the approach. This calculation you all are good at doing. I'm skipping this calculation part and you can reach to the conclusion. But tell me honestly, how many of you got the answer and what answer you are getting? I'll be really happy if you could crack this approach. Were you able to think like this? Now, with that, what do we see next? Here. Now, R and N are positive integers where R is greater than 1, N is greater than 2. Okay. The coefficients of R plus 2th term and 3rth term in this expansion are equal, then N equals. A very basic property I'm wanting you to revise here in this particular part. But first of all, do you know the binomial expansion? Let's say if I write x plus y raised to the power n. I hope you know the binomial expansion. The general term as well. The general term, if I ask you write the r plus 1th term, how do you write? You say NCR x to the power. I hope you remember n minus r and y to the power, of course, r. I hope you remember that. There's no confusion on that front. Or vice versa, of course. You can swap these because the terms are same from starting or beginning when you look at these coefficients. I hope you remember that. But what is my concern here? My concern is, how do we solve this particular one? It says 1 plus x to the power 2n. Great. Sir, I altered the cubes and added everything, I got 425 as the answer. I altered the cubes. I didn't get that, but I'm sure the answer is 425. Other students, please confirm. If it wasn't, I think approach might be wrong, Purvi, in that case. But if you are thinking or logically correct, then yes, definitely good, great. Look at this part, 1 plus x to the power 2n, right? How do we find r plus 2th term? If I want to say about r plus 2th term, can I say it will be r plus 1 plus 1th term? So to write this term, I hope you know 1 plus x to the power 2n, the coefficient will be 2n, c, this r plus 1, I hope you remember that. So this is the coefficient of r plus 2th term. Now, what about this 3rth term? Can I write the 3rth term as 3r? I hope you got it, minus 1 plus 1. With this, I hope you are understanding what I'm trying to suggest to you here. The coefficient will be 2n c 3r minus 1. I hope there is no confusion on that front. Now, what you need to understand is that the moment you see, don't be in a rush. The moment you see, let's say, NCR is equal to, let's say, NC, let's say NCA is equal to NCB is given, then don't be in a rush to conclude A is equal to B. Of course, there is a possibility that A could be equal to B, but the other possibility is that here, NCA could be equal to NC and minus B as well, because we know NCR is NC and minus R as well. I hope you remember that. So here, if I could simply take this possibility that A and B could be equal, I'll say R plus 1 could be equal to 3R minus 1. So if I take that possibility, R plus 1 is equal to 3R minus 1. So 1 comes here, R goes there. So 2R is equal to 2. That gives you R as 1. A lot of us may think that R is 1, but the problem is R cannot be 1. It has to be greater than 1. So our assumption was wrong. If our assumption was wrong, what I'm supposed to do is I got to take the other possibility. What is the other possibility? That sum of this and this would be this. Do you remember that? So here I would be saying that 2n will be equal to, I hope the reason is simple because we know that NCR is equal to NC and minus R. So with that, I'll say 2n is equal to this plus this, which is R plus 1 plus 3R minus 1. So 1 and 1 are cancelled. 2n is equal to 4R. What were we asked? We were asked the value of n, that is 2R. Option C. How many of you got this? I hope I'm clearly audible and visible and you all can see this happening right there. And I'm sure most of you must have got the answer as 2R. If you did, do let me know. Can we move ahead with the next question? I hope you can see these questions, simple, straightforward, but just kept there to make you revise this concept. Coefficient another with this one more question here. 1 plus x to the power p plus q. Can you help me with the coefficients of x plus x to the power p and x to the power q? Again, the idea is simple. Here, x to the power p, if the power of x is p, I repeat, in this expansion, if I wish to write the r plus 1th term, it will be p plus q, of course, c r 1 to the power p plus q minus r and x to the power r. I hope you know this. Great, Sailesh, Tanushri, Purvi, Satvik. Satvik is a newcomer, I think. So I hope you all are seeing and understanding this. So why are you not responding? When you don't respond, I think you all are there. So I hope you know this is the general expansion, general term in the expansion of this kind of expression. So 1 plus x whenever given, you always remember x to the power r will have the coefficient NCR. Remember this, a very simple standard result. With that, can I say that TR plus 1? But what are we asked? X to the power P and X to the power Q. So X to the power P will have the coefficient P plus Q, C, P. And when you talk about the coefficient of X to the power Q, it will have the coefficient P plus Q, C, Q. As we have previously, in the last slide, only discussed that NCR is equals to NC and minus R. Would I not say that P plus Q C Q can be written as P plus Q C P plus Q minus Q, which is P? And if I got this as this, I think our job is done because the coefficient of x to the power P and x to the power Q are turning out to be same, which means they are equal. Option A needs to be marked. That's brilliant, Sailesh. I hope all the other students must have also cracked it. Very simple, straightforward questions just to make you revise these concepts. This category of questions, how do we deal with this category of questions? Always remember, when you expand this, you'll get a lot of terms. For example, NC0, a to the power n minus 0, b to the power 0, then of course NC1 and so on. But in those terms, what will be the coefficients? The coefficient will be NC0 and something like that. NC0, NC1, NC2 up till NCn. all what I'm asking you to remember is that let's forget this question. Let's say you're given something like this, a plus 3b plus c, or let's say minus c whole raised to the power anything, let's say, and you are asked to figure out the sum of all the coefficients. How do we do that? Always remember, whenever in this kind of trinomial or monomial expansion, you are asked to figure out the sum of all the coefficients, the funda is really simple. You replace a, b and c, the variables, by 1. Because when you replace a, b, c by 1, you will be left with the coefficients only. I hope you remember that. So remember that short technique here, which we are applying here in this very simple question, that if I'm asked the sum of all the coefficients in the expansion of this expression, which is given as 4096, then I think the value of n is asked, then the greatest coefficient is asked. Okay, so I'm waiting for your responses as well. So here, middle term has also come into picture. I'll talk about that later. But here, first of all, when you say that sum of coefficient is needed to be dealt with, what do? We replace a and b by 1. So when I replace a and b by 1, 1 plus 1 is 2. So it is 2 to the power n, which is 4096. With the help of this clue, I'll be able to conclude what could be the value of n. I hope you remember 1024 is 2 to the power 10. 2048 will be 2 to the power 11. So 4096 is 2 to the power 12. So this is 2 to the power 12, which gives you n as 12. I hope you got that. So we could crack it with this straightforward assumption, straightforward idea. But from here, if I ask you that what about the greatest coefficient? Now, whenever a standard binomial expansion is given and you're asked about the greatest coefficient. So coefficients increase like this in a pyramid structure. For example, if I talk about NC0 and NCn, they'll be same. Then greater than them will be NC1 and NCn minus 1. Then greater than them will be NC2 and NCn minus 2, and so on. And the middlemost coefficients will be the greatest one. So basically, when you talk about the greatest coefficient, which means I'm looking for the middle term, that coefficient will be the greatest. I hope you have understood the concept. So with that, if I wish to write the greatest coefficient, what will I say? I will say, what will I say? What was the question? Greatest coefficient, right? So the number of terms are 12. So, sorry, the number of terms is not 12. The value of n is 12. So if value is n, the number of terms will be n plus 1. So there will be 13 terms. So if there are 13 terms, the middle term will be, I hope you understood, there will be 6 terms in the beginning. There will be 6 terms in the end. And between these 12 terms, 6 ahead and 6 in the back, there will be this 7th term, which will be there in the middle. I hope you understood this. So the 7th term means what? I am looking for the T6 plus 1. That will be the middlemost term. And that middlemost term will be having the greatest coefficient. So if I wish to figure out the greatest coefficient, it will be NC6. I hope you got that. N is what? 12. So I need to find 12C6. Tell me how many of you were able to crack it. Aman, Salesh, everyone. Find out the value of 12C6, which you know how to expand it. I hope you know the short trick as well. 12C6, if you wish to figure out, can be written as 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. How many are they? 5. So I need to write in the reverse manner until 6 terms. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 6 should be expanded as 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that is 12C6, which you can figure out by yourself. So Salesh is saying 924. Aman verified your answer, I think. With that, you can get the answer. Can we move ahead with that? I hope you got this idea very clearly. From here, let's move towards the next question. A positive integer just greater than this. Through this, I'll try to give you some idea about Napier's constant E as well. But here, first of all, please understand how do we solve this category of questions, or how do we deal with this kind of data. This question I can treat as 1 plus 4 digits, right? So I can write it as 1 by followed by 4 zeros raised to the power 10,000 only. It is 10,000. Yes, 1 followed by 4 zeros. So this is the expression we are looking forward to have. Let's say for a while, I'll replace this 10,000, or I'll take this 10,000 as n. So what are we given? We are given an expression which is 1 plus 1 by n raised to the power n. Okay, Salesh, you need to check your answer again. You should read the question once again. That's where you commit the error. Okay, great, Salesh. Brilliant. So 1 plus 1 by n to the power n. Now, how do we expand it? I hope the expansion is simple. It is given by NC0, 1 to the power n minus 0. So whatever power I raise 1 to, it will be 1. So I need not bother about that. I'll raise this 1 by n to the power 0. So at NC0 and 1 by n to the power 0 will be 1. The next term will be NC1 into 1 by n to the power 1. So that is 1 by n. Then I'll have nc2, then 1 by n to the power 2, that is n square. Then nc3, then 1 by n to the power 3, that is n cube. I hope most of you must have gotten the idea until the last term. Until the last term. Are you not seeing something happening over here? Even with this term, nc1 upon n. nc1 is n, n upon n is 1. So this term, first term and the second term will be 1. So this will be 1 plus 1. Now what I'm wanting you to understand is that, have you not seen something like this? Have you not seen something like this in calculus? That 1 plus what? 1 by 1 factorial, or let's say x to the power 1 by 1 factorial plus x to the power 2 by 2 factorial plus x cube by 3 factorial until infinity. What do you think? What is it? What is it? Can you help me with that? This we all know is nothing but what? The Napier's constant. This is x to the power 0 by 0 factorial and so on. So this is summation x to the power r by r factorial. This is always the Napier's constant e to the power x. Perfect cellish. But here, if I replace this x by 1, it will become e. That's what I'm trying to highlight here. Here nc2, nc3, if you notice here very closely, this clearly is becoming e if n is approaching infinity. If n approaches infinity, this is becoming e because the numerator is sir maths mein mark ka aata hai. Sonali, I didn't understand your statement. You need to rephrase it, but here I hope you are understanding what I'm trying to say here. So if I rewrite this particular part, I hope you all must have noticed that, sir, the value which we are going to get will be greater than 2. But if this is not limited to n only, if this approaches till infinity, that is, if some more terms are added here, this will still be limited to e only. This will still become e only, which means this expression, no matter what you do, will definitely be less than e. I hope you understood that. And with this 1 plus 1, I can unhesitatingly say that this will be greater than 2. What is e? We all know e is nothing but what? Approximately 2.7, something like that, an irrational number. So I can say that here 2.7 will be the approximate value, or it will be lesser than 2.7. So if it is lesser than 2.7, the approximate value of this expression will be 2.7. What are we asked? A value which is just greater than 2.7. I'll say 3. 1 plus x to the power n plus for a small value. Yes, you can use that, Salish. Perfect. That is perfectly doable. Sir, test mein maths mein marks kam aate hain. Okay, so Sonali is saying test mein maths mein marks kam aate hain. So yes, it is absolutely true. This is true for everyone, that maths is the section where you'll be scoring the least. Everyone scores less in maths. You score the most in chemistry. I hope you love solving chemistry. It should be your first priority. Priority is always first, so it should be a priority. After chemistry, you should focus on physics. And maths, no matter how much, maths is like addiction. You may fall in love with maths, but if you fall in love with maths, you end up solving a lot of maths and you devote your complete focus on maths, and there you don't focus on chemistry and physics, which is a problem. If you look at toppers, if you look at the people who score really well, they were good at chemistry and physics. They were better at chemistry and physics, and then they had this maths. But we know that maths is such a beautiful subject that if you start solving it, it is like an addiction. Then you get inclined towards maths because it is a straightforward logical subject. I totally accept and agree with that. So I hope you got this point very clearly. Practice a lot. The right practice makes a man perfect. It's not just a practice which makes a man perfect. It's the right practice. So solve the right category of questions. Solve better questions. Right? Since it is this one shot where we are revising, so I'm bound to keep some moderate to easy level of questions. But yes, you can solve a lot of good questions which will help you in scoring well, or which will help you in getting better at maths. With that, can I move ahead towards the next part? Here, there is a short technique as well to solve this category of questions. Whenever you ask to figure out the number of integral terms, I'll definitely share that short technique. But before that, let's understand the conventional approach so that you don't forget it. While expanding it, if I could write the general term, how will the general term look like here? So general term will be NCR. NCR means what? 256 CR. It will be root 3 to the power 256 minus r. So root 3 means what? 3 to the power 1 by 2 to the power that. So 256 minus r divided by 2. And root 5 to the power, 8th root of 5, which means 5 to the power 1 by 8. So 5 to the power, what I'm doing here, 256 CR, this is r. So it will be 5 to the power r but this is 1 by 8, so this will be r by 8. I hope you have understood how did I write this generalized term. Same line from your determinants one shot. Great, Aman. I'm glad that you all are watching these lectures consistently. And yes, do watch those one shots. They are really helpful. We'll keep releasing those one shots till your next attempt, the April attempt. So by that attempt, all the one shots will be released so that you can have a good comprehensive crystal clear clarity of those chapters through those one shots. Here, this is TR plus 1. If I wish to conclude that the term should be rational, what are we asked? Integral terms. So integer means what? These powers should be simpler. They should be integers. If I could make these powers as integers, I think I'll have the integral terms, because 256 hours is basically what? Number of ways of selecting R objects out of 256, which is a countable number, which is an integer. 3 to the power integer will be an integer. 5 to the power integer will be an integer. So all I want is an integral number. So I need to ensure that this power and this power remains integer. So I'm wanting to have 256 minus r by 2 should be an integer, and r by 8 should be an integer. When do we have r by 8 as an integer? Sir, I think for here, to make it an integer, r could be 0, 8, 16, or any multiple of 8. I hope you got my point. From here, if I want this 256 minus r by 2 to be an integer, I want this 256 minus r should be divisible by 2, which means it should be an even number. Even means what? R should be an even, because even minus even will be an even. So R should be an even. For this, R could be what? 0, 2, 4 or something like that. So from here, R could be from 0 to 256. But from here, R could be from 0 to the last multiple of 8, which is greater than or equal to 256. So let's divide 256 by 8, which we know is divisible by 8. So if I divide 256 by 8, that will be the last term here. So what will it be? It will be what? 8, 3, 1 and 2. So 32 will be the last term here. I hope you're realizing now, out of these and these, if I could conclude the number of common terms, will I not say that here R could take 0 to all these up till 126 to 256, these even numbers. But from here I would say R will be taking these numbers only. I need the intersection. Why am I saying intersection? Because here 2 can be taken by R, but here 2 is not acceptable. So I need to take the common values. So I'll be going for these values because they are even as well as multiple of 8. But all of these numbers are just even. But some of them are only multiples of 8. So I'll be selecting those numbers. So 0 to 32. I'm really sorry. 0 to, this is not 32. This is of course 256 only. But that is the 32th number in that series. I hope you got my point. So if that is the 32th number in that series, excluding this 0, so including this 0, it will be the 33rd number in that series. So there will be 33 numbers which are common between this and this, for which this value and this value will become integer. I hope you got my point. So if somebody is asking you about the number of integral terms or number of rational terms, I'll say there will be 33 terms. What if somebody asks you the number of irrational terms? I'll say, sir, total number of terms will be 256 plus 1. So these are the total number of terms. Out of this, if I could remove the rational terms, the integral terms here in this case, I'll be left with the irrational terms. I hope you understood that point, because the numbers are either rational or irrational when you talk about the real numbers. So I hope that's the whole point. Can we move ahead with the next question? What does it say? So here, a very good question it is. A really good question it is. I'm hoping that you all will be attempting it. So there is a matrix A, which is of course a 2 by 2 matrix. I hope you can see it right there on the screen with the real entries, right? With real entries. Let I be a 2 by 2 identity matrix. So there is a 2 by 2. They have simplified your job. I is a 2 by 2 identity matrix, right? Denote. So they are giving you trace of A, which is of course some of the diagonal entries of A. Assume that A square is equal to I. I think there is a correction here. It is equal to I or it is not equal to I, because I think there is a correction here in this question. We'll solve it and then we'll see what it could be. So I'm leaving you with a possibility while solving this question. Check it. It could be either equal to I or it could not be equal to I. While solving this, I may be able to realize it. But let's say, assume that A square is equal to I. I think there is some correction here in this question. We'll check it. While solving it, I may be able to realize it. Great, Purvi. So we need to conclude some data about the statement 1 and statement 2. Let's start solving it. First of all, There is something wrong here in this question. I can sense it. But what was the correction? I'm not realizing it. So I think while solving, I might be able to realize it. Just give me a moment. I know there is one more question there. Okay, I'll try and solve it and we'll see what is the possibility. So A is a 2 by 2 matrix. Okay, so there is a matrix A, which is a 2 by 2 matrix. Let's say it is A, B, C, and D. So I hope you know how to find A square. So A square will be the same matrix A, B, C, D multiplied with this matrix only. So I hope you know the matrix multiplication. If you don't, watch me closely here. Rows you take from the first matrix, columns you take from the second matrix. So A, that will be A square, and then BC, that will be BC. First row, second column. So AB will be AB and BD will be BD. So that's your second entry. Then second row, first column. So CA and CD. So it will be CA and CD. I hope I'm saying correctly, CA, CD. Then CD and BD, CD and BD. So that should be CB and CB and DD, that is D square. So that's your A square. Let's follow what are we told, then we'll see whether there is a correction or not. So we are told that A square is I. I think it is correct. So if A square is I, this should be equal to an identity matrix. What is an identity matrix? 1, 0, 0, 1. I hope you know that. So with that, if I compare these matrices, their corresponding entry should be equal. So how do we do it? Hello everyone. I hope I'm clearly audible. All the students who are responding in the comment box. So 1, 0, 0, 1. So corresponding entry should be equal, which means I come to this conclusion that A square plus BC should be 1. The second conclusion, AB plus BD. Can I take B common? So when I take B common, I'm left with A plus D, that is 0. From here, if I take C common, I'm left with A plus D. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I may commit any calculation based error or some silly error if I take some symbol incorrectly or like that. So correct me. So BC plus D square. So there you get BC plus D square is equal to 1. I hope you got that very clearly. From here, if I move ahead with this, what conclusions do I bring into picture? I'll say that here, sir, A square plus BC is 1. BC plus D square is 1. So if I look at these two equations, this equation and this equation, if I look at these two equations, I come to a conclusion where I say that A square plus BC is 1 and BC plus D square is 1, which means BC and BC can be cancelled. A square should be equal to D square. A square should be equal to D square. Did you understand my statement? As of now, Ari Varasu, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. No worries in being late. Just watch it from this step only so that you watch it till the end. The later part which you have skipped or missed, you can watch later once the video gets over. So here it is A square is equal to D square, which we have received. So BC and BC are cancelled because they are equal to 1. So A square is equal to D square. That is the conclusion we have attained. So from here, I'll say A could be equal to plus minus D. Let me check the data we are given in the question, that it is matrix with real entries. So yes, we are going great. From here, one more conclusion I can bring into picture, that C into A plus D and B into A plus D is 0, which means either B could be 0 or A plus D could be 0, or C could be 0 or A plus D could be 0. So I have a lot of conclusions from here as well, that what can I conclude from here, that B could be 0 or A plus D could be 0, or C could be 0 or A plus D could be 0. So from here I'll say that either B could be 0 or A is equal to minus D. From here I have this conclusion that C could be 0 or A is equal to minus D. But if I have A is equal to minus D from all the three cases, I repeat, if I take A is equal to minus D from all the cases, my job is done. Because when I take A is equal to minus D, I think this will become 0, this will become 0, and the rest will also be handled correspondingly with the appropriate values of B and C. I hope you got my point. Great. So with that, if I get back to the question now, if I now start looking at the data which we now need to deal with. Let's focus on statement 1. It says if A is not an identity matrix, if A is not an identity matrix, and A is not the negative of an identity matrix. Okay, I'll try to create a matrix in such a manner which is neither an identity nor a negative of identity with the help of the data we are given to us, which we are given. Then can I get this? Let me try and verify that. So here I'll try to create a matrix, say, by fulfilling these conditions here. So let me check. First of all, A is equal to minus D. A and D are principal diagonal elements. So if A and D can be taken, I can take any values of A and D. I can take any values of A and D. Okay, Salish, statement 1 is true. Perfect. But here, if I take any values of A and D, can I say that A can be taken as 2 and D can be taken as minus 2? If I do so, will there be any problem with that? Because this will become 0. This will become 0. But when you take A and D as this, I think let's try this value here. Let's say D is minus 2. So minus 2 square will be what? Minus 2 square will be 4. So BC will be 1 minus 4, which is minus 3. So I need to take BC in such a manner that their product is minus 3. Or why too complicate? Why am I taking such bigger or greater values? Can I not take A as 1? Because I need to check about their identity matrix as well. So I'm taking A and D as 1 and minus 1. Okay. So if I take A and D as 1 and minus 1, this is how your matrix will look like. With that, I am thinking, or I have started thinking, that it could be or it could not be identity or negative of identity. How? If I take A and D as 1 and minus 1, if I push A as 1 here, I need BC as 1. So product of B and C should be 1. Sorry, BC should be 0. So product of BC should be 0 means what? Either of them should be 0. So I take both of them as 0. So B and C I'm taking as 0. So this is how our matrix will be or could be formed. With that, do I come to a conclusion that yes, if I could create matrix A like this, I am reaching to a conclusion that matrix A is neither an identity, because for that it should have been plus 1. It is nor a negative of identity, for that it should have been minus 1. So we have attained an A out of all those possible A's, which is fulfilling the condition for statement 1. But what are we supposed to check? That what about its determinant? I think its determinant is minus 1, because this minus this. So 1 minus 1 minus 1. So its determinant is 1 on the basis. So its determinant is minus 1. On the basis of this, I can conclude or say that yes, statement 1 is definitely true. I hope you got that. With the statement 2, what can I conclude? If A is not this, then trace of A is not 0. I think we are absolutely wrong. A plus D was 0. A plus D was anyway 0. So if A plus D means what? The trace of the matrix. The trace of the matrix is supposed to be 0. I hope you can see it very clearly here. So if the trace of the matrix is supposed to be 0, which means statement B is false, because they are saying the trace of this matrix is not 0. I think you got this. So with that, statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is false, option D needs to be marked. Did you get that? Perfect, brilliant. Moving ahead with the next question, what do we see next? A very standard basic question just kept there to make you revise the properties. If I could highlight the property here, the property here is that adjoint of A. I have just deliberately kept this question to make you revise the properties related to Aman, which question or which trick are you talking about? If question seems tough, your approach makes it look easier. Thank you so much for this, Tanushri. But all I'm asking you is, that's how you deal with the data. I had a lot of possibilities there. I started taking A and D as 2 and minus 2, but there I thought of going in the wrong direction, because calculation would have gotten tougher or difficult. So that's where I took 1 and 1, because benefit of doubt needs to be taken by you. So that's what I've suggested here. Aman, if you are talking about the trick, I think you're talking about the trick here. Yes. So the trick is here is simple. I hope you all must have noticed there is no trick. The teachers out there who say that there is a short trick, they actually fool you. They just crack the code, they crack the idea. There is no trick actually. The idea is simple. See, these numbers are to be divisible by 8. These numbers are to be divisible by 2. So all I need to take the LCM of 2 and 8. I need to take the LCM of 2 and 8. That's the trick. I hope you understood my point, Aman, here. But there is a catch with that trick, whether to include that 0 or not. So for that 0, you got to check it explicitly in that case. So if 0 does satisfy your case, you got to add 1 to it, because 32 will be the LCM. According to that, LCM means 256 divided by that LCM will give you 32 numbers, which are rational. But for that 0, you need to check it explicitly. And if that 0 satisfies, then again, you got to follow this entire approach. So whether you apply that trick or follow this approach, both are equally same. But all I'm asking you to do is remember the conventional approach, because IIT JEE these days has started giving you the questions which don't involve much tricks, which involve conventional idea, the standard approach. They check whether you know concepts in depth or not. So through these simple examples, I'm just making you revise these concepts. Here, if adjoint of A is needed to be taken, how do we do it? It's simply a basic idea. There you take determinant of A to the power n minus 2 times A. This is the property number 1. Take care of the language first of all in the comment box. I know you all are kids who are studying in 11th, 12th standard, but it's fine, but take care of the language. So this is the first thing you got to remember. The second thing, the second property, which is a very crucial property here, that is, let's say, determinant of adjoint of. A lot of questions are asked on this single property which I'm showing you right now. The first one is this, the second one is this. Adjoint of, let's say this adjoint is appearing a lot many times, of adjoint of A. Let's say there, this adjoint is appearing, let's say m times. This adjoint is appearing m number of times. Can you help me with this property, students? It is given by determinant of A to the power n minus 1, and this n minus 1 is raised to the power m. I'm not saying A raised to the determinant of A raised to the power n minus 1 whole raised to the power m. No, I did not say that. This n minus 1 is raised to the power m. You got to remember this property. I hope you wouldn't forget that. Along with this, a very simple one which you all must be aware of, that let's say there is a K which is a scalar which is multiplied to a matrix A. I hope you know that what is n. N is the order of that matrix. Both are true and second is correct option. Great, Aman. Perfect. But what about this particular property? K, scalar times a matrix A. A determinant needs to be taken here. So I'll say that here K, scalar comes out of the determinant, raised to the power n minus 1. I hope you know that. Sorry. Raised to the power n here. I'll simply show you the proof so that you get more clearly. Let's say there is a matrix here. Let's say there is a matrix here A, which is A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, H, I. What if I multiply it by a scalar? So how will Ka look like? Sir, Ka will look like if a scalar is multiplied to a determinant matrix. Just give me a moment, everyone. I'll be back in a while. Hello, hello. Yes, the voice is there, I believe. Good. So this is how you go ahead with this. Let me complete this particular part first. So here A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, H, I is given to you. There, what you do is K as a scalar is multiplied to this. Great. So when K is multiplied, K goes to all the entries here. So when K comes out, indeterminate, it comes out as a power of the order of this indeterminate. We take common from every row. Yes. So multiply that by order. So basically it will be K, KB, KC, and so on until KD, KE, KF, and then you have KG, KH, and then KI. And with that, when you take the determinant, let's say I take the determinant on both the sides of this matrix, So if I take the determinant on both the sides of this matrix, if I'm taking the determinant, indeterminate, you take the scalar quantity common from either row or column. So if all these k's are taken common, so 1k from here, 1k from here, 1k from here, so that means k to the power 3. 3 means what? It's order. So k to the power n times determinant of A. This is the third most important property. I hope you'll remember them. So if you could remember them, I hope you would be able to answer this question. This is a 2 by 2 matrix. So adjoint of A, by using this, it will be adjoint of A, that is determinant of A to the power n minus 2. Order is 2, so n is 2. 2 minus 2 is 0. So this becomes 1 times determinant of A. And then you have determinant of adjoint of A, which is again, how many times adjoint is appearing? 1 time, so m is 1. So determinant of A to the power n minus 1 to the power m. So determinant of A to the power 2 minus 1, because the order is 2. 2 minus 1 is 1 to the power 1, because adjoint is appearing only 1. So 1 to the power 1 is 1. So it is determinant of A only. I hope you would remember that. You wouldn't forget that. So statement 1, statement 2 both are true. And yes, it is the correct explanation. Option A could be marked there. Can we move ahead with these properties? The next question. Here I'll do a poll. I will ask you to solve this question with a poll. I hope 1 minute is sufficient. Trust me, 1 minute is more than enough, but I'm still giving you 1 minute's time. So there is a poll I have started. Let's see how many of you are able to do it. So I'm sure some of the guys, the poll coming on your screen, Purvi saying, I hope the poll is visible. Is it not visible to everyone? A part of the question isn't visible. I'm really sorry for this. I hope it is visible now. I'll restart this poll. Okay, so let's forget this poll. I'm stopping this. I'm restarting the poll again. So poll is stopped. Okay, let me just go ahead with this. Let me mark any, I'm marking any incorrect option here. I'm not saying that it is the correct option. Some of the students are able to mark it. So I'm creating a new poll again. I hope the question is visible now. So it is a single choice question, 60 seconds. I have started the poll. I hope the question is visible now. Now try marking the not coming for me. But some of you have marked the correct answer. Why is it not able? Why is it not visible? I hope you all are there. Attempt it while by the time I'm just having a break, I'm having some water. Meanwhile, you just try it. I hope Tanushri, the question is visible. Okay, great. So with that, I hope I'm audible. How the answer is? How to answer? I think the poll must be there visible in the comment box when you attempt it. If it is not, we'll get it fixed. But as of now, let's solve this question first. How will I do it? See, this is again that category of questions where you can solve this with the help of options. You need not expand it completely or solve it completely. What am I asked? 0, any integer, any odd integer, any even integer. So I need to give a general answer, give a general result. You can answer your question here as well. But I'll say that if poll is not visible, maybe some issues from my side. Okay, leave it. I am saying that why can you not try some integers, and with those integers you will be able to conclude C. If it is any integer, then any even or any odd will be able to do it. So I'll try an even number once and then odd number, and then I'll be able to conclude it. So let me go with an even number. So let's say this is the determinant, which is A minus B and C. This is A plus 1, then B plus 1, then you have C minus 1. Then the next is A minus 1. There you have B minus 1. And there you have C plus 1. I hope there is no confusion on that. What about this? If this is turning out to be 0, which means both of the determinants are identical. If both of the determinants are identical, in that case, I'll try to form or create this determinant as same as the first one. We know if I take the transpose of a matrix, if it is a square matrix, if it is a square matrix, then its transpose will also give me the same determinant, because transpose of a matrix has the same determinant. I hope you remember that. Determinant of a matrix and determinant of the transpose of a matrix is always same, because rows and columns, if interchanged, the value of the determinant does not change. So I can change that, rows and columns, I can interchange that, because I can see A plus 1, B plus 1, C minus 1, A minus 1, B minus 1, C plus 1 coming into picture like that. So this first row will become the first column. So it will become A plus 1, B plus 1, C minus 1. This second row will become second column, A minus 1, B minus 1, and C plus 1. I hope you got that. I'm not writing the third row as of now, third column as of now, I'm skipping that. I hope you are understanding. There will be certain elements in the third column which I'm not writing. Okay, Tanushri, okay, Aman, okay, Salish, will verify that answer. But here, if I say that if I want to get this summation as 0, where I'm seeing a possibility of these two determinants becoming equal, then this sum will be 0 if there is a negative sign over here. And we know by swapping columns or rows, I can have a negative sign. So I am seeing A plus 1, B plus 1, C minus 1 in the second column in this determinant. So if I swap these two, I'll have a negative sign over here. So I'll have a negative sign if I swap these two. So I'll have this A plus 1, B plus 1, and C minus 1 in the second column. And this in the first column, what is it? A minus 1, B minus 1, and C plus 1. But the problem is still there. Sir, A minus 1, B minus 1, C plus 1 should be there in the third column. Okay, so I'll swap first column with the third column. But because of that, again a negative sign will be introduced. So negative will be make it positive. So A minus 1, B minus 1, C plus 1 will come into the third column. I'm swapping them here. So it becomes A minus 1, B minus 1, and C plus 1. And here, those entries will come which we have still not written. Which entries, students? This, and this. I hope you are understanding. I'm avoiding writing much because in determinants, you simply are using a lot of redundancy, which you should avoid to save some time. So with that, now minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. If I don't use this minus 1, what am I left with? A, B, and C. I'm left with A, B, and C. So if it is simply A, B, and C, okay, the power is n plus 2, n plus 1, and n. Okay, the power is n plus 2, n plus 1, and n. If I use this A, B, and C, I know if I now choose n as even, because I think even and odd will play the role. Clearly any integer won't be the answer. Clearly 0 won't be the answer, because if I put 0, 0 I think as of now can be classified as an even number. 0 is neither even nor odd, but here if I treat 0 as an even, because even and 0 are behaving same in this case, there I could restrict this question to option A and option B. I could clearly discard option 3 and option 4, because if option A is the answer, option 4 is the subset of option A. Did you get my point? So if it is MCQ, single correct option, then 1 and D cannot be both be the answer. So I'm left with two choices, any integer or any odd. But any one is a subset of any integer. So I think I'm left with only one choice, which is any odd. So without solving it further, I could conclude that possibly option B could be the answer. If you didn't get my point, let's try any odd. Let's take any odd value of n. Let's say 1, the simplest value. Why should we complicate it unnecessarily? So if I try n as 1, this will be 1 plus 2, which is 3. So it will give me minus A. 1 plus 1, 2, which is positive. So it will give me plus B. Minus 1 to the power 1, which will give me minus C. And if I take negative sign common from the first row, it will be plus, minus, plus, and there will be a negative sign over here, which will make both the determinants identical, and this summation will be 0, and this is 0 for an odd integer. I am saying this conclusion that if you could reach to this conclusion, then you know that this cannot be true for any integer, which means either it will be even or odd. If it is even, then under even 0 is also there. So this and this cannot be the answer. So I'm left with only one option, which is option B. Thank you so much. So I think we have option B as the correct answer. I hope you got this. We can move ahead with this conclusion. Did you get that? That without even solving it much, you could reach to the conclusion if you are thinking logically. If we could find a trap there. Can we move towards the next question? How many of you got this odd integer as the answer? So let me see the polls. Option B should have been the correct answer, which is marked by none. So can you not see this poll coming on the screen? I don't know what's wrong with this. We'll avoid using it. We'll use the comment box facility here. The question is based on trivial, non-trivial, infinite, zero unique solution or no solution. I'll simply give you that if you see a system of linear equations, and if the system of linear equations have the constant terms as 0, then the possibility is that it will have a trivial solution or non-trivial solution. The moment you see the homogeneous system of equations, which means the constant terms are 0, then all you got to find is delta. What is delta? Delta is given by the coefficients of x, y, and z. You take the determinant. And if delta is 0, then you will have trivial solutions. If the constant terms are not 0, then the system of equations is not homogeneous. This is a standard system of equations. Now there could be solutions, unique, infinite, or no. If it has a unique solution, in that case delta will be non-zero. Delta means what? The determinant formed with the help of the coefficient of the x, y, and z, which are x1, x2, x3 in this case. So it will be 1, 2, 1. This will be 2, 3, 1, and this will be 3, 5, and 2. So this is your delta. I hope you got this. If delta is not 0, you can say it will have unique solution. If delta is 0, if delta is not 0, you can say it will have a unique solution. If delta is 0, then two possibilities arise. It will have either no solution or infinite solutions. For infinite solutions, what you need to have is that delta 1, delta 2, and delta 3 should also be 0. Now, what is delta 1, delta 2, delta 3? For delta 1, you replace the coefficients of x by the constant terms. So if 3, 3, 1 are replaced here instead of 1, 2, 3, it will become delta 1. Delta 2 will be this column replaced by these 3, 3, 1. Delta 3 will be this column replaced by the constant terms. So if all these three turn out to be 0, then I say infinite solutions. The third case, no solution. I hope you understood. This is the case of infinite solutions. When you talk about no solutions, IIT JEE is still asking a lot of questions based on it. So now row echelon method is far easier than this Kramer's method. I totally get that, Nishok, but do you really need to use that? a very simple determinant can be used here, and I'll give you a better suggestion where you can find out the value of the determinant through Sarus rule as well. But definitely if you feel and find that row echelon method can be used, you are absolutely allowed to do that. If you feel and find that it saves a lot of time, definitely Nisho. And if I want to comment on no solution, what will I say? At least one of these should be non-zero. Two could be non-zero, all three could be non-zero, but at least, I repeat my word, at least delta 1, delta 2 or delta 3 should be non-zero. At least one of these three is non-zero. So from here, if I work on delta, now there is a Sarus rule to expand the determinant. The Sarus rule says repeat the first two rows, which is 1 to 1, then 2, 3, 1, and find the product like this. 1, 3, 2, which is 6, 2, 5, 1, which is 10, and 3, 2, 1, which is 6, minus. Take the product along the non-principal diagonal elements, which is 1, 3, 3, which is of course 9, 1, 5, 1, which is 5, and 2, 2, 2, that is 8. You take their sum. So this sum which you take along the principal diagonal elements, from that sum you subtract the sum of the product which you take along the non-principal diagonal element. This is, I think, 22. And this is 8 and 9, 17 plus 5 is 22. So 22 minus 22 is 0. So unique solution possibility is discarded. Now I'll be left with either no solution or infinite solution. Now to verify no solution or infinite solution, what I'll do is I'll find delta 1 or delta 2 or delta 3. So let's find delta 1. Now where do I find delta 1? I wanted to do it here, but let me do it here. I'll use a smaller level of font. So delta 1, 3, 3, 1 will come into picture. Then I'll have 2, 3, 5. And then I'll have 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Then I'll repeat these two rows, 3, 2, 1 and 3, 3, 1. I hope you understood. This is the delta 1 and I'm expanding it with the help of the Sarus rule. So with that, if I take it 3, 3, 2, so 9 into 2 is 18 plus 3, 5, 1, which is 15 plus 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, that is 2. Correct me if I commit any mathematical error. Then you have 1, 3, 1, that is 3. Then you have 1, 5, 3, that is 15. And then you have 2, 2, 3, 4 into 3 is 12. And if I solve it out, 18 plus 2 is 20, 20 plus 5 is 20 plus 15 is 35. 15, 12, I think that's 30 and that is non-zero. So if it is non-zero, I'll say I have reached to a conclusion of no solution. That's good, Tanushri, Purvi, Salesh, everyone. Good, 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 great. So I hope you got this approach and I hope you were aware of this short technique to find the expansion of determinant, because in this method, not much calculation of that plus minus sign issue does not happen. So that's where it is more effective, I'll say. With practice, you can definitely learn it. Let's solve the next question. It is clearly a replica of that previous question except for one minute change. If you could notice that minute change, I'll be hoping that this time you write the answer. The same question which we did previously, but with a minute change. So try solving this question. By the time you solve it, I'll have my coffee. So let's see how many of you could get the answer. I'm waiting. Try solving this question, students. There is a slight change in this question and I'll be hoping and seeing that how many of you are able to see that small slight change in this question. Give it a try. I'm waiting. I'm seeing the screen. I'm checking out the comments. So Salish is in a non-stop manner saying option B. Great, Salish. What about the other students? Okay, Aman. You need not write it 4 times. I am constantly checking the comment box. Even if you write it once, I'll see it. Don't worry about that. Other students, have you seen the catch here? Okay, Santosh is saying, hey, just the determinant is -1 to 1. Yes, yes. That's the observation. Good observation, Aman. Perfect. Okay, Purvi, great. Other students? Meanwhile, I'm taking this session. Do take care of it. It will be a lengthy session. It will be a long session. No matter how much I try to keep it shorten it, it will not be, since it is maths. Despite keeping some simple and decent questions, it will get stretched. So keep taking breaks. Don't stay, seated. Keep walking, keep moving. Do a lot of, what should I say, stretching meanwhile, because it is not good for anyone to sit for such a long period. Not even while pursuing your graduation or after doing your graduation, don't sit for long hours. It is really bad for your health. I think most of you must have done it, and we can solve this question. I hope you can see the small change here. I will, Salish, and thank you so much for such a good confirmation or validation that I will do it. I am bang on. I will make you revise this entire maths with this session. I am sticking to it. I hope you all stay there. But during that, keep taking breaks. Don't stay there. Don't stay seated. That's my request to you all. So A is again that same matrix. This is the same question. I'll just show you the catch here. I am allowed that here. What is the change here? That here A square is I. That same change here. So sum of the diagonals, A is determinant of A. So trace of A is 0. Previously also trace of A was 0 and determinant of A could be 1. Yes, determinant of A could be 1. There was a possibility. I could create that possibility. So I will say, determinant of A could be 1 or it could not be 1, because there in our case, which we created with that A cannot be minus I or I, which was given that as a constraint there. So yes, we could conclude that for that determinant A was turning out to be minus 1. So it is not necessary that determinant of A will be 1. So I hope with that we can conclude that statement 2 is false. Option B is correct. Perfect. Great. Thank you so much, Aman. So with that, let's move towards the next question. Permutation and combination we are doing now. Number of ways of distributing 10 identical balls in 4 distinct boxes so that no box remains empty. So what do we have? We have 10 balls and they are to be distributed in 4 boxes. Box 1, box 2, box 3, box 4. So I hope you remember, we have 10 balls and they are identical. So that's the problem, that they are identical. Now, this distribution can be done with this simple idea. The constraint here is that boxes should remain non-empty. Boxes should remain non-empty. Let me turn the AC on because it is getting suffocating now because of the closed room. So I hope it works well now. I'll get back to this part where I'm saying that these are the identical balls. These are the 10 identical balls and they are to be distributed among these 4 distinct boxes. Constraint was that none of the box should remain empty. I hope you have read the question here. None of the box is empty. So when you are asked to solve this category of questions, first of all, ensure that at least one ball is there in each box so that the boxes are not empty. So if I distribute one ball each to each of these boxes, what will I have? One here, one here, one here, one here. So out of 10, if I have given one ball each to each of these boxes, I'll be left with 6 balls. So the problem now boils down to distributing 6 balls in 4 boxes, 4 of course distinct boxes, in such a manner that the boxes can remain empty now. Because the problem which was saying that the boxes cannot be empty, I have resolved that. I have given one ball to each of these boxes. That can be done in only one way, because the balls are identical. So whenever you see this category of questions, the simplest idea is that n identical objects are to be arranged in R places or distributed in R places, or that can be done in n plus R minus 1 C R minus 1 ways. That's the formula. If you can remember this, I'm requesting you to by heart it. It is used at a lot of places. If you cannot, there is a logical approach as well. Let's treat this problem as that this B1 plus B2 plus B3 plus B4 should be 6, where any value could be 0 as well. So I need to take a sum of 4 variables, that should be 6, and 0 is also an acceptable value there. I hope you got that. So from there, can I not say that the solution to this problem is given by, if I place 6 ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ones, and 3 plus. So the number of ways in which these 6 ones and these 3 plus can be arranged will be my answer. Because one of the ways is that these two ones are there, then plus is there, then plus is there, then remaining ones are there. So 2 plus 0 plus 0 plus 4. That is one of the possibilities. So the number of ways in which these 6 ones and these 3 plus, basically 6 plus 3, 9 objects have to be arranged. So that is 9 factorial divided by 6 ones are identical. So 6 factorial into this is 3 factorial because 3 ones are also identical. From here, just give me a moment. The pen is also getting sweaty, so it is getting difficult for me to hold it. So here, 6 plus 3, 9. That is 9C3 or 9C6. That's exactly what I told you, that if you have 6 balls, n plus r. So 6 plus 4 is 10 minus 1, CR minus 1. That is equivalent to this only. So I hope you have understood both the approaches and you will remember that. You wouldn't forget it. Can we move ahead towards the next idea? Okay, so I'm showing you the next question. By the time I'm just doing some changes in the fan speed of the AC so that it works well. I hope you can see the next question. Okay, so the previous question had one more part where it asked you the number of ways of choosing any 3 places out of 9 different places. That is 9C3. So statement 2 is correct. Statement 1 I think was also correct. And statement 2 is not the correct explanation for statement 1 because that was different. But both of these statements were correct. Can we move towards the next question? There you see, assuming balls to be identical except for difference in colors, the number of, is my voice low? I hope I'm clearly audible, Aman. Other students, just confirm it once. Is it low? Because the mic may be getting discharged. So just give me a confirmation. All the other participants, I hope I'm clearly audible. Other students, I have turned the AC now. So turn the AC on now. So it might have affected the voice or the volume. Other students, am I clearly audible? Can we continue? If it is still low, we'll change the mic. So here, balls are different in colors, but they are identical in terms of size. Great. Thank you so much, Purvi. So with that, the number of ways in which one or more balls can be selected from 10 white, 9 green and 7 black. I usually explain it like this, that let's say you're going to a party. You're going to a marriage or a party like that. And in that party, let's say there are 10 sorts of vegetables are there. There are 9 sorts of, let's say, chapatis are there. 9 different categories of chapatis. And let's say 7 sorts of, let's say, rice or let's say sweets are there. So in how many ways can you feed yourself? Always remember. Now, in this case, 10 different vegetables are there. But in our case, all the 10 white balls are identical. So in this case, if 10 different vegetables are there, I will have how many choices? I can choose no vegetable at all, which means I could choose 10C0, or I could choose 1 vegetable or 2 or 3 or all the 10 vegetables and my plate if possible. So I would say 2 to the power 10 possibilities would have been there. 2 to the power 9, 2 to the power 7, because we know NC0 plus NC1 till NCn is 2 to the power n. But out of these all 3 possibilities, which means 2 to the power 10 into 2 to the power 9 into 2 to the power 7, I am left with one possibility where I'm not selecting any vegetable, any chapati or any sweet. So I'm not having anything in my plate, the plate is empty. So I'm supposed to exclude that possibility. But unfortunately, this is not the answer to this question, because here all the vegetables are same, all the chapatis are same, all the sweets are same here in this question. In this case, all the vegetables are different, all the sweets are different, all the chapatis were different. But if, let's say, if all the vegetables are same, all the chapatis are same, all the sweets are same, let's say you're purchasing fruits from a vendor. Sir, I was already feeling hungry. Now your example fired it up. You can have it, you can eat food while watching this session, no worries in that. So here 10 white, 9 green and 7 black balls are identical. So out of these 10, whether I choose 0 balls or 1 ball or 2 balls, they'll be same identical ways. Because when you choose any ball, when you choose 1 ball, you won't say 10C1, it is only one way. Because whichever white you choose, that will be same as previous one, because the white balls are identical. So in that case, out of 10 white balls, if you could choose any number of balls, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, there are only 11 ways. Because in only one way you can choose 0 balls. There is only one way in which you can choose 1 ball. You won't say 10 ways are there or other ways are there. No. You won't say for choosing 2 balls, there are 10C2 ways. No. There is only one way, because all the balls are identical. So any 2 you choose, that will be same. So out of 10 white balls, any number of balls can be chosen in 11 ways. 0 number of balls can be chosen, or 1 ball, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 10 balls can be chosen. So there are total 11 ways. With these 9 green identical balls, I can choose them in 9 plus 1, that is 10 ways. With these 7 black balls, I can choose them in 7 plus 1, that is 8 ways. But again, there is a catch. I have taken all the possible ways. In these possible ways, one case is also included where I'm not choosing any white, any green, any black. So I'm choosing no balls. But they are asking you to have one or more balls. So that one possibility where I'm choosing none of the balls should be excluded. So this would be the answer. I hope you can mark it accordingly. I think it should be 880 minus 1, that is 879. How many of you got this as the answer? Do write in the comment box. This chapter is such a beautiful chapter in its nature. My teacher of mathematics used to say that the student or the person who is good at permutation and combination can be deduced as a logically sound person. Because permutation and combination is a very straightforward, easy chapter. If you could crack the idea of the number of ways of calculating a problem or the summation which you are supposed to solve, then you would have cracked it. And if you have cracked the wrong idea, you get the wrong answer. So cracking the right idea is the most important thing here in this chapter. I hope you would remember that. Can we move ahead from here? How many of you got the answer as 879? Do write in the comment box. I'm waiting for responses. Are you all there? With that, let's move towards the next question. It says A and B are two sets asked by JEE Mains in 2013 containing 2 elements and 4 elements. So if A has 2 and B has 4 elements, how many elements will be there in A cross B? I hope you remember. If I'm creating a relation from A to B, which means I'm taking the Cartesian product of A to B, then the number of elements in A cross B will be 2 into 4, because there are 2 elements in A, there are 4 elements in B. So for each of these 2, there are 4 possible images. So 2 into 4, there will be total 8 images. So 8 pairs will be there in A and B's Cartesian product. With that, what is expected out of me? They are expecting that I should have 3 or more elements. I should have the number of subsets which are having 3 or more elements. So out of these 8 available elements, 3 or more elements can be chosen in how many ways? I'll say, sir, I choose either 3 elements, or I choose 4 elements, or 5 or 6, or I choose all the 8 elements. Is there a shorter method for that? I'll say this can be written as, if it is 8C0 to 8C8, it will be 2 to the power 8. But from this, if I subtract 8C0, 8C1 and 8C2, I'll be left with the same case. So I hope instead of calculating this one is easier and you would do it because you know how to expand it and get the answer. Did you get that? Can we move ahead? With that, when we see the next question, what do we see? An interesting one asked by JEE Mains in 2013. Tn be the number of possible triangles formed by joining vertices of an n-sided regular polygon. So this is an n-sided regular polygon. And what is Tn? The number of triangles. So we know if it is an n-sided regular polygon, all the n vertices are non-collinear. And how do we form a triangle? So to form a triangle, we need 3 non-collinear points. So if I have n-sided polygon, which means I have n non-collinear points. And out of those n non-collinear points, how many triangles can I form? So to form a triangle, I need 3 non-collinear points. So out of n non-collinear points, the number of ways in which 3 non-collinear points can be chosen will be NC3. And it is nothing but what? The number of triangles we are able to form. So Tn is nothing but what? NC3. So what will be Tn plus 1? Tn plus 1 will be n plus 1, C3. And this difference we are given as 10. Now, if I know how to expand it, I think I'll be able to solve it. How do we expand n plus 1 C3? So n plus 1 C3 can be written as n plus 1 factorial. I hope you know how to expand NCR. You know the formula for that, right? I hope you know or remember both the formulae. Can you help me with NCR and NPR? Do you remember these formulae, NCR and NPR? And do you know the relationship between NPR and NCR? Permutation is a combination first and then arrangement. I repeat. What did I just say? That when you talk about arranging R objects out of n objects, then all you got to do is select R objects out of n objects and then arrange those R objects. Did you get my point? So I hope you remember NCR is given by n factorial upon n minus R factorial into R factorial. But if I multiply NCR by R factorial, I'll be left with N factorial upon N minus R factorial, that is NPR. I hope there is no confusion, hesitation, problem on that. Do you remember these two? So with that, I'm leaving it here, skipping this part here, or I'll do it anyways. So N plus 1 C3. I could simply expand it with the help of formula, or we could use that simple technique where I say N plus 1 C3 is N plus 1 up till 3 terms N minus 1 divided by 3 to 1 minus NC3 will be N minus 1 and what? N minus 2 divided by 3 to 1 is equal to 10. So this 3 to this 3 to is basically LCM, that is 6. So 6 goes on the other side, makes it 60. So this becomes 60 and there you put a negative sign. But I think I can take n minus 1, n minus 1 common. So when you take n minus 1 common, what are you left with? I hope you all are there. N plus 1 minus n minus 2. So minus n plus 2. This is given as 60. Now there, if I am asked to figure out this value, this n and this n are cancelled. This is 3. 3 when divide 60 leaves you with 20. Give me two natural numbers whose product is 20. This should be consecutive one. So I think it should be 5 and 4. Without even solving or making a quadratic here, you can say that n will be 5. I hope there is no confusion on that. How many of you got this answer 5? Just do tell me if you could crack it. I hope most of you were aware of this approach, and you will, if you were not, you will remember this technique, this method, this idea. With that, I'm moving ahead with the next question, the next idea from this chapter. Asked by JEE in 2015, what does it say? The number of integers greater than 6,000 that can be formed using the digits 3, 6, 7 and 8. The problem here is a lot of students think that the number which we are supposed to form should be a 4-digit number only. And what are you saying? I did not get that. Sir, can you what? Which part? The previous question. I'll repeat the logic here. The logic is simple. Tn is basically the number of ways, the number of triangles which can be formed out of n non-collinear points. That can be done in NC3 ways. And I have simply used this technique. N into n minus 1 is 20. So two consecutive natural numbers, their product should be 20. That is 5 and 4 only. So by comparing this, you could crack n as 5. You need not form a quadratic and solve it. That's what I've said here. With that, let's solve the next question. So here, I am saying that if I'm having 5 digits, of course, repetition is not allowed. Take care of it. With the help of 5 digits, I can create either 4-digit numbers or 5-digit numbers. So I'll be creating either 4-digit numbers or 5-digit numbers. So whenever I form a 5-digit number, no matter what I do with that, that will anyway be greater than 6,000. So for a 5-digit number, I have 5 digits. I can arrange them in any ways. So 5 digits at 5 places can be arranged in 5 factorial ways. That is 120. So OR means what? Addition. So these number of 120 ways should be added to this number of ways where 4-digit number is needed to be formed. The catch here is that it should be greater than 6,000. So if it is greater than 6,000, for at this place, it could be either 6 or 7 or 8. Because I cannot have a 3 or 5 here, because with that it will be less than 6,000. So this place can be filled in 3 ways. How many digits did I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, out of which 1 digit is already used. So I'm left with 4 digits. So this place can be filled in 4 ways, this in 3 and this in 2 ways. So 4 into 3 is 12. 12 into 6 is how much? 72, I believe. Right? 12 into 6 is 72. Great. So this is 72. So this gives you 72 ways. This gives you 120 ways. 120 plus 72 should be 190. And that's what I'm telling, that 122 or 72 will not be answer. Salesh, I hope you understood the problem. The problem was you were not supposed to form a 4-digit number. Why are you in a rush? That problem of being in a rush, being in a race, being in a mode of competing someone makes you commit error. You can drive fast, but you got to be very alert, very attentive, very cautious. A single breaker or a casual, what should I say, a casual, minute distraction will make you commit the error. And they'll give you the options. The wrong answers you're getting will be there in the options. And you'll be very happily marking option 72, which is the incorrect one. Even 120 is the incorrect one. The answer will be 120 plus 72, which I believe is 192. Did you get that? Can we move ahead with the next question? this one. So we have moved towards probability now. Let's take a break. It is 8:16 right now. So let's take a 10 minutes break. We'll resume our class. We'll resume our class at 8:50, 8:16, right? So with 8:26. And the question is visible on the screen. Don't solve it. Take a break. Take a good break. Take a good break. Take a 10 minutes break. Walk around. Stretch yourself. Don't stay seated. Take a good break. Okay, so anyone who is able to answer this question, are you all there? I hope you had a break. You must have had something. You must have eaten something. So here in this question, I'd like to tell you that in probability, you are asked to memorize and learn a lot of formulae. But in some questions, you can crack them with the help of set theory if you know the basics. How? Have a look at that. I am told A and B are two events. P A union B is 3 by 4, intersection is 1 by 4. Let's treat it as two sets. I hope you all are there. Come back, everyone. Hello, 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 everyone. If you can hear my voice and if you are eating something, keep eating, but look at the screen as well. Avoid doing this again in life. When you eat, just eat, your generation especially, but at this moment, look at this solution. It is very crucial because I'm telling you that in probability, where you need not learn a lot of, where you are supposed to or asked to learn a lot of formulae, a lot of questions can be done with intuitions. Look at this example. And some of you who could have gotten the answer, do write your response in the chat box. So what do we do here? A and B are two events. A union B is 3 by 4. So let me create a set or a Venn diagram. What do we want? We are expected A naught intersection B. Let me try and highlight this. This is your set A. This is the set B. What are we asked? We are asked to form A naught intersection B. So first of all, what is A naught? If I could highlight and show you A naught, then anything in this universal set except for A is A naught. So all this region, this entire region which I'm creating here is A naught. And this A naught's intersection I'm supposed to take with B. What is B? Sir, this entire is B. So if I take A naught's intersection B with B, would you all not say that, sir, A naught's intersection with B would be this? So all I need is only B. Great, Santosh. That's perfect. All I need is only B. Now, how do I find only B? With the help of this data. Now, what all I know? Let's forget that this is a question of probability. Let's highlight these areas. What is P A union B? Sir, P A union B is entire expression. That is given as 3 by 4. So P A union B is given as 3 by 4. Great. Intersection is also given as 1 by 4. So A union B is given as 3 by 4. Intersection is given as 1 by 4. Great. A naught is given as 2 by 3. So A naught means what? The portion where A is not there. And then this is what we are asked. If I could simply tell you that what is P A union B? P A union B means what? This entire space, which is 3 by 4. I am not able to write it here because of this. I'll be creating a lot of mess in that case. And what is P A intersection B? This common part, which is 1 by 4. And there, what is P A naught? That is 2 by 3. So from P A union B, if I subtract from P A union B, if I subtract P A intersection B, what I'll be left with is, I hope you can clearly see, from P A union B, this entire portion, if I could subtract this portion, I'll be left with only A and only B. I'll be left with only A and only B. But from that, I'm supposed to remove that portion also, which is A. So what is A naught? Sir, A naught is 2 by 3. So if A naught is 2 by 3, what will be A? A will be 1 minus 2 by 3. I hope you know that. If A naught is 2 by 3, what will be A? Probability of A will be 1 minus 2 by 3. So 1 minus 2 by 3 will be 1. So A union B minus A intersection B will give me what? It will give me, this is your entire A union B. From this, if I am removing this part, which is A intersection B, I hope you are understanding what I now will be left with is this part A only and B only. But what do we want? Sir, what we want is that we don't need this A only, we need this B only. So how will I get that part? So from P A union B, if I've removed this P A intersection B, I'm left with this part and this part. I hope you got that. Now from here, let me just show you here. If I could now, I hope you all are with me so far. There is no confusion on that. How am I deriving this formula? I'm taking you through that entire process step by step. And I'm giving you this idea. I and a lot of teachers, I would say the entire teachers fraternity is a firm believer of this saying that give a man a fish and you can feed him for a day, and teach a man how to fish and you can feed him for life. So what our motive is that we want you to become independent. We want that we become useless and you can develop that skill that you can solve this problem. So my motive here is to make you understand that how can you develop that formula. So I'm giving you that entire approach here. A lot of things you can do by yourself. So here, I had P A union B, then I removed P intersection B. So what am I now left with? I'm left with this part. I'll highlight it with this pink color. So I'm left with this part and this part. This is what it leaves me with. But from this, I'm supposed to remove this part as well. So how do I get this part? Which is PA only. So if I could remove from PA, if I could remove PA intersection B. From PA, if I could remove PA intersection B, because this entire is your PA. And from that, if I could remove this part, do you not think I'll be left with A only? So from A only and B, I'm removing this A only, I'll be left with B only. That is exactly what we are looking for. I hope you have understood how did we develop this formula. So how does it turn out to be as? This turns out as PA union B. What is PA union B? This is 3 by 4. This is minus, this is plus. So I hope you can see that this are cancelled. PA intersection B, because from PA union B, if I remove PA, if I remove PA, I'll be left with B only. So you not do this entire thing. I hope you have understood that part as well. I have tried using this approach, which is clearly not needed. I repeat, from PA union B, if I removed this A part, I'll be left with B only. So instead of doing this entire formula, I could have used the other formula as well, which is P A union B, from which if I subtract the portion where B is there, from which if I subtract the portion where I am having A only, then I'll be left with the portion which is B only. So what is PA union B? Sir, PA union B is 3 by 4. What is PA? PA is 1 by 3. And from there, I think I can get the answer with some simple steps. That's what I have tried telling you, that you can develop formulae with that. So I think 3 into 3 is 9. 9 minus 4 is clearly a 5 by 12. That's good, Aman. What about the other students? Have you got the answer like that? Can we move ahead with the next question? A dice is tossed 5 times. Getting an odd number is considered a success. Okay. Then the variance of distribution. So this variance has come into picture. Statistics with binomial, with a probability. And of course, binomial is also there. So how do we do that? First of all, understand the coin is tossed 5 times. So n is 5. How do you define success? The success is defined as that when you have an odd number. So when a dice is thrown, there are 3 odd numbers, there are 3 even numbers. So success means the value of P as per the formula will be 1 by 2. The non-success, that is 1 minus P. So that is Q. Q is defined by 1 minus P, that is 1 minus 1 by 2, that is 1 by 2. So variance is a very simple formula. Students, do remember, variance is given by NPQ. That's the formula which you are supposed to remember. So if somebody asks you how do you define variance, for this question it will be N, that is P. What is P? That is 1 by 2. What is Q? That is 1 by 2. So your answer should have been 5 by 4, option A. Option D. I hope you got that. With that, I have Muhammad Adib. Let's focus here. If you wish to revise probability, you have a good platform here. Avail this opportunity. There is one more thing which I'd like to tell you, that if you wish to figure out the mean, whenever you're asked to figure out the mean, variance has this formula. Mean is defined by NP. What is N, students? N is basically, of course, the number of trials. This coin is tossed 5 times. What is P? P is 1 by 2. So if you are asked mean ever, then mean will have this formula NP. I hope you will remember that. You wouldn't forget that. Can we move ahead from here? I hope you all have understood this part. With that, let's solve the next question. Let's do a poll, but poll is useless. So if you know probability, I'd be really happy if you give it a try. Take 30 seconds time, it is sufficient. By the time I'll be end up speaking, you would have been able to solve it if you are good at probability. So give it a try. I'm waiting for your responses, students. How do we solve it? A problem in mathematics is given to 3 students, A, B, and C. Their respective probability of solving the problem is 1 by 2, 1 by 3, and 1 by 4. So these are independent events. Whether A solves this or not, it is not dependent on B solving the problem. It is not dependent on C solving the problem. So they are independent events. So when somebody says that what is the probability that the problem is solved? So a lot of possibilities are there. A solves, B and C don't. A and B solve, C doesn't. So a lot of cases are there. Instead of that, see, the total probability is 1. From that, if I subtract the probability when A doesn't, when B doesn't, and when C doesn't. So the probability when A, B, and C, none of these three, all of these three are not able to solve this question. In that case, 1 minus all the other cases, the problem will be solved. It will be solved by either one of them or two of them, all or three of them, because the case when the problem is not solved by any of them is excluded. So 1 is 1. What is the probability that A doesn't solve it? Sir, the probability that A is able to solve is 1 by 2. So the probability that A is not able to solve is 1 minus 1 by 2 into, because they are independent events. So P A intersection B intersection C will be PA into PB into PC. Same will be true for their knots as well. So from here, if this is 1 by 2, what will I do? B naught. B naught will be 1 minus 1 by 3. That is 2 by 3. What is C naught? C naught is 1 minus 1 by 4. That will be 3 by 4. So from here, if I calculate this, I think this 2 and this 2 are cancelled. 1 minus 1 by 4, that is 3 by 4, which gives you option A. Great, Santosh. What about the other participants? Were you able to think like this? Were you able to reach to this conclusion? I hope there is no confusion on that. Can we move ahead with that part? I hope you have understood this question as well. Look at this part. What does this question say? Events A, B, and C are mutually exclusive. Mutually exclusive, mind you, happening of one event. Let's other event does not take place. So PA, PB, and PC are defined like this. Set of possible values of X are in the interval. So X is what we need to figure out, the range of X. How do we do it? I need to ensure that PA, PB, and PC are mutually exclusive. So that means that this event will lie between 0 and 1. The probability of this event B will also lie between 0 and 1. The probability of this event will also lie between 0 and 1. So from here, I'll reach to the first conclusion where I'll say 3x plus 1 by 3 should lie between 0 and 1. From here, I'll be concluding that 3x plus 1 will lie between 0 to 3. From here, I'll conclude that 3x will lie between minus 1 to 2. From here, I'll be concluding that x will lie between minus 1 by 3 to 2 by 3. I hope you got that. You have understood that without any confusion. Second event, the probability of B event. Mutually exclusive they all are. So this probability will also lie between 0 and 1. So from here, I'll conclude that 1 minus x by 4 will lie between 0 and 1. From here, I'll say that 1 minus x will lie between 0 to 4. From here, I'll say minus x will lie between minus 1 to 4 minus 1. 4 minus 1 is 3. If I take negative on all the three sides, the sign of the inequality will get changed, which means x will lie between minus 3 to 1. I have swapped these terms with these negative signs. You got that? With that third conclusion, this expression PC will also lie between 0 and 1. So with that, what will I have? 1 minus 2x. Are you all there listening and understanding? Were you able to think of this question like this? Were you able to crack this idea, students? All the students who are listening, 18 people are watching right now. Have you been or were you able to think like this? I'll multiply 2 on all the three sides, so it will give me 0 less than 1 minus 2x less than equal to 2. If I subtract 1 on all the three sides, it will give me minus 1, minus 2x, and 1. Correct me if I'm wrong. I may commit any error, calculation-based error. So correct me if I'm wrong, and that is a good check so that I can verify whether you are watching it attentively or not. So if I multiply or divide it by minus 2, again the sign will change. The signs will change. So with that, if I divide it by minus 2, this will become minus 1 by 2. This will become plus 1 by 2. So I'm swapping them like this, and this is where I'm left with this x. There, students commit an error. Since these are the three events which are mutually exclusive, and in that case, we can say that P, A union, B union C will be PA plus PB plus PC because they are mutually exclusive. With that, this probability also will lie between 0 and 1. So one more check we are supposed to apply. You need not take the intersection of these three cases. One more case will come into picture. So PA into PA plus PB plus PC is what you need to check. Sir, can you do probability one shot before 12th Gen? Aman, I have already recorded but the problem is it may get delayed with this release because there is a planner, there is a schedule which we are following. So I doubt whether it will be released or not. I'll definitely request the team to release it as soon as possible, but I doubt. So yeah, but before the next attempt, all the one-shots will be released. I have already recorded all the one-shots. So with this PA plus PB plus PC, you will create the third possibility. You will add this to this to this. How do we add it? 3x plus 1 by 3. So you have this 3x plus 1 by 3 plus, it is simply based on calculation. It is lengthy in terms of calculation. So you got to accept some lengthy questions. 1 minus 2x by 2. But remember, there are three categories of questions. Easy, which are doable and quickly doable. Moderate, which are doable but take some time. Tough, which don't seem doable and about the time you don't know. I wouldn't say that you should attempt even the moderate ones. Focus on the easy ones first of all. A different mindset, a different confidence will be there for easy ones. And once you have attempted all the easy ones, then go for the moderate ones. And as I have previously mentioned, the easier ones and the moderate ones are always sufficient for you to crack the exam, to get a 99 percentile. Trust me, in mathematics sections specifically. So I'll get back to this. This summation should also be between 0 and 1. That is what we need to have. Let me just check these values, whether I have taken the correct values or not. 3x plus 1 by 3, 1 minus x by 4, and 1 minus 2x by 2. So these are the three values. Now, I think 12 should be the LCM. So to make a 12 here, I'll multiply it by 4. So this becomes 12. To make a 12 here, I'll multiply it by 3. So this becomes 12. To get a 12 here, I'll multiply it by 6. So this becomes 12. So 12, 12, 12 is the LCM. 12 when multiplied both the sides, this becomes 0 to 12. Now in the numerator, this is 4 into 3. That is 12x plus 4. This is 3 minus 3x. This is 6 minus 12x. So finally, we are reaching towards the conclusion. What do we see? 12x, 12x cancelled. 4 plus 3, 7. 7 plus 6 is 13. So this leaves you with 13 minus 3x should lie between 0 to 12. From here, if I subtract 13 from all the sides, minus 13, minus 3x, and this leaves you with minus 1. 12 minus 13 is minus 1. If I divide all the three sides by minus 3, the signs will be swapped. So the signs will be swapped means what? 1 by 3 should be less than equal to x, should be less than equal to 13 by 3. Now what you do is, I leave this step up to you. This conclusion which you have received here, and these three conclusions, you got to take the intersection of these three. All I'm suggesting you to do is don't create a number scale or a number line and then take the intersection. No, please don't do that. A very simple idea will do the justice here. Simply find out the smallest value. So between minus 1 by 3, minus 3, minus 1 by 2, and 1 by 3, which value is the greatest value? So I think between all these values, you can easily figure out that all these three are the negative numbers. So among these negative numbers, this is the greatest number. So your final answer will be greater than 1 by 3. That is true for sure. So do I see any option which is greater than 1 by 3? There are two options which are greater than 1 by 3. Option B and option C. Now let's look at the other possibility. Among these values, 2 by 3, 1, 1 by 2, and 13 by 3, which is the greatest? I think which is the least, because I'm taking the intersection. So 13 by 3 is the greatest. I'm looking for the least. 1 by 2, 1 and 2 by 3. So I need to compare between 1 by 2 and 2 by 3. 2 by 3 is 0.66, 1 by 2 is 0.50. So 1 by 2 will be my answer. Option B will be the answer. I see 19 students currently watching this video right now. How many of you got this answer? Do tell me. And if you did, what was your approach? Were you able to think like this? Can we move ahead from here? Now, the moment I said 19, the value dropped. Great. So I won't count the number, because the moment you start counting the money you have, you start losing it. Okay. So the mean and the variance. Question based on what we have just learned or seen, the concept. So mean and variance. I hope you remember mean. Mean is given by NP. Do you remember that? Variance is given by NPQ. So of a random variable x having binomial distribution are 4 and 2 respectively. So they are giving you mean, which is NP, which is 4, and the variance they are giving as NPQ, which is given as 2. What do we do here? Aman is saying, sir, can you do probability one shot before 22? No, Aman, as I have already told you. If no, don't worry. So I think I have already it will not get released. That's the problem, Aman. There are some trend constraints there. So if I divide NPQ by NP, NP and NP are cancelled, so I'll be left with Q. So there on the right hand side, 2 should be divided by 4. So when 2 is divided by 4, it leaves you with 1 by 2. So if Q is 1 by 2, I can crack P because P plus Q is 1. So if Q is 1 by 2, P will be 1 minus 1 by 2, that will be 1 by 2. So if I replace P as 1 by 2 here, 1 by 2 into 4 will give me N, which is 8. So there are 8 trials in this binomial distribution where the probability of having one success is 1 by 2 and having one failure is 1 by 2. Now, okay, so from there, official physics wala is saying hello sir, thank you so much. Hello official physics wala. So I think it's our boss, official physics wala. Then probability distribution when the value of the variable binomial distribution in this random variable is 1. So probability of having one success. So out of 8 attempts, I need to select only one possible attempt, which should be the successful ones. And in that attempt, I should be successful. So being successful, the probability is 1 by 2. P is having success. And that success should happen only once out of those 8 attempts. So at the remaining 7 attempts, with those remaining 7 attempts, 1 by 2 should be raised to the power 8 minus 1, that is 7. So this is how you can calculate it and get the correct answer and mark the right option. Okay, so Akanksha Zawar is saying have some water. Definitely, Akanksha. Now, with that, I already had, I'll definitely have it. Thank you so much for such a beautiful and gentle reminder. I'll definitely have it soon. So here, this is how you can calculate it. Can I move ahead here? Now we are moving towards vector. There it says that A cross I cap whole square, A cross J cap whole square plus A cross K cap whole square is equal to what? A very simple question it is. I'm asking you to make you, or basically the idea is I want you to remember or learn the concept of cross product. So how do we take it? As per the syllabus of JEE mains, they have removed the scalar triple product or the vector triple product, but trust me, it will be used in the questions. A lot of questions which can be done with the help of simple basic dot and cross product can be done with the help of scalar triple product and vector triple product, and we have covered it in vectors in 3D. If you haven't, or if you are confused with that, we have released a one shot on that. You can watch it. Purvi, why are you saying hello right now? Learn the concepts and study, right? So I hope you all are there. Can we continue with that? So vector A, I'm taking as a random vector. I'm taking this vector A as xi cap plus yj cap plus zk cap, right? So this is how I'm taking this vector A. So I hope you know, with the cross product, what happens is that when you take the cross product of A with I cap, so I hope you know, in cross product you see sine theta, and in dot product you see cos theta. I hope you are understanding my point. So in a cross product, the I cap and I cap component will become 0 and you're left with j and k. So here cyclicity should be maintained. So if I is followed by, let's say j is followed by, let's say k. So if that cyclicity is maintained, I'll simply, for example, I cross j will be k, j cross k will be I, k cross I will be j. But if the cyclicity, the order changes, I'll use the negative sign. So there I'll say this xi cap plus yj cap plus zk cap whole cross I cap, right? So what will be its value? I cap cross I cap. I hope understanding will be 0 because sine theta, the angle between them will be 0. So ji means the order has changed, so it will be minus k. So it will be minus yk cap plus jki. So ki means the order cyclicity is maintained, so it will be plus j ki means what? J cap, zk cap. With that, this is the value of this part only. And this square means what? You got to take the square of this, which means square means what? This product should be, this vector should be multiplied with itself. So I need to take its dot product. And with the dot product, I hope you remember. So when I'm saying that vector A square is needed to be done, all you need to take is A dot A. And what is A dot A? Sir, A dot A is square of magnitude of A. From that, I can see a symmetry or similarity here. So I can use the generalized result. So if I am simply solving this part only, so this square will be square of the magnitude of this vector. Magnitude of this vector will be y square plus z square inside an under root. That under root will be eliminated by this square. So I'll be left with y square plus z square. So if I have gotten a y square plus z square from here, I'll be getting other two terms from here and the remaining two terms here. So I'll be getting x square plus y square plus z square twice. So that means my value will be 2 times x square plus y square plus z square. What is x square plus y square plus z square? That's the mod of a mod a square. So I think a dot a is needed to be done, but that needs to be doubled. So it should be 2a square. If you all are watching it right now, the way you were responding or writing your answers in the comment box, what happened to the energy? Why are you not answering? Why are you not writing the answers? I'm hoping that you all are solving with me the same enthusiasm you had initially. One of my mentors has said to me this earlier or previously in my life. Previously in my life means a few years back only, that a lot of things can be started with enthusiasm. You get passionate about something and then you start. But to accomplish them, to complete them, you require patience. So I hope you all are passionate and having that patience. Passionate to start something and have patience to complete that. So if you have started something, finish it. That same zeal or enthusiasm may not be there, but you got to finish it. That's the oath you took while starting this session, right? Great, Santosh Aman. That's the energy we are expecting right now. So can we continue with that? With that, let's see the next question. This is a simple question. Just I want to make you remember or memorize the concept of position vector with the section formula. How? There is a point C, which is the midpoint of AB. So there is, let's say, a line segment AB defined like this, on which the points A and B are given. There is an external point, let's say P. So with respect to this point P, how can I define these two vectors PA and PB? I hope with this external point P, I can define the vectors PA and PB like this, because something related to that is given in the options. Now what I do next is, what am I asked? Then something related to PA, PB and PC. So what am I told? C is the midpoint of AB. So on the line segment AB, there is a point C. So C is the midpoint of AB. So will I not hesitate in saying that this vector PA plus this vector PB divided by 2 will be equal to vector PC, the median only. This is the median of this triangle PAB. Section formula, do you remember that? So from that, I hope you can reach to a conclusion. PA plus PB is equals to 2PC. Option A can be marked. Through these questions, I hope you are understanding. Okay, Aman, great. Even it has charged me also up. Full energy, great. Have moderate energy. That is more better. Don't be at peaks. Sometimes you are extremely high, sometimes you are extremely low. Have that moderation in your life. Have that balance. Look at this question. So A, B, C are non-coplanar vectors. So whenever somebody says that these three vectors are non-coplanar, always remember the box of ABC. The box of ABC will be non-zero. So if they are coplanar, if they lie in the same plane, if these three vectors are lying in the same plane, vector A, vector B and vector C, then the box of them will be zero. But here, the box of them will not be zero because they are non-coplanar. I hope you got that point. From here, if I go ahead with the conclusion, what I'm receiving here is lambda of this, lambda square of this, lambda of this is equal to this. RHS we'll talk about later. Let's simplify LHS. If you take box of three vectors, the short trick is you take the determinants of their components. So here, if I'm taking the determinant of this, then the first row or the first column will have a lambda scalar, second column will have lambda square, third column will have lambda. So lambda, lambda square and lambda can be taken common from the determinant. Do you remember that? From any row or any column, you remember that? So lambda, lambda square and lambda will come out, so I'll be left with lambda to the power 4. And inside that determinant, I'm still left with A plus B, B and C. Do you remember the addition of determinants? So when you add or subtract determinants, let's say it is a 3 by 3 determinant, then you got to keep the 2 row, 2 columns intact, and you can do this addition or subtraction with that third left or the remaining row. So here I'm left with A plus B. So can I not write this as lambda to the power 4 whole of scalar ABC plus BBC. I hope you understood that, because these two columns will be same except for this column, which I can write as A plus B. So I hope you have understood that part. But here the problem is, what about BBC? Vector B and vector C are coplanar because in this two vectors are same. Or if you didn't get that, in a determinant, if two columns are same or identical, the value of that determinant is 0. So this box will become 0. So on the LHS, I'm left with lambda to the power 4 times box of ABC. Let's simplify the right hand side. What do I get by simplifying the right hand side? This is box of A, B plus C and B. If I split it, if I'm splitting the RHS, I'm splitting it right here only. I hope you won't get confused. So I can split it like A, B, B plus I'm writing it as a sum of two determinants. So the other determinant will be A, C and B. I hope you got that. But again, A, B, B, two columns are same, which means this determinant will be 0. A, C, B, if I swap this B and C, so two columns are being swapped. So if two columns are being swapped, the determinant changes its sign. So here, if I swap A, C, B, where if I swapping B and C, so I'll be having this B and C instead of C and B. So there, RHS, this part becomes 0 is equal to minus of A, B and C. I hope you remember, I can cancel this determinant by this determinant because despite it being a variable, this cannot be 0 because they were non-coplanar. So I can cancel out this determinant or by this determinant. So what I get is lambda to the power 4 is minus 1. And we know lambda to the power 4 cannot be minus 1 for any real number. No values of lambda. Are you understanding these concepts from the chapter determinant? Will you remember these learnings? Can I move ahead with that? From here, if I go ahead, what I see next is another question. Box of ABC. This is a classic question which will make you understand how do we figure out box with the help of determinants. So box of ABC is a very simple idea. First of all, I'll write vector A in its component form. So A vector has 1, J component is not there, so 0, and K component is minus 1. Then I'll write vector B. So what is vector B? Vector B is given by X. Then I'll have 1 from here. Then I'll have 1 minus X from here. I hope you got that. There is no confusion on that, I believe. And then Aman is saying no value. Yes, Aman, great. And then I'll have C. Vector C is Y, then X, then 1 plus X minus Y. I hope you got that. Shall I repeat this part? Vector A is 1, 0, minus 1. Vector B is X, 1 and 1 minus X. And vector C is Y, X and 1 plus X minus Y. We are told that box of ABC depends on what? And there are certain options given to us. So let us try and find out the box of ABC, right? How do we figure the box of ABC out? I'll say that expand this determinant. So one of the ways is using the Saras rule. So I'll repeat the first two rows 1, 0, minus 1. And then I'll have X, 1 and 1 minus X. Okay, so I'll take the product. So 1, 1, 1 plus X minus Y. So it will be 1 plus X minus Y, right? Then X, X minus 1. I hope this principal diagonal you are getting. This principal diagonal you are getting very clearly. So X, X minus 1 gives you minus X square. Then what you get next is Y 0, 1 minus X. Because of this 0, the entire product becomes 0. Minus whole of product along the non-principal diagonal elements. So minus 1, 1, Y. So that leaves you with minus Y. 1 minus X, X and 1. So that leaves you with X times 1 minus X. So that is X minus X square. X minus X square. Then this product will again become 0. So this is the conclusion you get. Let's simplify this so that we can finally reach to the answer. So the answer will be 1 plus X minus Y minus X square minus of Y minus X plus X square. And when I finally reach to the conclusion, what do I see? X and X square are getting cancelled. So I'm left with, even this Y and Y is also cancelled. So I'm left with 1 as a constant. So it is clearly not dependent on X on Y. Then it depends on neither X nor Y, option D. How many of you got the correct answer as option D? Do write it in the chat box. I'll be really happy. Some of you could tell me that option D was the correct option. Tell me how many of you got the correct answer. I'm waiting for your responses, students, in the comment box. Are you all there? I hope you all can listen and understand this very clearly. I'm just having some water right now. By the time you see a question and solve it, and don't forget to keep yourself also hydrated. So I've shown a question on the screen. Try it by yourself. Okay, so I think we can solve the next question. A, B, C, bit instinct non. I'm hoping that you all solve it and give me the answer quickly. Those who were participating so enthusiastically in the beginning, trust me, this is one of those easiest questions. You have my affirmation. Go ahead and tell me the answer quickly within seconds. So here, if the vectors are in a plane, so I repeat, if the vectors are in a plane means coplanar, the determinant will be 0, which means the first vector is AAC, so AAC. The second vector is IK, which means 1, 0, 1. IK, second is CCB, so it should be CCB. And if it is coplanar, then its determinant will be 0. So I'll use Sarus rule again. I hope you are comfortable with the Sarus rule. All the participants who are watching it right now, are you comfortable with this technique of expanding a determinant, which I'm discussing right now, the Sarus rule? Repeat the first two rows, which is A, A, C. Then the other two rows, which is 1, 0, 1. And from here, how do we apply Sarus rule? I'll depict or demonstrate it one more time. This, and this, addition of this product minus this, and this. Remember this. So here, when I go ahead, what I see clearly from here is that if I take A0, B is 0, 1cc is c square, then I'll see c is 1, that's AC, minus C0, C0, 1CA is AC, and the other part is IC is AB. And this sum should be 0. This sum should be 0 means what? They should be equal. If the sum is 0, which means the difference should be equal. Because this minus this was 0, so this should be equal to this. AC is cancelled by AC. So what you get is C square is equal to AB. And if AB, C are in GP, then C square is AB, which means C is the geometric mean of A and B. Interesting it was. Good Santosh, good Aman. I hope the other participants have also gotten this answer and they have understood the concept of coplanarity now. Move ahead towards the next question. If a line makes an angle of pi by 4 with the positive direction of x-axis and y-axis, then the angle that the line makes with the positive direction of z-axis. I hope you have understood this part. With the positive direction of z-axis. I hope you know that this angle will be denoted as cos alpha, cos beta and cos gamma with x-axis, y-axis and z-axis respectively. And with that, we know that cos alpha, cos beta and cos gamma are nothing but the direction cosines of that line. And we know that sum of the squares of the direction cosines is 1. That's good, Quenter Sky. I'm glad that you answered the question. What about this one, students? So L square means what? Cos square alpha. Cos square alpha means cos square pi by 4. The line makes same angle pi by 4 with the y-axis. So cos square pi by 4 again, which means 2 times cos square pi by 4. Plus with z-axis, it will be cos square gamma. And that sum L square plus n square should be 1. From here, cos square pi by 4 is 1 by root 2. The square of 1 by root 2 is 1 by 2. So 2 minus 2 is 0. Sorry, 2. What I'm doing? Mentally, I'm going one step ahead, but I need to. Okay. So cos pi by 4 is 1 by root 2. Square of 1 by root 2 is 2. I mean 1 by 2. So 2 gets cancelled by 2. So you're left with 1 from here. So 1 minus 1 is 0. So cos square gamma is 0. With this 0 to 90 degree, with the positive direction of z-axis as I'm seeing, if gamma, if I wish to predict, it will be 90 degree. That's option B. A very easy question which you could have been able to do. You should have been able to solve with some simple finger at your fingertips only. That's good, Quanter Sky and the Tanushri. That's brilliant. I hope you all are aware of this simple basic concept from three-dimensional geometry. The next question. It is an interesting one. Let's say there is a line. Let's say there is a line. Good, Santosh. That's great. And that line is the intersection of two planes. So this plane, let's say like this, and the other plane, let's say like this, are intersecting. Let's say the laptop on which you're watching this video right now, this is your screen, this is your keyboard. They are two plane. So the line at which your screen and the keyboard are merging will be the line of the intersection of these two planes. So first plane has this equation 2x plus 3y plus z is equal to 1, which means this 2, 3, 1, the coefficient of x, y, z will be the direction ratios of the normal to the plane. So there will be a normal to the plane which will have the direction ratios as 2, 3 and 1. This is not a point, direction ratios. Similarly, there will be a normal to this plane as well. There will be a normal to this plane as well. And to that plane, the direction ratios of that normal will be 1, 3 and 2. And let's say the direction ratios of this line are L, M and N. I'm saying direction ratios. I haven't mentioned them as direction cosines, because if I wish to claim them as direction cosines, I need to have L square plus M square plus N square to be 1, which I haven't checked so far, which I haven't gotten it so at all so far. So with that, if I go ahead with my conclusion, what I'll say is, see, if this line is there, if this plane has this line as perpendicular, this normal is perpendicular to this plane, that normal will be perpendicular to this line as well, if you could imagine in 3D. So here, the A1, A2 plus B1, B2 plus C1, C2 will be, yes, Santosh, but they will ask questions on it. Have faith in my words. Please have faith in me, and in advance, they'll definitely ask questions on it. So why not revise it through just one simple question? And even if it is not a question on plane, two lines are perpendicular, then A1, A2 plus B1, B2 plus C1, C2 is 0. That is what we are using right now. So here, it should give you 2L plus 3M plus 1N is equal to 0. The second conclusion which you'll get is A1, A2 plus B1, B2 plus C1, C2 for this and this. That is L plus 3M plus 2N should be equal to 0. Did you get that part? I hope there is no confusion on that. Now, if I wish to solve these two equations, how do I solve it? I hope you all are with me so far with that. I'll say L upon something should be equal to M upon something should be equal to N upon something. Now, how do I write it? For this L upon something, I'll multiply this minus this. So 3 into 2, 6 minus 3. So this will be 6 minus 3. For M, I'll remove this and this, but this minus this. So 1 into 1 minus 2 into 2. So 1 minus 4 is what I'll do here. For this N, I'll do this minus this. So 2 into 3, 6 minus 3. So this will be 6 minus 3. And let's say this is equal to lambda, a constant. So here, I'll say this 6 minus 3 will give you 3 basically from here. This 1 minus 4 will give me minus 3 from here. And this 6 minus 3 will give me a 3 from here. I hope there is no confusion on that. So I got the values or the ratios of L is to M is to N. Now from there, what I need to do is, the line makes an angle alpha with positive x-axis. So I need to find L. But this L is here is the direction ratio. I need to find the direction cosine so that I could find cos alpha. So if you want to say that L is cos alpha, you may be wrong. You could be wrong. So to find L, what I know is L is to M is to N is 3 is to minus 3 is to 3, which I can write as 1 is to minus 1 is to 1. So if I want to have the actual L, these I could have or should have taken as ABC. So now in that case, L will be L, the actual L, or I should not write it as L, I should write it as cos alpha, will be given by L upon under root over L square plus M square plus N square. Don't say that L square plus M square plus N square will be burned. These are not those LM and N which are the direction cosines. They are the direction ratios. So with that, cos alpha will turn out as L. What is that L? 1, 1, 1, 1. That is root 3, which should be given in option C. So great, Tanushri, brilliant. Option C should be the correct answer. Quanter Sky is asking how to improve mock marks. We have already released a lot of strategy videos on that. You can watch that. In a simple language, learn the classification of questions. Every paper contains some sort of doable questions by all the participants. Focus on those questions, Quanter Sky. Focus on those questions always, always. Easy and moderate questions. This exam is not just about selection of the questions. This exam is more about rejecting the bad questions, the wrong questions. So if you are good at rejecting the bad questions, if you can identify the bad question, which is a trap for you, which is going to get in, which is something which is kept as a trap, which will make you waste your time. Avoid solving those questions. Don't waste your time. And being mentally so confident that yes, even if 2, 3, 4, 5 questions go wrong, you still attempt the next question confidently. You don't lose your confidence. So yes, that's the key. Moving ahead with the next question, 2, 3, 5 is one end of the diameter of a sphere. So there is a sphere. And the way we study these shapes in 2D, in 3D also the things remain same. So this sphere will have its center as negative half of the coefficients of x, y, and z. So the negative half of 6 minus 6 is 3. The negative half of minus 12 is 6. The negative half of minus 2 is 1. So this is going to be the center of the sphere. If this is the center of the sphere, we are told that the diameter of this sphere has one extreme as 2, 3, 5. Now I hope you know by midpoint theorem I can say double of this minus this will be the other extreme. So from here can I not conclude double of 3 is 6 minus 2 is 4. Double of 6 is 12. 12 minus 3. 12 minus 3 is how much? What is 12 minus 3 students? I forgot. 9, right? So 12 minus 3 is 9. So 4 comma 9. There is only one option. Option C. Did you get that? Easy question just to make you understand or remember or memorize the concept of sphere. That how do you figure out its center? If let's say they are asking you the radius of this sphere, it will be g square plus f square plus h square minus c. So it would have been 3 square plus x square plus 1 minus 20. The same way in which you have been doing in 2D, the same concepts, the same formula are extended in 3D. If you could relate it with that. With that, the next question. The straight lines, this and this intersect at a point. Now, if they are lying in a same plane, then they'll be intersecting. So one of the ways is make them lie in a one plane. With that, you can say so. Or the second case is the shortest distance formula. The shortest distance between these two lines will be 0 because they're intersecting. That formula is also will give you the condition that these two lines are made coplanar. So let's say this line is given by that it passes through a point vector A. So vector A is what? 1, 2, 3. The other line passes through a point vector A2. Let's say the A1 is 1, 2, 3. The vector A2 is 2, 3, 1. And the first line is parallel to the vector B, which is ki cap, 2j cap, 3k cap. The second line is parallel to the vector B2. Let's say 3i cap, k cap, and 2k cap. 2j cap. Sorry, 3i cap, kj cap, and 2k cap. So with that, what is the formula for the shortest distance between two lines, two skew lines? Let's say if this line is given by A1 plus lambda B1 and this line is given by A2 plus, let's say, mu B2. So A1 and A2 are 2 points on which 2 points are lying on these lines, and B1 and B2 are the parallel lines to these two lines. So we know that shortest distance is always found along the common perpendicular, common normal to these two curves, which are lines in this case. And that shortest distance is given by A2 minus A1 dot B1 cross B2. That is the box of A2 minus A1, B1 and B2 divided by modulus of course, you got to take the mod here. Of course, you got to take the mod here, mod of B1 cross B2. I repeat, you are basically taking the projection of A1 minus A2, this line segment, by joining these 2 points on the perpendicular vector to this B1 and B2. Because B1 cross B2 will be the perpendicular to it. So if you take the projection, it will give you the shortest distance. With that, if I could move ahead now, you all must be realizing that if they are intersecting at a point, that means this distance will be 0. If this distance is 0, which means, remember, this is the formula for the shortest distance between two lines. Remember that. If this distance is 0, which means the numerator should be 0. Numerator means what? Numerator means what? A2, this is your A2, minus A1, this is your A1. Remember that. These are the points through which these lines are passing. So A2 is what? 1 minus 2, that is minus 1. A2 minus A1. Then 2 minus 3, that is again minus 1. Then 3 minus 1, that is 3 minus 1 is 2. So that is your A2 minus A1. First row. What about second row? Second row is your vector B1. Vector B1 is K23. Vector B1 is K23. What about vector B2? Vector B2 is 3K2. Vector B2 is 3K2. Now, we were told that these two lines are intersecting, which means the shortest distance between them is 0 or they are coplanar. So this is the condition for coplanarity, or the lines are intersecting. That means the shortest distance between them is 0. So if this is 0, I hope you know how to expand a determinant. And by solving this, you can find the value of k. So I'm leaving this part only where you are supposed to expand this determinant and find the value of k, which you can. I hope you wouldn't forget. The only thing you got to remember is they are asking you integral k. So if a quadratic gets formed, you got to take the integral value of k. I hope you would. With that, let's move towards the next question. There I am told that a line passing through the points phi 1 alpha, 3b1 crosses the yz plane. Crosses the yz plane at this point. Great. First of all, let's forget everything and let's write the equation of the line created by joining this point with this point. How do we do that? I'll say x minus 5 upon 5 minus 3, that's 2, is equal to y minus 1 upon 1 minus b is equal to z minus a upon a minus 1. And if I wish to take any point, any variable point lying on this line, how will I take it? I'll put it equal to lambda. Through that, I'll get x, which is 2 lambda plus 5. I'll get y, which is lambda times 1 minus b plus 1. And I'll get the z coordinate, which is lambda times a minus 1. This is minus a, right? Yes, so it should be plus a. So this is coordinate of any point lying on this line, the variable point. But what are we told? That this line intersects the yz plane. So I hope you remember, on yz plane, the x coordinate of any point will be 0 because it is the yz plane. So if it is the yz plane, x coordinate should be 0. So if I put 2 lambda plus 5 as 0, from there I'll be cracking lambda as minus 5 by 2. I hope there is no confusion on that. So if lambda is minus 5 by 2, I'll put the value of lambda here and here. With that, I'll get the coordinates 0 because this will be 0. This will be minus 5 by 2 times 1 minus b plus 1. And this will be minus 5 by 2 times a minus 1 plus a. I hope I'm writing it correctly. Yes. Now this is the point where this line intersects the yz plane. But this line where it intersects the yz plane is given by this. So this point is equivalent to 0, comma 17 by 2, comma minus 13 by 2. Now from here, if this and this coordinate is same, can you help me with the answer? I hope you all would be agreeing that, sir, if these two coordinates are same, then this value here will be equal to this value. And this value here will be equal to this value. Now left with two more steps, which I'm hoping that you'll do. When you put this equal to this, you'll get a linear equation in A. By solving this, you'll get the value of A. When you put this equal to this, you'll get a linear equation in B, which you can solve by simply solving it. And through that, you can crack the values of A and B and you can mark the correct options. All the students who are watching this video right now, are you all there? Because right now students have stopped responding. Are you all there, students, everyone? Are you all listening and understanding whatever I've done so far? How did I create the equation of the line? How did I think that, yes, if it is lying in the yz plane, what would happen to the x coordinate? And after x coordinate, thank you so much, Gaurav sir. Thank you so much. And with that, if I have the yz, the point of intersection of that line with that plane in the yz plane like this, then of course you can compare the variable coordinate which you have cracked with the given coordinate so that you can find out the values of A and B. I hope you all are there with me. Can we go ahead with that? Great, Santosh, Thanu, Tanushri and Aman. Brilliant. I hope all the other students are also listening and understanding. From that, we are moving towards the next part of our algebra, which is complex numbers. A very simple question I have deliberately kept to make you understand the concept of conjugate. So complex number z1 upon z2 is there. You need to take its conjugate. So conjugate of z1 upon conjugate of z2 can be done. So it will be 1 upon conjugate of iota minus 1. If you are thinking the conjugate is iota plus 1, then you are absolutely wrong. The conjugate is change the sign of the imaginary part. So it is minus iota minus 1. So that's the conjugate. But I think this kind of option is not given to us. So how do I simplify this? I think I need to take this negative sign common. So I'll be left with minus 1 upon iota plus 1. Do I have any option like that? Yes. Let's say this option is also not given in the question options. Then how do I solve it further? Then rationalize it. The other answer could have been minus 1 upon iota plus 1 into conjugate of it will be 1 minus iota divided by 1 minus iota. By that you would have gotten another answer. That could have been possibly given in the options. I hope you got that. That's good, Santosh. That's brilliant, everyone. With that, when I move ahead, if you are getting the answers, don't hesitate in writing those answers in the comment box. I totally understand that you're getting the answers and you're staying quiet and watching the solutions. But it really gives me the idea that yes, you're watching, you're solving, and you're getting the answers. That gives me more confirmation, confidence, and validation that yes, you all are there. Third thing, that yes, this is how you can stay active. That is what we have already discussed, right? This is the category of questions which IIT JEE loves asking. Questions based on triangle inequality. How do we solve it? First of all, I hope you know that through triangles also we remember that if, let's say, I am taking two complex numbers And if I'm taking their sum or difference, I'm taking their mods. So this is always less than equal to the sum of their individual mods. And this is always greater than equal to the difference of their individual mods. Do you remember that? That's exactly what I'll do here. Most of the times we use this one to solve our questions. This one to find out the maximum and minimum value. How do we solve this question? I have given you the hint. You have the question right there in front of you. Don't use AI. Try and write your answer in the chat box by the time I am taking a 5 minutes break, so that you can also take a break. So it is, I think, 9:22 right now. We'll resume our class by 9:30. So we are taking a break, a 5 minutes break. Will resume at 9:30. And you should also keep taking a break, keep taking the breaks like this. Stretch yourself, hydrate yourself, have some water. We'll resume in 5 minutes at 9:30. Hello, hi everyone. So I hope I'm clearly audible. You all are there. Great. So let's resume our session. So in this category of questions, what you're supposed to do is that's exactly what we'll discuss here. So we know this is Z1, let's say this is Z2. So I can say Z1 minus Z2, which is what? 4 upon Z. The sum or difference of two complex numbers is always greater than equal to the difference of their individual mods. So here I can write it as Z1 mod minus Z2 mod. So mod of 4 is not needed to be taken because mod can be distributed in numerator and denominator. Mod means modulus of the complex number here, mind you everyone. So 4 upon mod Z. I hope you got that. But here, this expression is given as 2. So I can replace or substitute this by 2. I hope there is no confusion on that. So modulus of a complex number, which means a real number, that variable's mod is given as less than equal to 2, which means this number will lie between minus 2 and 2. I hope you know that whenever I say that mod x is less than equal to 2, we can say that x will lie between minus 2 to 2. Do you remember that? So from there, if I could go ahead with that conclusion, will I not say that here mod z minus 4 upon mod z will lie between minus 2 and 2. Now from there, let's say I pick this particular result. That will help me in reaching the conclusion. How? I can multiply both these sides by mod z because mod z is a non-negative integer or value. So here, if I multiply both these sides by mod z, it will give me mod z square minus 4 is less than equal to 2 times mod z. So if I rearrange this entire expression, I'll get mod z square minus 2 times mod z. I hope we are going great. Minus 4 less than equal to 0. I hope I haven't made any calculation based error. Correct me if I have it. I hope you all are there listening and understanding. So when I solve this particular inequality, let's say mod z is a variable basically. So if I solve this inequality, this is a quadratic with the coefficient of z square, x square is positive, which means upward facing parabola. So it will, if it is asked to be negative, it will be between its roots alpha and beta. So it will be between its roots alpha and beta. I hope you're understanding. So when I use wavy curve method, it will be plus minus plus. So if I want this quadratic to be negative, it will be between its roots. So it will be between its roots alpha and beta. I hope you got that. So let's say this quadratic when solved by Sridharacharya will solve because I think splitting the middle term wouldn't work here. So by that, I'll find two roots alpha and beta. So what I'll be concluding with that, if I wish to solve this inequality, I'll be saying that mod z will lie between alpha and beta. So beta is going to be the largest possible value, the greatest possible value of this mod z. So now my job boils down to the simple fact that I figure out mod z. I hope you got my point. So how do I find mod z? Just give me a second. To find out mod z, all I need to do is apply Sridharacharya on this quadratic. So when I apply Sridharacharya on this quadratic, what I get is mod z is equal to, if I treat it as a quadratic, it is minus b, which is 2, plus minus under root over b square minus 4ac, so that is 4. Minus 4ac means what? 4 into 4, that is 16. I hope we are going great. B square is 4, minus 4ac is 16, divided by 2a. So 16 plus 4 is 20, that is 5 into 4. 5 into 4 means 2 root 5. 5 into 4 means 2 root 5. So 2 cancelled. So mod z is equal to 1 minus root 5 and 1 plus root 5. Which is the bigger root? Which is the greater root here, students? Can you help me with that? So beta will be 1 plus root 5. So I'll say mod z will always be greater than 1 minus root 5 and it will always be greater than 1 plus root 5. Whenever you're asked to figure out the maximum or minimum value of these kind of expressions based on complex numbers, all you're going to do is that use triangle inequality. I hope you wouldn't forget that. Did you understand? There were a lot of branches getting opened, so I kept on narrowing it down. So I chose the right approach because I knew the approaches. But if I could solve it with the systematic approach, there were multiple branches getting opened. So I did not show you those other branches which could have led you to the wrong path or towards the wrong answer or towards the answer which will not give you the maximum value of mod z. So there were multiple branches, but I kept on taking the right path and I came to the conclusion of the right answer with these steps. But when you solve this, you will be getting a lot of steps. I hope you got my point. With that, when I solve the next question, what do we see? The next question says the number of complex numbers z such that mod z minus 1, mod z plus 1 and mod z minus iota is equal. So mod z1 minus z2 means what? The distance between these two complex numbers z1 and z2. Basically, this is coordinate geometry only. This is vector only, if you could see it. So if I could plot these numbers on our Argand plane or on the coordinate plane, one of the points is 1, 0. So this will be 1, 0. The other point is minus 1, 0. So this will be minus 1, 0. The other point is, thank you so much, Chetan. The other point will be 0, 1. So what is 0, 1 here, students? 0, 1 will be this. I hope this is properly visible and understandable. With this, I'm clearly seeing a triangle getting formed. With this, I'm clearly, thank you. With this, I'm clearly seeing a triangle getting formed. So with this triangle, what I want is that there should be a variable point which is equidistant from these 3 points. Can you help me with this from coordinate geometry? I'm asking you, is there a point which is equidistant from all these 3 points? Can you help me with that point? If you simply know the basics of circumcenter, incenter, orthocenter, and centroid, you would have concluded that with some simple steps. I'll say there definitely be a circle passing through these 2 points such that this circle will have its center, and that center, wherever it is, of course, I'm not interested in finding that accurately, that center will be equidistant from all these vertices of a triangle, circumcenter. So there will be only one point. Of course, Santosh, it could be 0, 0, which you can of course say that yes, 0, 0 will be the point because 1, 1, 1. I hope you got that. Perfect. But for that, Santosh and everyone, Tanushri and everyone, what you need to understand is that you need not solve this. A lot of students are in a rush that they replace z by x plus iota y, and then they replace it, then they solve this inequality, and then they find the value of x and y, which is 0, 0. This you can conclude with your logical mindset that if there is a point which is equidistant from 1, 0, 0, 1 and minus 1, 0, then this will be the circumcenter. That is the point which is equidistant from all these 3 vertices of this triangle. So with that, you could simply conclude that there will be only one point fulfilling this particular condition. So if you remember these learnings, orthocenter, circumcenter, incenter, centroid, you can clearly conclude these things logically. This particular one, simply, just give me a moment. The bottle dropped from here. Hold on for a while, students. I just need to arrange these bottles so that they don't fall again. Here, what are we saying or what are we discussing next? 1 plus omega to the power 7 is equal to a plus b omega. Can you help me with the answer to this question? If you can, do write your answer in the comment box. I'm waiting for responses. Omega is of course a cube root of unity, which is not 1. I'll say that we know that 1 plus omega square is 0. With that, you reach to a conclusion that 1 plus omega is basically minus omega square. So if I substitute 1 plus omega by minus omega square, what do I get? Minus omega square raised to the power 7. Minus omega square raised to the power 7. That is basically what? Odd power. So 7 into 2 is 14. We need to divide it by 3 and see the remainder. So I think 14 when divided by 3 leaves you a remainder 2. I hope you remember and understand that, because up till 12 I'll be able to divide it. Or if you cannot crack it like this, 4 plus 1 is 5. 5 when divided by 3 leaves you with the remainder 2. So this should be minus omega square. Do we know what is minus omega square? Yes, we have already cracked. That is 1 plus omega. But that we are given as a plus b omega. And when you compare it, a is 1, omega is b is also 1, 1, 1. How many of you got the answer? Do write in the comment box. I'm hoping and waiting for answers. Now, moving ahead with the next question, what do we see next? This question gives you more clarity about complex numbers merged with quadratic and when you deal with complex roots of a quadratic. How? Have a look at that. It says this is a quadratic, which is of course a complex quadratic equation because z square plus alpha z plus beta is given. It has two distinct roots. Distinct, I hope you understand. On the line, real z is equal to 1. So it has its two distinct roots of two distinct roots, the real part of those two distinct roots is 1 because it lies on a line real z is equal to 1, which means the real part of those two distinct roots will be 1. So if I say one of the root is 1 plus p iota, would I not say the other root will be 1 minus p iota? Because for a quadratic, if a quadratic has two distinct roots, it is not a complex quadratic because alpha and beta are real. So this is a real quadratic equation. I correct my words, I take my words back, I repeat. It is a real quadratic equation. It has complex roots. Complex quadratic means that alpha and beta are also become complex. In that case, I cannot say that the roots will be conjugate of each other. I can say this, that the roots will be conjugate of each other only when this quadratic is a real quadratic equation. And alpha and beta being real, keeps this quadratic equation a real quadratic equation. With that, I can say that the roots will be pairwise conjugate. So if one of the roots is 1 plus p iota, the root will be 1 minus p iota because 1 is the real part of both of those roots. The second conclusion which I can bring into picture will be, what am I told that what is necessary here? Okay, great. So can I first of all say, let's say even if it not asked, sum of the roots. So 1 plus p iota plus 1 minus p iota. If somebody asks you the sum of the roots, would you not hesitate in saying that, sir, it will be minus alpha upon 1? So we can clearly say that alpha will be minus 2. Had you asked the value of alpha, it would have been minus 2, but you are not asked that. You are asked something related to beta. Because if you look at the options, beta is something which is there in the picture. What is beta? So beta can be deduced with the help of product of the roots. So product of the roots is c upon a, which is beta, and it will be 1 plus p iota times 1 minus p iota. So we know z bar is mod z square. So here I'll say beta will be 1 plus p square. Now we know that 1 plus p iota will have p as a real number. Although p iota is the imaginary part, but in this imaginary part, p is a real number. So if p is a real number, square of this real number will be non-negative, which means p square will always be greater than or equal to 0. And if I could add 1 to it, 1 plus p square will be greater than or equal to 1, which means beta will always be greater than or equal to 1, which means I can say beta will be between 1 to infinity. Did you understand that? Can we move ahead towards the next question? I hope you can see the next question right there on the screen. I hope you all can see it right there. Are you all there watching it and learning it? The next question says, in a class of 100 students, there are 70 boys. Just give me a second, students. There are how many boys? 70 boys, right? So with that, average marks in a subject are 75. Okay, so there are 100 students. So total number of students are 100. And how many boys? So if I ask you the number of boys, they are 70. So what are we told? The average marks in a subject are 75. So what are we told? There are 70 boys whose average marks in a subject are 75. 75 is not the average of the class. We have moved towards the statistics part, students, so be very careful and cautious. This 75 is the average of the boys. This is not the average of the class. So this is the average of the boys. And the average marks of the entire class is 72. So average of the entire class is 72. So what are we asked? What is the average marks of the girls? This is a question of weighted averages. What do you mean by weighted averages? I hope you don't do it like this. Let's say I tell you that the average weight of boys is this, average weight of girls is this, then what will be the average weight of the class? Then you don't take the average of averages. You don't take the average of girls and boys, and then you don't take the sum of the averages of girls and boys and then you divide it by 2. That will be wrong. Weighted average will be given by, or the absolute average of the class will be given by the total weight of the class. Total marks of the class will be given by what? Number of boys multiplied by the average of boys, which is 75, plus number of girls. So there are 100 students, out of which 70 are boys. So we are assuming that 30 will be girls. If there are only 2 genders in the world, with that, 30, the number of girls, should be multiplied with the average of the girls, which I don't know. So let's say average of the girls is denoted by AVGB. So this is the total marks attained by the class divided by number of students. So number of students are what? 100. Do we know the average of the class? Yes, I think the average of the class is 75. Sorry, I think I'm making any mistake. The average of the class is 72. So this will be 72 from here. Now all I need to do is simply do a calculation, because this 72 into 100 minus this will be 30 into this. So average of girls, this should not be B, this should be G. So average marks attained by girls will be this into this minus this divided by 30, which you can do simply. My motive was to make you understand the concept of weighted averages, which I hope you all have understood now. Are you all there listening and understanding? Have you all gotten clarity on statistics? With that, can we move ahead from here? What do we see next? A clear question on variance. Statistics is all about learning the formulae. If you know the formulae, you can crack the questions within seconds. How do we do it? Look at this part. In an experiment with 15 observations, so the number of observations is 15. The following results were available. Summation of square of those observations was 2830. Summation of those observations was 170. Great, perfect. But what is the problem here? I think there was a problem with the data that one observation that was 20 was found to be wrong and it was replaced by 30. So 20 was an incorrect value and 30 was a correct value. When you taught, that's good, Tanushri. I hope all the other students are also listening and understanding. With that, can I not say that when you talk about the formula for variance, you say it is given by summation x square by n minus summation x by n whole square. But are you not noticing a problem in this question, that there is a correction, that when you added the observations squares, when you took the sum of the squares of the average sum, the sum turned out to be as 2830. But here the square of 20 was incorrectly taken instead of square of 30. So this much problem will be there. Sir, please help. maths में आता है सब, पर questions practice नहीं आती, पर सर question समझ भी नहीं आते, एक बार solution देख लो तो आ जाता है. 23rd को JEE है, क्या करूँ, 60 plus possible है. Yes, Pirates Gaming 6624, watch it. You will see a good improvement in your rank. Questions are standard decent ones, deliberately kept there to make you revise the entire maths in this one shot. So if you put efforts in watching this one shot with your total complete faith and consistency, you would definitely get something decent out of this session. I have my faith in my teachings and I'll definitely give you something really valuable from this session. Good, Piyush. Hi, everyone. So with that, I hope you are understanding. Summation x square will have this correction that 20 square was wrong one and that 30 square should have been there. So I should introduce this in that summation x square if I talk about that correction. So 900 minus 400, that is 500, should be added in that. So if this was the previous data of summation x square, which is 2830, I should add 500. I hope nobody is thinking that instead of 20, 30 should have been introduced, which means 10 square 100 should be added. No, that is wrong. I hope you're understanding it. So with that, this summation x square should be divided by n. What is n? N is 15 minus summation x by n. Then there is again a problem. What is the problem? Sir, the correct data, correct value was 30, but we took 20. So there was a difference of 10 in summation of x. So if summation of x was 70, I should add a 10 to it. I hope you're understanding why. And this should be divided by 15. So this is summation x by n whole square. And this will be the correct variance, which I am not going to calculate. I am hoping you would do it by yourself. Statistics is more about calculation before and after you are clear with the formulae. Yes, Piyush, thank you so much. With that, can we move ahead with that? Next question will be right there in front of you. Piyush, I'll be more happy if you could solve some questions for me without using AI, right? So this question says the median set of 9 distinct observations is 20.5. If each of the largest observations of the set is increased by 2, then the median of the new set. See, what is the median? The middlemost element, if they are arranged in the ascending or the descending order, how long will this session go on, sir? Tanushri, if I could tell you honestly, what is half of 160? Can you tell me with that? Half of 160 is 80. So we are halfway. We started at 5. This is 10 o'clock approximately. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 hours. So 5 more hours it will take. Let me be very honest. In the worst case scenario, 4 hours minimum. I hope you're okay with that. Can we go ahead with that? So from here, we are told that the median based question it is, right? So we all are aware that these 9 observations are there, out of which I have arranged them in ascending or descending order. So if I'm arranging them in the ascending order, the largest value, the largest 4 values, when are increased by 2, will not affect the middlemost value, which is your 5th value, because there are 9 elements, 4 ahead of that and 4 after that, right? Sorry. Yes. So that middlemost element will still remain at this position only. So the median remains intact. And if the median remains intact, I'll say it has remained as the same as that of the original set. I hope you got that. Kishore Kumar is asking 11 JEE 2027 backlog session in maths. This is that session, Kishore. This is the backlog session of 11th and 12th both. Moving ahead with the next question, what do we see here? In a series of 2n observations, half of them are equal to A and the remaining half are equal to minus A. Perfect. If the standard deviation, now what is standard deviation? I hope you know the relationship between standard deviation and variance. If you don't, can you help me by writing your response in the comment box? I'm hoping and expecting and waiting that can you relate standard deviation with variance? The hint I'm giving you is that one is a square of the other. Now, what is it? I'm waiting for your responses. Do write in the comment box that whether standard deviation is a square of variance or variance is a square of standard deviation. Do help me with that. From here, I'll come back to the conclusion. I'll of course solve this question. But before I solve this, we know the formula for variance. I'll find the variance. You'd help me with standard deviation. I'm still seeing the comment box. Tanushri, I told you 4 more hours minimum it will take. Now, variance is given by summation x square by n minus summation x by n whole square. Now, summation x square by n is given by what? Summation x square means what? The sum of the squares of each of these terms. So, there are half of a are n a's, and the remaining n are minus a's. Because there are 2n observations, out of which half, which means n observations are a, and the remaining half n observations are minus a, minus a, minus a. So if I square and add them up, which means a square plus a square plus a square 2n times, I hope there are not n observations, they are basically 2n observations. So I got to have a 2n here. So a square plus a square 2n times, which means 2n times a square divided by 2n. Did you get that? I hope there is no confusion on that. From here, summation x. Now there is a catch. Half of n are a, remaining terms are minus a. So na minus na, which means 0. So 0 upon 2n will be 0. This means this gives you 0. So this turns out to be a variance, which when simplified basically becomes how much? 2n are cancelled. Variance becomes a square. I hope you have understood it comfortably without any hesitation or doubt. Now, this is not what we are given. What are we told? What are we told? That the standard deviation of the observations is 2. Standard deviation of the observations is 2. So always remember, standard deviation is basically equal to under root over variance. I hope you know that. Square root is a standard variance. Standard variance, I think you need to correct the language. So when I go ahead with this conclusion, what I have is that standard deviation is 2. So I hope you remember that variance will be square of standard deviation. So we were told that the standard deviation is 2. I hope you got that. So if standard deviation was 2, the variance will be square of standard deviation, which is 2 square. So we got variance, which is what? A square. So a square should be equal to 2 square. So I hope you wouldn't hesitate in saying that a should be plus minus 2. A should be, I'm really sorry, a should be plus minus 2. But what are we asked? We are asked mod a. So mod a will be plus 2. With that, you can mark the option A. Are we clear on that? Have you understood this particular part? Can we move ahead with that? Let's see the next question, for which I'm giving you some time. If you can, this is an open book test. This question you can solve or answer by looking at the answer key, or by searching on the internet as well. So you have this liberty for this question. Find histogram on internet, find change of scale, find everything, and tell me about mod, median, and all these things through this question. I'm waiting for 1 minute, and do tell me what could be the correct answer to this question. I'm waiting for your responses, students. By this is an open book test. You can find out the answer on internet, but yes, you should be logically right while answering this particular one. I'm hoping your answer comes with a logical approach. I hope there is no doubt or hesitation with this previous question. I'll simply say that if you understand these things, mod, median, and variance, you can talk a lot about this data. Let's begin with option A. Mod means what? It can be computed with the help of histogram. Histogram means what? The pie chart kind of a thing, or a bar graph kind of a thing. So let's say in a histogram, I'm giving you the observations and I'm talking about their frequency. That which observation is coming how many times. Okay, Kishore and Tanushree, which observation is coming how many times? So if I am able to get the idea through histogram that the number of times an observation is coming, then what is mod? The observation which is there with the high frequency, which is appearing for the most number of times, highest number of times. So I can get the idea through histogram. So I can crack mod of a certain data set with the histogram. So option A is option A means statement A is absolutely correct. Statement B, median is not independent of change of scale. Let's say there are certain observations 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or let's say 7. So in these observations, as I have already arranged them in the ascending order, 4 is the median. Let's say I change the scale. I change the scale means I multiply all the observations by 2. So if I'm multiplying all the observations by 2, they'll become 4, 6, 8, 10, and 14. Now when I figure out the median, it will be 8. So I can clearly see the median has changed. And if the median has changed, which means the median, when it says median is not independent of change of scale, yes, median is dependent on change of scale. So previously it was 4, now it is 8. So option B or statement B is also correct. Variance is independent of change of origin and scale. No, that's wrong, because previously so far we have seen a lot of examples on variance. If I change the data, if I multiply all the observations by a certain number, the variance will definitely change. But it says it is independent of that. No, that's false. So statement C is incorrect. So I'll say option A and B, which means option C. I hope you all are listening and understanding and you have understood this particular one. Can we move ahead with that? Let's look at the next question now. Now, algebra is done. We are moving towards trigonometry. And as promised, after trigo, we'll look at coordinate geometry. And in the end, we'll conclude our session with calculus. With that, the next question says, alpha minus beta is between pi and 3 pi. Okay. We are told sine alpha plus sine beta is this. Cos alpha plus cos beta is this. Then we need to figure out cos alpha minus beta by 2. I'll simply say that square this and square this. So when you square this, it is sine square alpha plus sine square beta plus 2 sine alpha sine beta is equal to square of this, which I'm not doing because calculation is the part which I'm skipping right now, hoping that you can do it by yourself. I'm just simply sharing the approach. If I square this particular part, it will give me cos square alpha plus cos square beta plus 2 cos alpha cos beta. That we get as 27 square upon 65 square. I hope there is no confusion on that. Can I move ahead with that? From here, if I add these two equations, I can clearly see sine square alpha, cos square alpha, sine square beta 1. So 1 plus 1 means 2. So this is 2 plus 2 times cos A cos B plus sin A sin B. That is cos A minus B. So it will give me cos alpha minus beta. On the right hand side, you got to add these. So denominators are same, which is 65 square, and the numerator will be 21 square plus 27 square. Can you help me with this data? Can somebody do it on the calculator very quickly and tell me what is 21 square plus 27 square? And can you tell me, can it be cancelled with 65 square? Just give me the final fraction which you can get after simplifying this. I hope you all are there. Some sincere, a lot of, and most of you, or rather all of you are sincerely watching it. And if you are appreciating our efforts, then please simplify this for the sake of getting this session effectively done, because calculation is the part which I'm expecting and hoping can be done by you. With this part, 2 plus 2, if I take this 2 common from here and here, I'll be left with this 1 here. I hope you know 1 plus cos 2 theta is 2 cos square theta by 2. Sorry, 1 plus cos 2 theta is 2 cos. I repeat. If you are getting confused, I'll write it here. 1 plus cos 2 theta is what I'm saying. So it should be 2 cos square theta. I said theta by 2. perhaps. So make that correction here. I hope you are clear with that. So with that 1 plus cos alpha minus beta, I can write it as 2 into 2, that's 4 cos square alpha minus beta by 2, which is equal to this value. Have you cracked this value? Nobody is writing it in the comment box. Don't hope or expect or assume that somebody will do it. Please do it. Anybody, please do this part. This value will come out at some value. If you don't, I'll have to do it. So please do it. 21 square plus 27. I think it will be a Pythagorean triplet. I believe so. It will come out as something like this only, which is given in the option, but I'm hoping that you can do it. This 2 into that 2 will be there in the picture. So if you're not doing it, I'll be forced to do it. So I'll do this 21 into 21 first. Nobody is writing in the comment box. I'm surprised. If you are sincerely watching it, why did you not do it? So 21 into 21 is 441. So that is 441 plus 27 into 20, that is 729, I believe so. Let me just verify this. 27 into 27, yes. So 441 plus 729, that also I'll do very quickly. Plus 441, that is 1170. You are not allowed calculator in the exam, but here in this one shot, I'm availing this feature. So 1170 divided by 4 into 65 square. 4 into 65 into 65. So if I divide, I think 1170 must be divisible by 30. So when I divide 13, because 65 clearly is a multiple of 13. So when it is, yes, it is 90. So this is 90, this is 13 into 5. So I think now I can crack it, because 90 when divided by 5 gives you 18, I believe. And 18 by 4 is what? 18 by 4 is 2 and 9. And I think I cannot solve it further. So this is 9 by 130. Great. So this 4 gets cancelled from here and you're left with 9 by 130. This is what I was expecting and hoping that you all could do it. Somebody says Tanushri. Great, Tanushri. Thank you so much. But this is how you could have simplified it. I hope you got that. Vasvajita, no, you were not supposed to give me that fractional value. Please don't do that. Look at the options. You need not simplify it to that extent. You could have done it like this only. From here, if I could move ahead, I hope you have cos square alpha minus beta. Now I have two choices. Cos alpha minus beta by 2 will be plus of under root over this or minus of it. So how do I crack which one it will be? See, alpha minus beta is from pi to 3 pi. So if I divide all these three sides by 2, alpha minus beta by 2 will be between pi by 2 to 3 pi by 2. Now if you look at the graph of cos x, this is how the graph of cos x goes. If I could locate these points, this is 0, this is pi by 2, this is pi, and this is 3 pi by 2. So between pi by 2 to 3 pi by 2, you see the graph of cos x lying below the x-axis, which means it will be negative. So when you simplify this plus minus sign, you got to take the negative value. So when I take the square root, it will be 3 by root 130, but with a negative sign, because alpha minus beta by 2 will lie between these two values, which is negative. So instead of option B, option D will be the correct or the more appropriate one. That's where you should be more careful. Did you understand the whole approach, the entire calculation? Can we move ahead with the next question? What does it say? Amazing one. This is one of the most interesting questions. This will see Vanitha, I think it is. How long the session will go? Minimum 4 to 5 hours. More, I would say. So from here, if I say that what you need to do is, u is given as this. And then we need to find the difference between the maximum and minimum value of u square. So a lot of calculation will come into picture in this question. How? Have a look at that. So first of all, let's start calculating u square. How do I calculate u square? I'll simply square both these sides. So when you square this, it gives you a square cos square theta plus a square sin square theta. A square when taken common, cos square theta plus sin square theta will be 1. Plus b square sin square theta plus b square cos square theta. Again, b square can take in common. That will give you b square cos square theta plus sin square theta 1. So that is a square plus b square, a square plus b square. Now plus 2ab. So what will give you plus 2ab? Plus 2ab will give you plus 2 times under root of this into this. So I am multiplying whole of this to this. I hope you are not getting confused with that. And I'll do it in a systematic manner. So first of all, a square cos square theta with a square sin square theta. That will leave me with a to the power 4 sin square theta cos square theta. I hope you got that. A to the power 4 sin square theta cos square theta. But with this also, b square sin square theta into b square cos square theta. I'll get sin square theta into cos square theta. So I'll get a to the power 4 plus b to the power 4. So I'll write a to the power 4 plus b to the power 4 here. I hope there is no confusion on that front. Can I move ahead with this? With that, plus what I have done here is I have multiplied this to this and this to this. Two more things I'll do. This with this. This will give me a square b square cos to the power 4 theta. So this will give me a square b square cos theta to the power 4. And this with this, which was what? This I have already done. Now what I'll do this. So this will give me a square b square sine to the power 4 theta. So I'll get cos to the power 4 theta plus sine to the power 4 theta. I hope you have understood how did I do this multiplication thing. Now, this part stays sorted. This part wouldn't decide our maximum or minimum value. Our maximum and minimum value will get decided by this expression. So let us work on simplifying this. First of all, let's focus on this cos to the power 4 theta plus sine to the power 4 theta. Let me do it here. If I focus on this part, sine 4 theta cos 4 theta, can I write this expression as sine square theta plus cos square theta whole square minus a square plus b square plus 2ab, but that plus 2ab is not there. So can I write that as minus 2ab, which means minus 2 sine square theta cos square theta. But I know that sine square theta plus cos square theta is 1, which means it will be 1 minus this. So this becomes 1 minus 2 sine square theta cos square theta. So the next step which I'm going to perform is that I'll replace sine to the power 4 theta plus cos to the power 4 theta by this. When I do so, what I get here is u square as, of course, a square plus b square plus 2 times under root over. A to the power 4 plus b to the power 4 is already there. I am not touching this expression at all at this stage, sine square theta, cos square theta. But here, this is a square b square, and this cos to the power 4 plus sine to the power 4, I am replacing by 1 minus 2 sine square theta cos square theta. So this is 1 minus 2 sine square theta cos square theta. Are you all comfortable with whatever I'm doing here? I hope you are not getting confused by the complexity of this equation. And yes, in the examination hall, you're supposed to leave this question. Don't even try this. Of course, if you are left with nothing. So from here, what I'll do next is, I'll simplify it further. U square will be a square plus b square plus 2 times under root over. Under root over what? From here, I had a to the power 4. Okay. So I am seeing something very interesting. A square b square I'm multiplying with this one. So that I'm writing here a square b square. The next part, please pay attention. The next part is a to the power 4 into this. A to the power 4 into this. Can I write that part separately so that we don't have to write this whole part again? I'll just simplify that only. So I'm simplifying this part only. This a square b square with this one I have written over here. I'm simplifying the leftover. So what is that? I'm left with a to the power 4 into this. Can I write that as a square sine theta cos theta whole square plus b to the power 4 into this? Can I write that as b square sine theta cos theta whole square minus 2a square b square sine square theta cos square theta? Can I write that as 2a square sine theta cos theta into b square sine theta cos theta? I hope you all must have realized what I have tried doing. I have converted into a square plus b square. Okay, there is one small correction. That should be minus 2ab. Are you all there listening and understanding? I hope you all are there. So with that, it will be a square plus b square minus 2ab. I hope you can see this is 2a and that's your b. Do you all agree with that? So that can be written as a minus b whole square. So this I am writing as a minus b whole square. What is a? A is this is b. So a minus b whole square will give me a square minus b square, a square minus b square, because sine theta cos theta will be common, and that I'm taking common outside like this, sine square theta cos square theta. I hope you have understood whatever I've done so far. If you didn't, let me repeat this step clearly again. This a square plus b square minus 2ab will become a minus b whole square. That will be a square sine theta cos theta minus b square sine theta cos theta. So sine theta cos theta I'm taking out of that square bracket. So that will leave me with a square minus b square times sine square theta cos square theta. I hope there is no confusion on that front. Can we move ahead from here? After that, what I'll do next is u square will be equal to a square plus b square, which is perfectly fine. plus 2 times. Now the challenge comes here. If I could simplify this, which is the simplest task now, because sine square theta, cos square theta, if I multiply a 4 here, so of course I'm supposed to divide it by 4, but this becomes 2 sine theta cos theta whole square, which means sine 2 theta raised to the power 2. This is sine 2 theta, this is sine 2 theta raised to the power 2. Our job is done. Trust me, our job is done. Why? Because if I take the LCM now, I'll write this part again, but let me simplify this. This 4 gets multiplied to this 4 here. That 4 when comes out of that under root sign cancels this 2. I hope you have gotten that. The job is done. Whatever efforts we were putting so far while solving this question comes to this conclusion that yes, now all you need to do is, can you put any comment on sine 2 theta? We know sine 2 theta, we know that sine 2 theta lies between -1 to 1. But if I talk about its square, it will lie between 0 and 1. Now I'll move ahead with this conclusion. I'll give you the idea now that you got to multiply it by a square minus b square whole square. I hope it cannot be simplified further from here. I'm just taking this conclusion whole. A square minus b square whole square, if I multiply it with both sides, so this will remain 0. This will remain 0. This will, what is wrong with this board? This will remain 0. What I'm doing here is a square minus b square whole square I'm doing here. So this also gets multiplied by that same expression, a square minus b square whole square. I hope you are comfortably understanding what I have done so far. Sine 2 theta whole square I've multiplied with a square minus b square on this inequality. Are you all there, listening and watching and understanding? Everyone? I'm lost in that calculation. I'm staying completely focused there. So I'm not interacting much with you all. I hope you all are listening and understanding. So with that, what I need to do next is I need to add 4a square b square on both these sides. So I need to add 4a square b square on both these sides, on all the three sides. So if I add 4a square b square, this becomes 4a square b square here. This 0 plus 4ab square will become this, and there also I'll add 4a square b square. I hope there is no confusion on that. Now what? The next job is taking the square root. So when you take the square root on all the three sides, because they all are positive. So when you take the square root, this is how you take the square root here, this is how you take the square root here, this is how you take the square root here. Now all I need to do is add a square plus b square, but that doesn't make or bring any change here. That's good, Purvi. Thank you so much. Because the difference between maximum and minimum value. So the maximum value will also have this a square plus b square. The minimum value will also have this a square plus b square. So when I take the difference, this a square plus b square will get cancelled. So that difference between maximum of u square minus minimum of u square, you need not write all this, but I'm writing it so that it remains very clear and simpler and understandable. I need to subtract this from this. I hope you got that. So from this, if I'm subtracting that, that I hope you can do finally and get the answer, because I'm leaving that part right now. All you need to do is from this, you got to subtract that, which you can do and figure out the correct answer. If you wish to simplify this, this is nothing but what? If you are getting confused what is needed to be done next, this is simply nothing but what? This is a to the power 4 plus b to the power 4 minus 2a square b square. But this 4a square b square will make it plus, because 4 minus 2 is plus 2. Good, Bhasvavita. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. And this is a square plus b square whole square. This is a square plus b square whole square. And when you take under root of it, you need to put a mod, but a square plus b square is already positive. So I need not put a mod over here. So this will be a square plus b square. So that's the maximum value of this expression. And this is the minimum value of it, which is 2ab. I'm supposed to take the difference of maximum and minimum, which will be a square plus b square minus 2ab, and I need not tell you, it is a minus b whole square, and it should be given in one of the options, option A. Did you get that? Did you understand the whole solution, the whole question? Can we move ahead from here? I hope you got the idea clearly. It was basically a calculation-based question, which was lengthy in terms of calculation. Look at the next question. It says, x is between 0 and pi, cos x plus sin x is 1 by 2. Then 10x could be what? Okay. So if I square both these sides, what do I get? If I square both these sides, I'll have sine square x plus cos square x plus 2 sin x cos x. I hope you remember that is equal to 1 by 2 when squared gives you 1 by 4. I hope you got that. Any confusions on that? I'm squaring both these sides. So this is 1. So 2 sin x cos x is basically what? Sine 2x. So we were trying to find 10x, but we have reached to sine 2x. That's perfectly fine. Is equal to what? 1 by 4 minus 1. 1 by 4 minus 1 is what? 3 by 4, I believe so. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I may commit any calculation error, because I'm just going with the flow. So if I write something incorrectly in the flow, so do correct me. So sine 2x is achieved as minus 3 by 4. Perfectly fine. Can you help me with the different versions of the formula of sine 2 theta? If I could help you creating that, we know that the simplest version of sine 2 theta is what? 2 sine theta cos theta. You all know it. But what if I, multiply and divide it by cos theta in the numerator and denominator? So when you do that, I hope you are getting it very clearly. All I'm suggesting here is that if I multiply and divide it by cos theta in the numerator and denominator, this becomes like this. Why am I doing this? Because I'm giving you a different alternative here. Sin theta upon cos theta is tan theta. So this is 2 tan theta. And this cos theta into cos theta is cos square theta, which when brought in the denominator becomes sec square theta. And sec square theta can be written as 1 plus tan square theta. So this is the 10 version of sin 2x. So this is what I'm asking you to remember, 2 tan x upon 1 plus tan square x. So sin 2x I'm writing as 2 tan x upon 1 plus tan square x, which is equal to minus 3 by 4. I'll cross multiply it. So when you cross multiply it, what you'll get? You'll get 4 into 2, that is 8 times tan x is equal to minus 3 tan square x. Did you get that? I hope I'm going correct in terms of calculation. Yes. So with that, when you move ahead, what you see next is this is brought to the other side. So 3 tan square x plus 8 tan x plus 3 is equal to 0. Let me just cross check it. 3 tan square x plus 8 tan x plus 3. So now what I need to do is, I think splitting the middle term wouldn't work, because it looks like it is not 3 into 3 is 9, or it may. This is 8. No, it wouldn't. 9 minus 1 wouldn't work. So I think I need to use Sridharacharya formula. I hope you all are watching, listening and understanding that. So from there, if I go ahead with that conclusion, what I see is 10x will be given by minus b plus minus under root over b square, that is 64 minus 4ac. So 4 into 3 is 12. 12 into 3 is 36. So 64 minus 36 divided by what? Divided by 2a, that is 6. So 10x turns out as negative of 8 plus minus 64 minus 36. Can you help me with that? 64 minus 6 is 58. 48, 38, 28. It is 28, right? So it is 28. 28 is 7 into 4. So it should be 2 root 7 divided by 6. When I take 2 common, 10x comes out as minus 4 plus minus root 7 divided by 3. Okay, great. But now the challenge is, which one should you take, plus or minus? So I'll come to this conclusion now. This is 10x. X is between 0 to pi by 2. So there is something wrong here, because if it is pi by 2, I think 10x goes like this from 0 to pi by 2. And from pi by 2 to pi, it goes like this. So 10x is negative and positive both between 0 to pi by 2. So if I'm supposed to take, I got to take both the values. Technically, both are negative. So whichever is available in the option, you can mark that. And I think option C is correctly giving me the right approach, because if I take the negative sign, minus 4 and minus 7, minus root 7, then minus can be taken common and it gives you option C. Did you get that? Are you all there, listening and understanding? Can I move ahead with that? I repeat, all the students who started with that great enthusiasm are still watching and learning and understanding. From algebra, we have reached to the trigonometry part. After trigo, we'll move towards coordinate geometry. And then after coordinate geometry, we'll move towards the calculus part, where we'll conclude this entire one live revision marathon of entire maths. Okay, with that, if I move ahead towards the next question, what we see. Okay. This is one of the greatest questions because it can be done with the help of that standard conventional approach, or if you think intuitively, you can do it with some standard decent efforts as well. Asked by JEE Advanced previously, some way years back. How do we solve this question? And the questions which are asked by JEE Advanced are used by JEE Mains. JEE Mains does not do much of the hard work. Even in the shifts as well, you see the same pattern, same question getting repeated with data change. JEE Mains is always predictable, remember that. Because questions are same conceptually and logically. Only it's the data which keeps on changing or varying. So you should watch the analysis where you get more clarity that what kind of questions are being thrown at you. And you of course get more clarity about the difficulty level as well. Here it says cos alpha plus cos beta plus cos gamma is 0, sin alpha plus sin beta plus sin gamma is 0. These are the two statements based on this. Great. So I'll multiply, I'll simplify this. If I multiply it by 2 on both the sides, it will be 2 times. Now, how do I write this cos beta minus alpha? Sorry, cos beta minus gamma. Can I write that cos beta minus gamma by using this identity? I'll say it will be cos beta cos gamma plus sin beta sin gamma plus cos gamma minus alpha will be cos gamma cos alpha plus sin gamma sin alpha plus cos alpha minus beta will be cos alpha cos beta plus sin alpha sin beta is equal to minus 3. That minus 3 if I bring on the other side, it will become plus 3, should be equal to 0. Now this plus 3 I am willing to use wisely. This plus 3 I am splitting as plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Of course, plus 2 of this. Now 1, 1, 1. These three ones I'm using more wisely as, what is wrong here? More wisely as, I'm writing them here in the upper part of this board. The first one I'm writing as sine square alpha plus cos square alpha. The second one I'm writing as sine square beta plus cos square beta. And the third one I'm writing as sine square gamma. That was the catch, or that was the trick here. Cos square gamma. Now pay attention to this part. Do you know what is the a plus b plus c whole square? That is a square plus b square plus c square plus 2ab plus 2bc plus 2ca. Now look at that part. I am asking you to look at these three things very clearly. First part, a square plus b square plus c square plus 2ab, 2bc, 2ca. The same getting repeated. A square plus b square plus c square plus 2ab plus 2bc plus 2ca. That is a plus b plus c whole square. So can I now not write this entire expression as a plus b plus c whole square, which is sine alpha plus sine beta plus sine gamma whole square plus another a plus b plus c square where you are seeing it as cos beta plus cos gamma. Sorry, it should be written in a proper order. So cos alpha plus cos beta, so that nobody gets confused. Cos gamma whole square is equal to 0. Now, do we know that sum of the squares of two numbers can be 0 only when both of the numbers are 0? Very basic idea. So sin alpha plus sin beta plus sin gamma will be 0, and cos alpha plus cos beta plus cos gamma will be 0, which means both A and B are true. That's great, Mr. Vigna Vlogs Telugu official. I'm glad that you got it. What about the other participants? Are you all there? Are you all there listening and understanding and getting clarity that with this catch, with this trick, or with this arrangement, you could solve this question with this simple step? Can I move ahead with this next part? So when you solve or see the next question, it says cos alpha plus beta is 4 by 5, sin alpha minus beta is 5 by 13. Alpha and beta both are between 0 to pi by 4. Great. Then 10 to alpha. Can I say when you talk about 10 to alpha, that 10 to alpha can be written as alpha plus beta minus alpha minus beta? Because alpha and alpha will become 2 alpha, right? 10 to alpha is what I need to do. So there it is giving me this. Okay. So I'll rearrange it. So this is 10 to alpha, right? So can I say that I can say, or I can write it as alpha plus beta plus alpha minus beta? I think that does our job because beta and beta are cancelled. That's good, Tanushri. So alpha plus alpha will be 2 alpha. And with that, we know that 10a plus b is 10a plus 10b upon 1 minus 10a 10b. So that will be 10 alpha plus beta plus 10 alpha minus beta divided by 1 plus 10 and 10b, which is 10 alpha plus beta into 10 alpha minus beta. I hope you all are listening and understanding. What I now do next is that here, do I have cos alpha plus beta? So if I talk about cos alpha plus beta, it is base upon hypotenuse. So this is 4, 5. So this should be 3. So if I talk about 10 alpha plus beta, that will be 3 by 4. So it should be 3 by 4 plus 1 plus 3 by 4. Now let's talk about the other part, 10 alpha minus beta. Sine alpha minus beta is perpendicular upon hypotenuse. So this is 5 and this is 13. So the base will be 12. Pythagorean triplet, 5, 12, 13. Do you remember that? So with that, 10 alpha minus beta will be 5 by 12. So here I write 5 by 12 and I multiply it by 5 by 12. Did you all understand that? Now I leave it up to you. You calculate it and you get the answer. The only catch you got to understand is that if alpha and beta were between 0 to pi by 4, their sum and difference will be between 0 to pi by 2 or something like that. Is trigonometry low weightage? Mr. Vigna Vlogs, it is not low weightage. It is used in calculus. It is used in algebra. It is used in trigonometry. It is used in vectors in 3D. It is used everywhere. So this is core of everything. Yes, it is easy. And that's why they use it everywhere. They've merged it everywhere in all the questions. So if you are not aware of this, how will you use it in those questions where it is asked to apply these concepts or learnings? So what I was saying is that if alpha and beta are between 0 to pi by 4, you can find alpha plus beta, the range of it. You can find alpha minus beta. And through that, you can figure out which sign will come. But you will get a unique value and unique options are given, which you can easily crack. This is given for your ease, that your value remains in that range only, which is doable. So sorry to disturb you. वो 2a log a is equal to bc हो गया, that we have done. Can you please explain it again? I will in the end, but let us now continue with that flow. I will definitely do it in the end. Don't worry. Just remind me once again in the end. I'll definitely do it. Don't worry about that. Complete question I'll explain. Don't worry. With that, next question is what? The number of solutions of 10x plus sec x is equal to 2 cos x in 0 to 2 pi. Okay. So here, I need to solve it. How do I do it? The best idea will be that we are more comfortable with sin x and cos x. So can I convert it in terms of sin x and cos x? So when I do that, sin x, 10x I can write as sin x upon cos x. This sec x I can write as 1 upon cos x is equal to 2 cos x. Now a mistake a lot of students may commit is that, first let me commit that mistake, then I'll tell you in the end that what was the catch here. That root loss, root gain phenomena we need to take care of. I'll tell you why. If I multiply both the sides by cos x here, I hope you can see that this is 1 plus sin x here on the left hand side, and on the other side it is 2 cos square x. Now when I have multiplied this variable cos x on both the sides, I have eliminated a possibility that in the original question cos x was there in the denominator. In the original question, if cos x was there in the denominator, which means cos x cannot be 0. So if in my solution cos x becomes 0, I need to exclude that possibility. Root gain, root loss. I hope you're understanding. So domain we need to take care of. From here, we can write cos square x as 1 minus sin square x. So I'll write it here only. Cos square x I'm replacing by 1 minus sin square x. And if I multiply this 2 inside, it will be 2 minus 2 sin square x. It will be 2 minus 2 sin square x. If I rearrange everything, I'll get 2 times sin square x plus sin x, 2 times sin square x plus sin x minus 1 is equal to 0. From here, 2 into 1 is minus 1. So minus 1 I think we can bring by splitting the middle term only. So 2 sin square x plus, let's say it is 2 sin x minus 1 is equal to 0. By splitting the middle term, we can conclude the two roots are going to be sin x will be here. It will be minus 2 by 2, that is minus 1. And from here, sin x will be 1 by 2. So this will be 1 by 2. But this I need to conclude between 0 to 2 pi. Okay. So between 0 to 2 pi, when I see sin x becoming minus 1, I'll try and highlight that when does sin x become minus 1. So this is the graph of sin x. 0, pi, pi by 2, 3 pi by 2, 2 pi. So the point at which you see sin x becoming minus 1, that is the point where cos x becomes 0. So I hope you're understanding. I cannot include this possibility. Shall I repeat that part? Repeat. the value of x at which sin x becomes minus 1 is 3 pi by 2. And at all the odd multiples of pi by 2, cos x becomes 0, and we cannot afford to have cos x as 0 because there our equation goes not defined. So I got to include sin x as 1 by 2. And when you talk about sin x being 1 by 2, it becomes at 2 points. So the number of solutions will be 2. Are we clear on that? Yes, yes, yes. Not possible minus 1. Perfect. That's great. And that's the kind of engagement or interaction we want and hope and expect. Can we move ahead with the next question? So the next question is, great. So if you have done and understood so far all about whatever I've said, let's solve this question. It is 10:31 right now. Let's take a break of 10 minutes. So I'll resume in 10 minutes. So we'll resume by 10:40. You can take a break, stretch yourself, hydrate yourself, keep yourself hydrated, drink water, and then we'll resume in 10 minutes. Take a break. So hello, hi everyone. I hope I'm clearly audible. Let's resume our session. Some of the students, Tanushri and I think Basvita and some students have answered the question. That's great and I'm glad all of you are responding. So let's resume the session, right? What do we see? The number of values of x in this interval 0 to pi. So I hope all who can listen to my voice come back, start watching this session. Between 0 to 3 pi, this expression, I'll say simply, if this is what we are given, can we use this splitting the middle term? So minus 3 into 2 is minus 6. Minus 6 is what we need, minus 6. So I think 6 minus 1. Yes, that will do the justice here. So I'll say 2 sine square x plus what? Plus 6 sine x minus sine x. Instead of using this sin x, you can use a variable s or t or anything like that so that you can save some time here. I hope it is going great. Minus 6, yes. I think we have the values of sin x from here. One of the values of sin x from here will be minus 6 upon 2, that is minus 3, but sin x cannot be minus 3, discarded. Second value, which is sin x, which should be 1 by 2. So sin x should be 1 by 2. And I hope I need not tell you. I hope you can see it more clearly by drawing the graph as well of sin x from 0, pi, 2 pi, and that's 3 pi. So sin x happens to be 1 by 2, 4 times between 0 to 3 pi. Brilliant, perfect. With that, let's move ahead with the next question. Yes, there are 4 approaches. First one will be you club cos x with cos 4x. Second approach, you go ahead with cos x and cos 2x. Third approach, if the angles are in AP, there is a formula. So there are 3 approaches. You can choose any of these. Let me begin with this one where I say that let's say cos x and cos 2x are clubbed. So cos c plus cos d. I hope you remember the formula. With that cos c plus cos d, I'll say I'll see 2 cos c plus d by 2. So 2x plus x is 3x. So it will be 3x by 2 into cos c minus d by 2. So 2x minus x is x because cos minus x is x. So I can do it like this. Plus with this one, this is cos 4x, cos 3x. So cos c plus cos d, again 2 cos 4 plus 3, 7. So it is 7x by 2 into cos 4x minus 3x, that is again x by 2 is equal to 0. From here, if I take 2 cos x by 2 common, 2 vanishes and you're left with cos x by 2 times. Then I'm left with cos 3x by 2 and cos 7x by 2. So I'll apply cos c plus cos d on this. So when I apply cos c and cos d, cos c plus cos d on this, cos c plus cos d on this. So it will be again 2 cos c plus d by 2. So 3x by 2 plus 7x by 2, 10x by 2, that is 5x by 5x by 2, that 1, 2 is already there. So it should be cos 5x by 2 into cos c minus d by 2. So 7x by 2 minus 3x by 2, that is 4x by 2, that is 2x divided by 2 further. So that is cos x. So it should be 0. So 3 solutions, this, and this. The product of these 3 values is 0, which means either this could be 0 or this could be 0 or this could be 0. From there, you got to understand that x was from 0 to 2 pi. X was from 0 to 2 pi. From there, you can see or seek the help from general solution as well. Or if you don't understand the concept of general solution, what we know is that cos x is 0 at all the odd multiples of pi by 2. So from there, I'll say x by 2 could be any odd multiple of pi by 2. Let's say 2n plus minus 1 pi by 2 or plus 1 pi by 2 or whatever you wish to write, any odd multiple of pi by 2. So I'll say 2n minus 1 pi by 2. Along with this, there is one more result which we get. This cos of 5x by 2. Cos of 5x by 2 should also be an odd multiple of pi by 2. So I'm writing that here. 5x by 2 should be an odd multiple of pi by 2. The third conclusion will be cos x here. So this x should also be an odd multiple of pi by 2. So this x should be an odd m and n I have used, let's say k times pi by 2. This is how you could start seeing generalized versions of it. Now I'll start different multiple odd values of 2n minus 1 here and I'll append them with pi by 2. So when you introduce this, I hope you can see that this 2 and this 2 are cancelled. So x will be this. From here, this 2 and this 2 is cancelled. So x will be 5 comes here, pi by 5, and there it is simply this. I'll begin with the simplest result. Between 0 to 2 pi, the multiples of pi by 2. So first one is pi by 2, odd multiples of pi by 2. Second one is 3 pi by 2. And after 3 pi by 2, we won't be seeing anything because then we'll be seeing 5 pi by 2, which is greater than 2 pi. So I have concluded the 2 conclusions from here. Here, I need odd multiples of pi by 5. Pi by 5. So of course, the first one will be, I'm not writing them in ascending order, I'm just arranging them. I need the number of solutions. So first one will be pi by 5. Second one will be 3 pi by 5. 3 pi by 5 is still less, sorry, it should be 3, it should be pi by 5. Let me make that correction. Pi by 5, 3 pi by 5. The other one will be 5 pi by 5, that is pi. The next one will be 7 pi by 5, that is also acceptable because it is still less than 2 pi. The next one will be 9 pi by 5 because it is still less than 2 pi. All the odd multiples of pi, because 11 pi by 5 will be greater than 2 pi, so that is discarded. Next conclusion, we have considered all the possibilities from here as well. Now let's talk about the possibilities from here. All the odd multiples of pi. So I have already included one of the odd multiples of pi. The other one will be 3 pi. That I need not, because 3 pi is greater than 2 pi. So the number of solutions are already there with that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are we given 7? 7 should be the correct answer. I hope I'm not making any mistakes. Have we included all? Let me just verify this. All the odd multiples of pi between 0 to 2 pi are pi only. With this, all the odd multiples of pi by 5, 3 pi by 5, 7 pi by 5, and 9 pi by 5. I hope I haven't missed any. All the odd multiples of pi by 2. So pi by 2, 3 pi by 2. I think this is all. So 7 will be the correct answer. Did you all get that? Can we move ahead from here? With that, when I see the next question, I hope before next question, I hope you know that we have started our WhatsApp channel as well, from where we are posting all the updates. So if you want to stay up to date with whatever we are doing, all the updates are accessible on our WhatsApp channel. You can scan the QR code and you can follow our channel. Moving ahead with that, what do we see? And yes, there is one more reason to follow our channel. The reason is I'll be posting 150 must-to-do questions after this session in a PDF format there on our WhatsApp channel. So if you do follow it, you'll get a PDF in which 150 questions with their solutions will be given, which you should do, definitely do before your JEE mains, so that you get complete clarity on that. So that you stay very well prepared with mains. Let's have a look at this question. Number of x between 0 to 2 pi for which this is equal to 1. Let's treat it as a function in x. If I replace x by pi by 2 plus x, it will be minus of cos of this. Or instead of pi by 2, or even if pi is also fine. Pi is also fine. Why am I saying so? Because if I say pi by 2 plus x, why am I saying it? Let me think of it once again. It will make it cos there, it will make it sine there. Yes, I am simply saying that if I replace x by pi by 2 plus x, I repeat, when I replace x by pi by 2 plus x, this will become sine, this will become cos, this will become sine, this will become cos. Still, because of this mod, this will still remain same. You do it by yourself. So all I'm saying is that if I assume this as f of x, then f of pi by 2 plus x will also remain f of x only. What I'm trying to give you or tell you is that this is a periodic function with a period pi by 2. If it is a periodic function with a period pi by 2, what does it mean? It means that if I could crack the number of solutions between 0 to pi by 2, the same number of solutions will be there between pi by 2 to pi, from pi to 3 pi by 2, and 3 pi by 2 to 2 pi. So all I need to do is crack the number of solutions between 0 to pi by 2 and multiply that by 4, because it is a periodic function. The same graph will repeat itself 3 more times between 0 to 2 pi. So 4 times it will repeat itself. So if I could crack the number of solutions between 0 to pi by 2, my job is done. I hope you are clear with that. With that, when I go ahead, what I'm saying here is that now how do we solve this? So first of all, we have cracked that this is a periodic with period pi by 2. So whatever solution I get from 0 to pi by 2, that number of solutions will multiply by 4. That is the point I got to remember. That is something you all must have observed or noticed. Next, I hope you can mind the language. We can continue with that. I'm glad you appeared, but avoid using such language here. You all are kids for us, but still you cannot use this. Avoid using this language. This is really bad. Now, getting back to the conclusion. This, let's say if I take as A and this if I take or assume as B. So this, let's say if written as A, this let's say written as B. So what is written over there? This is given as A minus B mod is equal to 1. So what I'm given is that mod of A minus B is equal to 1. I hope we can do that. What I know is that mod of, or rather what I know is that a square minus b square is equal to a plus b into a minus b. I hope there is no confusion on that front. Now, if I take mod on both sides, then I'll have mod of a square minus b square. Then I'll have mod of a square minus b square is equal to mod of this. And mod can be splitted. So mod can be splitted on product or division. So mod can be splitted like this. But mod of a minus b we know is 1. So mod of a minus b, I'm replacing by 1. So I'm substituting mod of a minus b by 1. 1 means there is nothing over there because 1 when multiplied to this gives you this. So what we are concluding is a square minus b square is equals to a plus b in terms of mod. With that, this entire expression is a. So what will be a square? So a square will be, under root sign should be removed. It should be 2 sin x to the power 4 plus 18 cos x raised to the power 2 minus b square. B square will give me this, which is 2 cos x to the power 4 minus 18 sin square x is equal to mod a plus b. So I'm not writing that part as of now. I'm simplifying this part right now. Then I'll write that part. So that is mod a plus b. I'm keeping it as mod a plus b only. What is a here? This entire expression with under root is a, and this entire expression with under root is b here. I hope you got that. From here, if I could move ahead, what I'll see here is that 18 cos square x minus 18 sin square x. So this is cos square theta minus sin square theta if I take 18 common. So that is cos 2 theta. So that will give me 18 times cos 2x. Did you understand that part? From here, if I move ahead, 2 of this, I'll solve this part separately. If I take minus sign common, minus 2 common, if I take minus 2 common, I'll be left with cos x to the power 4 minus sin x to the power 4. Now, here I'll use cos square theta minus sin square theta. Cos square of square, cos square theta minus the square of sin square theta. A square minus b square. That will be a plus b, a minus b. What will be a plus b? Sin square theta plus cos square theta. That will be 1. A minus b will be cos square theta minus sin square theta. That is cos 2 theta. Are you understanding what I'm saying here? If you didn't, I'll rewrite it. So this is minus 2 times cos to the power 4x. I'm writing as cos square x whole square minus square of sin square x. So I'm asking you to understand it like this, that here a square minus b square, which is a plus b, a minus b. So a plus b will be 1 sin square theta plus cos square theta. A minus will be cos square theta minus sin square theta. Cos square theta minus sin square theta is cos 2 theta. So this is minus 2 cos 2 theta. This is minus 2 cos 2 theta means cos 2x is equal to mod of a plus b. Now from here, when you solve this particular part, what I clearly see is 18 cos 2x minus 2 cos 2x gives you or leaves you with 16 times cos 2x. Everyone with me so far? I hope there is no confusion on that. So this is what we receive as a plus b. I hope you all are there with me without any confusion or hesitation. With that, when I go ahead with this conclusion, a plus b is what I'll be now writing here. So what is a plus b? I'll simplify this a plus b. A plus b means what? This, which is a, which is this, under root over this, and plus under root over that other part, right? I'm not writing that other part to save some time. And if I square both these sides now, now I have started reaching towards a conclusion, but this will be lengthy. So I'm just giving you the approach now. If I square both these sides, this is squared like this, and this will also be squared like this. Then again here, you'll be using a square plus b square. This will be simplified to a simple expression with trigonometry. That expression, a square plus b square, will be brought here to this, and you will be left with plus 2ab, which will be somewhere inside the under root. Then you again square it, and then you simplify this. So I totally accept that this is one of those lengthiest questions which you are supposed to skip in the real examination hall, but I have tried giving you the idea that this is what you do. So finally, when you do all the calculation, you reach to a conclusion that you will get two values of cos x between 0 to pi by 2, which are satisfying it. And when those two values are multiplied by 4, because it was a periodic function, so from 0 to 2 pi, there will be 8 solutions. I'm not solving this entire question assuming that the further question, which is lengthy in nature because of its calculation part, can be skipped as of now. But the approach which I was trying to explain or give you, I hope is very well understood by you all. Can we move ahead with this next question? Now, when you look at the next part, what do we see with the next question? The number of solutions of sin 3x is equals to cos 2x asked by JEE Mains in 2018. And specifically they are asking you between pi by 2 to pi. Here, we know sine 3x is an identity which is 3 sine x minus 4 sine cube x. I hope you remember that. Cos 2x, if I could use the version of sine 1. So here I'll say 1 minus 2 sine square x. Do you remember that? Sine 3x is this, cos 2x is this. If I rearrange this entire data, I'll take everything on the other side. So it will be, I'm replacing sine x as of now by, let's say, t. So this is 4t cube goes to the other side. Then it is minus 2t square. Then this is minus 3t plus 1 is equal to 0. Now, for cubics, the best approach is hit and trial. So if I try 1 here, 4 minus 2 is 2, minus 3 is minus 1, minus plus 1 is 0. So t gets satisfied by 1, which means t minus 1 will be one of the factors of this cubic. If t minus 1 is one of the factors of this cubic, what I do next is, I hope you all are there listening and understanding. It's not just me who's solving this session. You all are there listening and understanding and watching this very clearly, because we are solving trigonometry as of now in this entire JEE maths revision. And after trigonometry, what we'll be doing is, we'll be moving towards coordinate geometry, the easiest part, which you should know, because a lot of questions can be done with simple calculation. And then we'll move towards the best thing, which is the calculus. You'll love it. Now with that, when I talk about this other factor, through intuition also you can figure it out. How? Let me try and help you with that. First of all, I need something here, so which when multiplied with this t gives you 4t cube. So can I say the best thing will be 4t square? So when I multiply this 4t square to this t, I get 4t cube. But the problem arises that minus 4t square is what you also get. But I need minus 2t square. So I think I will introduce a plus 2t here, because 2t into t will give me plus 2t square. So minus 4 plus 2 will give me minus. But with it is 2t, with this minus 1, I'll get a minus 2t as well. But I don't need minus 2t, I need minus 3t. So to have minus 3t, can I introduce minus t here? I'm really sorry, not minus t, minus 1 here. Because with that minus 1 into t, I'll have a minus t, which becomes minus 3t. And minus 1 into 1 gives me plus 1, which is exactly what I'm looking forward to have. So I hope you understood that polynomial division can be done with this intuition-based approach as well, which I have just done. I hope you got that. With that, when I move ahead, what I see is t is equal to 1 is one of the solutions, which means sin x can be 1. But sin x cannot be 1 between pi by 2 to pi in this open interval. I hope you got that, because sin x is 1 at pi by 2, but that is not included. So this possibility is already discarded. We cannot have it. So let's solve this part. 4t square plus 2t minus 1 is the quadratic we are supposed to solve from here. If I use the splitting the middle term method, what do I get? Can I use that first of all? Minus 4. I doubt I will be. So let me directly use Sridharacharya formula. What does it say? Sridharacharya formula says t should be equal to minus b plus minus under root over b square is 4 minus 4ac. So 4 into 4 is 16 divided by 2a. 2a is 2 into 4, that is 8. From there, when I continue further, what I get is t is equal to minus 2 plus minus, that is 20. 20 is 5 into 4. 5 into 4 is 2 root 5. That is 2 root 5 divided by 8. I hope there is no confusion on that. Now, from here, I'll say t will be minus 2, or if I divide it by 2, so it will be minus 1 plus minus root 5 divided by 4. Now the challenge is, I need the solution between pi by 2 to pi. If I look at the graph of sin x, it is between pi by 2 to pi like this. The graph is between pi by 2 to pi like this, which means sin x is positive. So I got to take a positive value from here. But if I take negative sign, it will be negative. So I am left with root 5 minus 1 by 4. Let's verify it. Root 5 is something as 2.2, something like that. So it will be 1.2. 1.2 by 4 will be less than 1. So this is an acceptable value. This happens only once somewhere here. I don't know that point exactly. Neither I need to figure out. But that happens exactly once between pi by 2 to pi. Between pi by 2 to pi. That means only exactly one solution. Are we clear on that? Are you comfortably understanding it? I hope you all are there listening and understanding, especially the sincere ones. Everyone, are you all there? Can we move ahead with this part? Have you understood this particular conclusion with clarity? With that, let's move towards the next part. Now we talk about inverse trigonometric functions. Again, a very interesting question. How do we solve this? Have a look at that. First of all, we are given cos inverse of this plus tan inverse of this is equal to x. What we know is Let's say for a while, I'll remove or replace this under root over cos alpha st so that I don't have to put much efforts in writing this time and again. So what I'm given cot inverse of t minus tan inverse of t as x. I hope there is no confusion on that. But what we know, okay, that's great, Dhanushri and everyone. Great, 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 brilliant. So we can continue with that. Thank you so much for infusing that confidence. So we know that tan inverse t plus cot inverse t is pi by 2. Do you remember that? So from there, I can create one more conclusion, which we already know, that cot inverse t plus tan inverse t is pi by 2. Just give me a moment, everyone. So yes, I hope I'm clearly audible and visible. Great. So this, when added, this and this are excluded. So I left with 2 times cot inverse t as pi by 2 plus x. If I divide both these sides by 2, what I get is, this gets removed, pi by 4 plus x by 2. Pi by 4 plus x by 2. Everyone with me on this? I hope there is no confusion on it. From there, can I not say that t will be cot of x by 2 plus pi by 4? I hope you all are there listening and understanding. Now, up to what time the live will go? That's a good question, Mr. Vigna V Vlogs. We are done with, I think, 60 to 70% part of this session. It is 11 o'clock. So somewhere around between 1 to 2, 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, I'll try to bind it up. I'm not sure about this, but yes, because I'm still left with coordinate geometry and then calculus. Now from here, what I'll do is, of course, what I can do is I can share the approaches, tell you the idea, and calculation part is something which I can skip. That is, of course, we can do, but still you got to understand the concepts. That's why we have kept the session. Otherwise, you could have watched or seen the solutions by yourself as well. But the idea is to make you revise the entire maths within this one session. That's the whole idea. So when I move ahead with this part, I see cot of this is equal to t. Or if you could or want to, then you can take the reciprocal of them. Then you can say that tan of x by 2 plus pi by 4 is equal to 1 by t. I hope you got that clarity here. So tan a plus b is tan a plus tan b divided by 1 minus tan a tan b. So it will give you 10 x by 2 plus 10 pi by 4 is 1 upon 1 minus 10 at nb, so 1 minus 10 x by 2. I hope you are comfortably understanding what I'm doing so far, and this is equal to 1 by t. T I'm not replacing by under root over cos alpha as of now. I'll do it in the later. When will you start next chapter? Very soon. Very soon, don't worry about that. So here, I mean, I am not sure that at what time will we start, but it is going on. Right now we are doing ITF, then possibly after ITF we'll move towards coordinate geometry. It is about to come within a while. So there, if I replace tan x by 2 by sin x by 2 cos x by 2, so what I'll get? Sin by cos plus 1, so it should be sin x by 2 plus cos x by 2, or can I write that as cos x by 2 plus sin x by 2 in the numerator? And in the denominator it will become cos x by 2 minus sin x by 2. I hope you got that. Is equal to 1 by t. Is there any confusion on that? Now, when I apply componendo and dividendo, so that I could simplify this, when I apply componendo and dividendo, do I need to? What do we need? We need the value of sin x. We wish to crack the value of sin x. Yes. So I think we are very close to do that. When I apply componendo and dividendo, I'll add. You can do this cross multiplication thing as well if you get confused. You can multiply this t here. So this is t cos x by 2 plus t sin x by 2 is equal to cos x by 2 minus sin x by 2. I hope you got my point very clearly. I hope we are not making any calculation based error. Now, when I bring things together, sine part and cos part, what do I get? This is basically equivalent to component and dividend only if you don't get that part. So here, cos I move there, sine I bring here. So this is t plus 1 sin x by 2 is equal to t plus 1 sin x by 2, and this is 1 minus t cos x by 2. So we are very close towards getting the answer to this question. Sin x by 2 by cos x by 2, that is 10x by 2. That is 10x by 2. So 10x by 2 we have received as sine by cos. Cos I have brought here. So 1 minus t upon 1 plus t. Can you see that? So this will become 1 minus t upon 1 plus t. I hope you can see it very clearly. Now what next? I think we have 10x by 2 right now. Great. What is sine theta? Do you remember we have discussed a formula for sine 2 theta, that is 2 tan theta upon 1 plus tan square theta? Do you remember that? So if I replace theta as x by 2 here, what will it become? Will it not become 10x by 2? I hope you're getting my point very clearly. 10x by 2 is what we are dealing with right now, right? Right. So if I replace this here, so sine x will be 2 10x by 2 upon 1 plus 10 square x by 2. So the next part which I'm trying to tell you now is that involves some simple calculation. If I know 10x as this, I will write sin x as 2 10x by 2. So 2 times 1 minus t upon 1 plus t. I hope you're understanding. Divided by 1 plus 1 minus t upon 1 plus t whole square. Everyone with me on this? I hope so far there's no confusion on that. The only step, the last step which I'm skipping right now is this, that you should simply do this cross multiplication, simplify this, which I'll do anyways. So there you'll get sin x as, see, in the numerator it will be 2 times 1 minus t whole divided by 1 plus t. I'm writing it one more time, divided by 1 plus t whole square plus 1 minus t whole square divided by this whole expression divided by 1 plus t whole square. I hope there is no confusion on that. Now, what I do next is, I will clearly see that this 1 plus t is getting cancelled by this 1 plus t. I hope you are getting it. And this 1 plus t comes there in the numerator like this. So it becomes 2 times 1 minus t into 1 plus t, that is 1 minus t square. I hope you are comfortably understanding it. In the denominator, you have this plus this. So this will be a square plus b square plus 2ab. This is a square plus b square minus 2ab. So plus 2ab is cancelled by minus 2ab. You are left with 1 square plus t square. So in the denominator, you are left with 1 square plus t square. And that's your answer now. Why am I saying so? Because this is 10x. Sorry, this is sin x. I think we were asked to figure out sin x only. Yes. So I think the job is almost done. It will be 2 times 1 minus t square. What is t? T was under root cos x. So 1 minus t square means 1 minus, sorry, it was t was under root cos alpha. So I hope you are understanding t square will be cos alpha. T square will be cos alpha. So this will be 1 minus cos alpha divided by 1 plus cos alpha. So we are just one step away from the answer. It will be 2 times 1 minus cos theta. I hope you know it is 2 sin square theta by 2. 1 plus cos theta is 2 cos square theta by 2. So 2 and 2 are cancelled. Sin by cos is clearly 10 square alpha by 2. So 2 times 10 square alpha by 2. 2 times 10 square alpha by 2. Sorry, why am I seeing this 2? 2, 2, 2. Why are we seeing this 2? Yes, there is one more catch here. This will be doubled. Why? Because a square plus b square is appearing twice. So this 2 is cancelled by this 2. So this 2 wouldn't be here. I'm really sorry. So I'll be left with 10 square alpha by 2, which we are given in the option A. Are you all there listening and watching and understanding? Everyone, just give me a response quickly. Did you understand the whole approach? Did you get the complete idea? Can I move ahead with this? Let's see the next question from here. What do we see next? Another trigonometric equation, and they are asking you a solution for. So I am trying to tell you that, do we know the range of sine inverse x? Yes, Mr. Vigna Vlogs, I didn't notice it. You do it. As a teacher, we do it. And we have no worries in committing mistakes because, I mean, there is no loss. Nothing is at stake for us. But as students, you cannot afford to have such errors. I hope you understand why. So here, sine inverse x, I hope you remember, we need to crack this expression with the help of sine inverse x. I hope you understood that. So for sine theta, we know that theta, we restrict, for inverse function, we restrict theta from minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. So that sine inverse x is defined. So we know that sine inverse x ranges from minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. So this value will lie between minus pi by 2 to pi by 2, which is equal to this. So 2 sine inverse A will lie between minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. Did you get my point? But if I divide all the three sides by 2, what I'll get is minus pi by 4 to pi by 4. We know sine inverse is an increasing function monotonically. So I can take sine on both the sides. From minus pi by 2 to pi by 2, we can do that. So it will be sine of minus pi by 4 to A to sine of pi by 4. We know sine is an odd function. So sine minus pi by 4 will be minus 1 by root 2. 2a to 1 by root 2, if I'm not wrong. And what are we told? That we need to find out the range of a. So it has a solution if a is between minus 1 by root 2 to 1 by root 2, which is written mathematically as mod a should be less than or equal to 1 by root 2. Did you all get that? Everyone with me so far? Any confusions on that? Can we move ahead with that? Did you get complete clarity that if you know the basics, you can conclude the questions within seconds? Look at the next one. Cos inverse x minus cos inverse y by 2 is alpha. Then this is the expression they are asking you to figure out. I'll simply say that we know an identity that cos inverse x minus cos inverse y is cos inverse xy minus under root over 1 minus x square into under root over 1 minus y square. That is what I'll do here. So xy means what? X into y is actually y by 2 minus under root over 1 minus x square into under root over 1 minus y square, that is 1 minus y square by 4, should be equal to alpha. I hope I can take this cos inverse there on the other side. So it can be written as cos alpha. Because they all are variables, I can take that liberty or benefit of doubt here. With that, when I move ahead, what I'll see is that this is x plus y by 2. So this is xy by 2 minus under root over 1 minus x square into 4 minus y square. When this 4 comes out of this under root sign, it comes out as 2 here, and that is cos alpha. That is cos alpha. So this 2 and this 2 can be taken as LCM. So here you are left with this 2 taken on the other side, and this minus comes there in the there. But I think I need to deal with something like this. So can I create something like this? The best thing would be you take it on the other side and you bring it on the left hand side. So it becomes xy minus 2 cos alpha is equal to under root over 1 minus x square times under root over 4 minus y square. Now, when I square both these sides to get rid of this under root sign and to create something like this, I'll simply have this whole square and this also raised to the power 2. Everyone with me so far? So what I do next is, I hope you are seeing very clearly, a minus b whole square, that is a square plus b square minus 2ab. So 2 into 2, that is 4 xy cos alpha. On the other side, under root and under root are removed with this square sign. 1 minus x square gets multiplied to 4 minus y square. So 1 into 4 is 4. 1 into y square is y square. X square into 4 is minus 4x square. And x square y square is x square y square. I hope everyone is listening and understanding what I'm doing so far. So best thing is this and this are cancelled, and I think I'm left with the answer possibly. All I need to do is rearrange the question. So 4x square I bring on the left hand side first of all. So I'll have 4x square. Then I'll have this part which is minus 4xy cos alpha possibly. Correct me if I'm wrong. Then we have this y square also brought to the other side. So this becomes plus y square. So on the right hand side, what are we left with? We are left with two things, 4 and 4 cos square alpha. So when you take 4 common, 1 minus cos square alpha is sin square alpha. Do we have 4 sin square alpha? Option C. Are you all there listening and understanding? Everyone, all the participants, can you see this? I hope the questions are easy and simple if you know the formulae, if you know these learnings, if you know these identities. Can I move ahead with that? The next question. A very simple and interesting one if you know the concept, if you know the funda. What is the funda? See here. This is cosec inverse 5 by 4. This is sin inverse x by 5. If I convert this into a very simple version of this, see, cosec inverse. Let me simplify this. Cosec inverse 5 by 4, let's say I'm writing as alpha. So can you help me with cosec alpha? Yes, you will say cosec alpha is 5 by 4. So let's say there is a right angle triangle which has alpha angle here. So cosec is what? Yes, easy. Great, great, great. So cosec alpha is what? Reciprocal of sine. So that is what? Hypotenuse upon perpendicular. So hypotenuse is 5. Perpendicular should be 4. With that, we can conclude what would be the base. You got that? I hope you got that. From here, let's talk about sine inverse x by 5 as well. So sine inverse x by 5, let's say I'm assuming as beta. I hope there is no confusion on that. With that, if I create this triangle which has angle beta over here, we know that I'll say sine beta will be x by 5. I hope you wouldn't hesitate in saying so. Did you all get that? So from here, if I say sine beta is x by 5, sine beta is x by 5, sine beta is x by 5 means what? Perpendicular in base. But I cannot do much here. So what I do next is, There are multiple approaches coming in my mind, but I'm thinking of the best approach. What should I say? I'll simply say this, that we have assumed sine inverse x by 5 is beta. This is alpha. So we are given that alpha plus beta is pi by 2. We are given as alpha plus beta is pi by 2. So what do I do? What do I do? 10 I should not take. Can I take cos or sine, whatever I wish to? Let's take cos. Or I could do one more thing, that this is cosec inverse, right? So I could have converted into sine, which would have been 4 by 5. So sine inverse x plus sine inverse, that is perfect, I think. That I should have done, or other else. I'm just thinking of the right approach. Do you have anything else? Because I have 2 to 3 approaches in my mind, but I'm thinking of the best one. So instead of thinking of the best one, let's do whatever comes so that we get the answer quickly, right? So what do we do here? What do we do here? This is sine inverse x by 5. I keep it like this only. Can I convert it into 10? But it will be very confusing. So let's keep it like this. This becomes pi by 2 minus cosec inverse 5 by 4. Can I convert it into sine? So cosec inverse 5 by 4 in terms of sine can be written as 4 by 5. Yes, I think that is great. Now, if I take this sign there, so it is x by 5 is equal to sine pi by 2 minus sine inverse of 4 by 5. I hope you got that. But we know that sine 90 minus theta is cos theta. So x by 5 is cos of sine inverse of 4 by 5. Now, if I wish to nullify these two, I need to convert it into cos. So this will be cos. That all is useless. I need not do that. But anyways, so you must have learned something. So sine inverse 4 by 5 can be written as cos inverse 3 by 5. I hope you're getting it from here. Sine inverse 4 by 5 can be written as cos inverse 3 by 5. Did you get that? Perfect, perfect. So with that, I think cos and cos inverse can be nullified because 3 by 5 falls under that principal domain. So from here, I'll say x by 5 is equal to 3 by 5. And with that, I wouldn't hesitate in saying that x should be 3. Everyone with me on that? Did you all get that? Can we move ahead? I hope all these students, those who are watching right now, must be very clear with the agenda that we are revising entire maths. So far, we have already revised the algebra. Now we are doing trigo. After trigo will move towards calculus. Coordinate geometry, and then we'll in the end do calculus. After the session on our WhatsApp channel, I'll give you the PDF with the must do 5150 questions before your JEE mains, which you should revise. So I hope you all are there and you know the QR code through which you can follow our WhatsApp channel. This was asked by JEE mains, not in 2024, because JEE mains previously used to be known as IEEE. Vectors in 3D, I love Mr. Beast, is done. We have done it in algebra. Don't worry about that. Vectors in 3D, we have done under algebra. Right after algebra, in the end part of that, we have done it. As of now, you can continue watching it. In the end, once the session gets over, you can revise it through Vectors in 3D. Good, Santosh. Thank you so much for highlighting that. So here I need to find out cot of this. A very simple question just to make you understand the basic concept here. Cosec inverse of 5 by 3. Again, I'll introduce the previous question only. Let's say if I take cosec inverse 5 by 3 as beta, or let's say as alpha. So you would say that cosec alpha is 5 by 3. Now 5 by 3 means what? 5, 3. This should be alpha, so this should be 4. So can I write this alpha in terms of 10? We can. So I will say that it will be 10 inverse of 10 is 3 by 4. This is what? 10 inverse 2 by 3. Right, and there outside we have cot. No worries with that. Right, so we know 10 inverse A minus 10 inverse B is 10 inverse A plus B upon 1 minus AB if A and B both are positive and less than positive. So here I'll follow this particular condition here, that is cot 10 inverse A plus B, that is 3 by 4 plus 2 by 3 upon 1 minus 3 by 4 and 2 by 3. I hope you remember that formula from ITF. So when you apply this, you'll get a term in 10 inverse. I'll do it because anyways, we are supposed to simplify this in the end as well. So when you do that, it is cot of 10 inverse of. So 3 into 3 is 9, 4 into 2 is 8. 9 plus 8 is what? 17. Then 4 into 3 is 12 and 3 into 2 is 6. So 12 minus 6 is 6. So this is 17 by 6. I hope I'm going great. I hope I'm not making any mistakes. This is 3 by 4, this is 2 by 3. The values are like this only. Okay, so 12 minus 6 is 6. Okay. But if this is given in 10 inverse, the cot inverse will be 6 by 17. So it will be cot inverse of 6 by 17. This is a real number. So cot inverse will give you 6 by 17 is the final answer, which is given in the option A. Sarvesh Shravan is saying, sir, I am in 11th standard. Just here to appreciate your effort and wishing all my seniors all the best. Rocket Brothers. We really appreciate it, Sarvesh. Thank you so much for your kind support. We really appreciate this. Thank you so much. And I thank you all. I thank you on behalf of all the students out there. So yes, those who are asking when will this chapter end? Did I not write the reciprocal? Yes, I think 6 by 17, option A. Yes, first option. Great. So now we are moving towards coordinate geometry. Algebra and Trigo are done. Half of the session is over, I believe so. But in terms of percentage, it is more than that because now coordinate and calculus is what we are left with. So now we are moving towards coordinate geometry. Let's get started with this. The equation of the straight line passing through point 4, 3, making intercepts on the coordinate axis whose sum is -1. So a straight line's equation in intercept form is given by x upon a. Even the board has started hanging. Okay, leave it. So x upon a plus y upon b. What I know is I'll simply tell you the, yes, you will rock, Sarvesh. Don't worry about that. I'm sure that you will rock. So we know that x upon a plus y upon b is equal to 1. We are told that it passes through 4, 3. So one of the equations in a and b will be as 4 by a and 3 by b is equal to 1. This is an equation in a and b. The second equation is that the sum is -1. So the sum of the intercepts, which is a plus b, is -1. So all you need to do is replace one of the values of a or either b here. You'll get a quadratic in a and b, either a or in b. You solve that quadratic, you get a. For those two values of a, you'll get two values of b. And through that, you get two equations of straight lines. So calculation part I'm skipping, but I'm giving you the equations from here where you can, so that you can get the answer. This is 4 by a, or if I wish to write it as, I'll be writing it as 4b plus 3a is equal to ab. All I'm suggesting you is that replace either a or b. So I am, let's say, replacing a by -1 minus b. I'm replacing a by -1 minus b. So when you replace a by -1 minus b, it is 4b plus 3 -1 minus b is equal to a. I'm replacing by -1 minus b times b. This is basically a quadratic. When is coordinate geometry? I think it has started. Sir, can you once revise the formula of straight lines if you don't mind? There are no formulae, I love Mr. Beast. I'll say some simple concepts are there. And that's the idea of this whole session we have kept, that will revise the theory with the help of the questions. So I'm doing the straightforward simple questions, intercept form of a straight line. Then we'll keep solving questions based on this. So I will ensure that all the formulae, most of the important ones, are revised with the help of questions. That's the idea of this session. That's the core philosophy of this session. I hope you got my point. So with that, you'll see a quadratic getting formed in B. When you solve this quadratic, you'll find two values of B, corresponding to which those two values of B, I'll get two values of A, through which I'll be able to write the two equations of those two straight lines. Did you get that part? Did you understand that? Yes, some simple straightforward questions are kept just to make you revise the formula. The intent is simple, to make you revise the questions at this stage, to make you revise the concepts at this stage. Now, let us look at the next question. Can you help me with this question? I love Mr. Beast. I would really appreciate if you could tell me the answer. Good, Mr. Vigna Vlogs. That's really great. The line parallel to the x-axis passing through the intersection of the lines, this and this, where A and B are not origin. That's the best part. Now, how do we do it? This and this are given to us. This is basically a mixture of the questions, easy, moderate, and tough. So you will see some easy questions, you will see some moderate, you will see tough. The way you find questions in the JEE mains as well. And there the challenge is that you should identify the easier and the moderate ones, which you should be focusing and solving. That's the idea, Mr. Beast, that you should be able to identify the easy questions and should be able to do them. Here, if the line, and if in one session you are asking me to make you revise the entire JEE maths, then bringing a lot of tough and hard questions at this stage is definitely not a good idea to confuse you all. Idea is to make you revise the entire theory, entire concept, the entire maths in one session, which you have been studying for the last 2 years. So yes, the intent, I hope you are able to digest and understand. this and this, these are the two lines. So it is given by ax plus 2by plus 3b is equal to 0. And the other line is bx minus 2ay minus 3a is equal to 0. So now what I know is that yes, there is a line parallel to the x-axis. So if a line is parallel to x-axis, it must be of the form y is equals to something. So I'll try to create something with the help of the point of intersection of these two lines in the form of y is equals to something, which means let us try and eliminate x from here. Great, great, great. If you're answering option A is the correct answer, let's verify that. So if I multiply the first equation by b, I'll get abx, I'll get 2b square y, 3b square. If I multiply the other equation by a, I'll get abx, I'll get 2a square minus 3a square. If I subtract the second equation from the first equation, minus, plus, plus, I have started seeing a lot of responses coming up now. That's great, Tanushri. I love Mr. Beast. I love Mr. Beast. You have made me say that I love you. Great. And then we have, yes, great students. So keep responding. That's really great that you're answering these questions. So here, if I add these two equations, I'll simply have 2b square plus 2a square. I'll have 2b square plus 2a square. So 2b square plus 2a square times whole of y plus this is 3b square plus 3a square. I hope we are going great. I hope I'm not committing any error. So this is 3a square plus 3b square. So this is 3a square plus 3b square is equal to 0. So when I take 3 common from here, when I take 2 common from here, a square plus b square is also taken common, but a square plus b square can vanish because a and b are not 0. They are constant. So with that, I'll have 2y plus 3 is equal to 0, and from there I can conclude y is equals to minus 3 by 2. So if there is a straight line which is parallel to the x-axis, which is passing on the y-axis from this point minus 3 by 2, so it is below the x-axis at a distance 3 by 2 from it, but below the x-axis. So option 1 needs to be marked. That's great, Tanushri and everyone. I hope all the other students have also understood it. If you have gotten that, let's solve the next question. It says, if non-zero numbers a, b, c are in HP. So if a, b, c are in HP, their reciprocals, which means 1 by a, 1 by b, and 1 by c will be in AP. Will you all agree with that? So if 1 by a, 1 by b, 1 by c are in AP, would I not say that 1 by b will be the arithmetic mean? Yes, you can do that. So 1 by b will be the arithmetic mean of 1 by n and 1 by c. So I'll say 2 by b will be equal to 1 by a plus 1 by c by that logic. If I take them on the other side or on the left side, or take it on the other side, 1 by a minus 2 by b plus 1 by c is equal to 0. But there is a straight line which fulfills or satisfies this, that it has the equation x by a plus y by b plus 1 by c is equal to 0. So if I could see some similarity here, would I not say that if in this straight line, if I replace x by 1 and y by minus 2, if I replace x by 1, great, Mr. Beast. If I replace x by 1 and y by minus 2, then it does satisfy this 1 comma minus 2, because if I pass 1 comma minus 2, it becomes this, which is what we are given, which is true as a fact, which means this line must definitely be passing through 1 comma minus 2, which we are given in option C. Some simple idea we are trying to give you through these questions. Can I move ahead with that? The next question. There is a vertex of a triangle. Okay, so we have goat as well. There is a triangle which has one of the vertices as 1 comma 1. I'm giving you the idea about the midpoint theorem here as well. Great, Santosh, brilliant. So these are some really simple questions, easy questions, because coordinate geometry is always easy. They make it tough by introducing a lot of calculation, which I am not bringing through these questions, just wanting to make you revise all the concepts, all the learnings from coordinate geometry. Second thing I'll be expecting is that you solve all the questions. Which part did you not understand, Mr. Beast? The idea is simple, that you have told that they are in AP. So if they are in AP, the middle term will be the arithmetic mean of these two terms. So this is fulfilled. So this equation and this equation have a similarity, that if you replace x by 1 and y by minus 2, this equation becomes this, which means this equation is satisfied by 1 comma minus 2, which means this straight line definitely passed through 1 comma minus 2. From here, I am told that the vertex of the triangle is 1 comma 1. And the two sides which are passing through 1 comma 1 have their midpoints as minus 1 comma 2 and 3 comma 2. Now if I wish to define these points, I hope you know the midpoint theorem, which I'm wishing to make you revise here. Double of this minus this will give me this, double of this minus this will give me this. So here 6 minus 1, that is 5, 4 minus 1, that is 3, minus 2 minus 1, that is minus 3, and 4 minus 1, that is 3. So I have all the vertices of this triangle, a very simple approach. And there I need to find out the centroid. Now, how do you define the centroid? Do you remember that? So the centroid is given by a plus b plus c, sorry, x1 plus x2 plus x3 by 3. So that is 1 plus 5, 6, 6 minus 3 is 3, 3 by 3 is 1, comma, x2 plus y2 plus y3, sorry, y1 plus y2 plus y3 divided by 3. So 1 plus 3, 4, 4 plus 3, 7. So it should be 7 by 3. So 1 comma 7 by 3 should be there. It is there in option C. I hope you got that. That's brilliant, Tanushri. What about the other participants? Did you notice this answer? I hope you all must have been able to understand this. With that, let's move towards the next question. A straight line through the point A 3, 4 is such that its intercept between the axes. A very simple question just to make you understand that how do you write the intercept form. With that, the idea is really simple, that there is a straight line. It must be passing like this only because it is passing through 3, 4. And if it is passing through 3, 4, what they are trying to tell you is that it is bisected at 3, 4, which means this and this are equidistant. Again, midpoint theorem. So if I use midpoint theorem, this point will be something comma 0 because it is on the x-axis. This will be double of this only. I hope you got my point, because here it will be 0 comma something. So 0 plus this divided by 2 will be 3, which means double of 3 should have been here. So that 6 plus 0 by 2 should be 3. Similarly, double of 4, which is 8, should be here because 8 plus 0 by 2 will be 4. I knew its intercept form. I will, Mr. Beast, don't worry about that. So here, and most of these questions which we have been doing so far are previous year's questions if you look them on internet. So here it is your x-intercept, which is 6. This is your y-intercept. So the equation of the line is given by x by 6 plus y by 8 is equal to 1. Coordinate geometry is simple and easy. Coordinate geometry is simple and easy. Thank you so much, Gaurav sir. All they do is they introduce a lot of calculation in those questions to make them lengthy. So my idea is not to introduce those calculation here, heavy calculation here in these questions to make this lecture lengthy. My motive was simple, that I make you understand the concepts, the formulae, the basics of coordinate geometry. I hope you're getting it. With that, if I could move ahead with the next concept, it says a variable line passes through fixed point A, which is P comma Q, and touches the x-axis, and the locus of the other end of the diameter through A. I will really appreciate if all of you could try this question. I can see a lot of students appearing here. Vittal Kumar is also there. Great, great, great. I hope you all are there listening and understanding and clearly watching this session. So here, let's say there is a circle. There is a circle and it touches the x-axis. So this circle is touching the x-axis like this. I hope you can see it very clearly. So if this circle is touching the x-axis, this must be the center. So there what you need to understand is that it has a diameter here like this. It has a diameter like this. So what are we told here? That with this diameter, it has a fixed point. It passes through a fixed point A, which is P comma Q, and the locus of the other end of this diameter through A. So through A diameter passes. Of course, the diameter passes through the center, and the other end's locus is what we are trying to figure out. So other end's extreme can be assumed as H comma K. With this H comma K, can you say something about the midpoint here? Again, midpoint theorem comes into picture. So I'll say the midpoint here will be, this coordinate here will be H plus P by 2, comma, K plus Q by 2. I hope you got that. But we know that this circle touches the x-axis. Now, what is the crucial part which you all must have noticed here? I hope you all must be agreeing here that if this is the midpoint, here, and if this is the center of the circle which touches the x-axis, so the y coordinate over here will be the radius in terms of magnitude. That's good, Tanushri. That's good, Beast, everyone. That's brilliant. So I'll say that this length over here, modulus of it will be the radius. But as per our understanding, this AB, let's say, is also the diameter. So half of it will also be the radius. So half of AB, by using the distance formula, I'll say P minus H whole square plus Q minus K or K minus Q, whatever you wish to write, whole square, should be double of the radius. And what is the radius? The radius is K plus Q by 2. I hope you have gotten it. Now, when I square both these sides, I'll have P minus H whole square, that is P square plus H square minus 2PH. When I square this, it will be k square plus q square minus 2kq. And here this 2 and this 2 are cancelled. K plus q whole square is needed to be done. With that I get k square plus q square plus 2kq. If I now simplify this, what do I get? What do I get? I think k square and q square are cancelled. So I think I'm left with a very simple result which says p square plus h square minus 2ph, which is p minus h whole square or h minus p whole square, is equal to 2. 2 plus 2 is 4. So it should be 4kq. But when you talk about locus, ultimately what you do is you replace h and k by x and y respectively. So h is replaced by x. So p minus h can be written as h minus p, which can be written as x minus p whole square is equals to 4kq, which means 4qk, which is y, which matches with option D. That's great. That's great, Tanushri. That's great, Mr. Beast. I hope all the other participants who are watching it right now must have understood it very clearly, that what did we do here. A simple locus-based question where circle, it's touching the x-axis, and a lot of other simple things are taken into consideration. With that, let's move towards the next question. A circle touches the x-axis and it also touches a circle with center at 0, 3. So there is a circle which is centered at 0, 3. So if a circle is centered at 0, 3, 0, 3 is on the y-axis. So this circle is having its center at 0, 3. Now, there is a circle which touches this circle and that circle is having a radius 2. Great. So there is one more circle here which is touching this circle. Okay, so that circle is touching the x-axis. So there is this circle which touches the x-axis. Mr. B, I have been brainwashed to do these sums in mind. Yes. You should solve these questions in your mind if you are so good at maths. I really appreciate that. That will save a lot of time. Now with that, we know that this point is 0, 3. We know this, and before such a crucial exam, okay, leave it. So this is the point of contact if these two circles are touching each other. I hope you're getting it very clearly. So here, what I'll do is that with this 0, 3 and having this radius as 2, so this is the radius 2 here. Again, I repeat this point, I am interested in this circle center because I want to figure out the locus of the center of the circle. So this center of the circle will be h, k, because we are interested in its locus. Now what I'll do is that if these two circles are touching each other externally, we know the concept, the sum of their radii will be equal to the distance between their centers. So distance between their centers is 0, 3 and h, k. Do we know how to find the distance? It will be given by h minus 0 whole square plus k minus 3 whole square is equal to the sum of their radii. So this has a radius 2. But what about this radius? I hope again I'll use the same logic which we have done or applied in the previous question. So here what I'll do is that here the radius will be k, or mod k you can say, because it is touching the x-axis. So the y coordinate will be the radius in terms of magnitude. So it will be 2 plus mod k. I hope you got that point very clearly. Are we clear on that? Any confusions on that? Now from here, great Tanushri, I'm glad that you answered this question. From here, what I'll do is I'll simply square both the sides. So what I'll get is h square plus k square plus 9 minus 6k is equal to 4 plus k square plus 4k, or mod of k. But it is of course touching the x-axis in this point, so I need not use mod k because it is clearly above the x-axis. So instead of mod k, I can simply take 4k. Did you get that? Now from here, I need to simply simplify this. So this will be k square, k square. So this is of the form h square I'm replacing by x. So this is x square. This minus 6k plus 4k becomes 10k, which is 10y. And this 9 goes there on the other side, becomes minus 9. So this is clearly a parabola. So yes, locus of the center of that circle is a parabola. That's good, Tanushri. I hope you are understanding how should you deal with questions based on locus. Can we move ahead with that? What do we see next? Yes, a question based on pair of lines. How do we deal or solve questions based on pair of lines? So yes, what are we told? That this represents a pair of lines, which means two straight lines are there and they lie along the diameters of a circle. So first of all, there is a circle right there. Great. So there is a circle and they lie along the diameter of a circle. So this circle has a diameter, which means, let's say one of the diameters is this. The other diameter could be this, let's say. I hope you are not confused with what I have done so far. What I'm told is that the pair of lines divide the circle into 4 sections. Of course, I can see 4 sections because of these diameters, such that the area of one of these sectors is thrice the area of the other sector. So first of all, you need to understand the area of this sector and this sector will be same, and the area of this sector and this sector will be same. Do you all agree with this? So what am I told? That let's say the area of this sector is triple of this sector. So if that is so, the same ratio will be there between their angles. I hope you're understanding it. Because through angles only you figure out the area. So if this angle over here is theta, I wouldn't hesitate in saying that this angle over here will be 3 theta. Because the ratio in which these angles are there, the same ratio will be there between the areas of these sectors. With that, all I'm trying to make you understand is that this is theta, this is 3 theta. So 4 theta will be 180 degree because it is a linear pair. So if it is a linear pair, I can conclude that theta will be pi by 4, 45 degree. Half of 90, I hope you got that. So we could clearly see that this angle here will be 45 degree. I hope there is no confusion on that. Now what I do next is that here I am asking you to revise a very simple concept where I say that if pair of straight lines are given by ax square plus 2xxy plus by square. This is, let's say, a pair of straight line. Whether, sir, how did you take them as equal sectors in questions they didn't give equally? If you are going to IIM, you should not talk like that, or you should not ask questions based on that particular concept. I think a very basic concept you might have missed here, that they are vertically opposite angles. So if this sector has angle theta, this sector will be having the same angle theta, which means this sector will be having the same area. And this angle and this angle being vertically opposite will have the same sectors, so same area will be there. I hope I need not explain this part if you all are so intelligent. With that, moving ahead with the next question. This is what we are given, the pair of straight lines. So with that pair of straight lines, if you wish to figure out the angle between pair of straight lines given by this equation, that angle, let's say, is theta. So tan theta is given by 2 times under root over h square minus ab divided by mod over a plus b. This is the formula you should remember. This is the formula you must remember, you ought to remember when you talk about pair of straight lines. Great. Now, moving ahead with that, what I do next is tan theta. Tan theta is what? Theta is 45, the acute angle between these two lines, because I'm keeping them positive here by putting that mod. So tan theta is 1 because tan 45 is what we are using. That is 2 times under root over h square. H square is basically the coefficient of xy. That is 2 times a plus b. So this is 2 times a plus b whole square, which is 4a plus b whole square minus ab. ab is what? ab, which are the coefficients of x square and y square. So that's your ab. Whole divided by mod a plus b. Mod a plus b, if I bring on the other side, because this is 1 over here, so this should be equal to mod a plus b. So if I square both the sides, I can get rid of this mod and under root both the sides. So when you remove them, what you see is a square plus b square is equal to what? I think I'll get a final relation here. This 2 when squared gives you 4 times. This is 4a square plus 4b square. I hope there is no confusion on that. Plus 8ab. I hope you are getting it, because this will be 2ab. 2ab into 4 is 8ab. 8ab minus ab gives you, I think, minus 7ab. I'll cross check and verify. I hope I'm not committing or doing any mistake here. A square plus b square. I'm making a mistake here. It should have a plus 2ab as well, which I have forgotten writing over here. I hope you must have noticed it. A square plus b square plus 2ab. 2 square is 4. This is 4 times a square plus b square plus 2ab. 2 into 4 is 8ab. 8ab minus ab is minus 7. That needs to be multiplied by 4. I'll leave it up to you that you simplify this and you'll get the correct answer from here. Can I move ahead towards the next question? I hope you all are there, listening and understanding very clearly. Can we go ahead with the next part? I hope you all are there, listening and understanding and watching this solution coming up right there. Can we move towards this next question? I hope you all are there. With that, can we see this question? If the circles x square plus y square plus 2x plus cy is equal to plus a is equal to 0, and this intersect in 2 distinct points. Now, what is the key concept here? What is the key concept here? The key concept is, let's say these are the 2 circles. Then there will be a radical axis. Now, what is special about this radical axis? That from this radical axis, if you choose any point on it, then the pair of tangents drawn from this radical axis will be equal in length. How do you define the radical axis? Let's say if this circle is given by S1 is equal to 0, if this circle is given by S2 is equal to 0, then the radical axis is given by S1 minus S2 is equal to 0. Let's say there are two circles which are touching each other externally, then this line is behaving as a radical axis as well as the common chord to these circles, and that, sorry, common tangent to these circles, and that common tangent is still given by that same S1 minus S2 is equal to 0. Not just that, even if you see two circles intersecting at two distinct points, then there will be a straight line passing through their intersection, that is called the common chord, and that common chord is also given by S1 minus S2 is equal to 0. So I hope you got that point. Okay, Santosh, I totally get that. So with that, when I move ahead with this conclusion, what am I told? That there is this circle and this circle. They intersect at two distinct points P and Q, and they form a line. So this will be the common chord, because P and Q will be this point. This point is P, this point is Q. So this is common chord. So how do I write common chord? I subtract this equation from this equation. But you need to ensure that the coefficient of x square and y square should be same. So with that, from here, 2ax minus 3x will give you 5ax. cy minus dy will give you c minus d whole times y. And this a minus minus 1 gives you a plus 1, which is equal to 0. Let me just check and cross and verify. So that 2x plus 3x, 5x, cy minus dy, c minus d, and a minus minus 1, that is a plus 1. And we are told that the equation of line is 5x plus by minus a is equal to 0. So if these two lines are representing the same straight lines, which means the ratio of the coefficients of x, y, and constant term should be same, which means the coefficient of x is 5a here. So this is 5a, but the coefficient of x is 5 here. The coefficient of y is c minus d, but the coefficient of y is b here. The coefficient or the constant term there is a plus 1, and the constant term here is minus a. By having these, you can simply solve them. How do you solve them? I ask you to simplify this and this. Skip this part. So when you solve this, what do you get is 5a by 5 is a. So there you get a. I write that a here. I hope you don't get confused with that. Is equal to a plus 1 upon minus a. This is a plus 1 upon minus a. Did you get that? I hope there is no confusion on that. I hope we are doing it correctly. A is equal to a plus 1 by a I take on the other side. So this is minus a square is equal to a plus 1. So all I need to do is solve this quadratic, which is a square minus, which is a square plus a plus 1. I hope you know that this is basically x square plus x plus 1, which is the quadratic which has cube roots of unity as its roots, omega and omega square, which are imaginary roots. So I'll say there is no value of a which can satisfy this. I hope you got that. So I hope Mr. Beast must have started getting some good and decent questions, and the other participants as well. The idea is simple. We will make you revise entire maths in this one session, which you have studied in 2 years. And you can't have it all. You can't ask for everything in just one session. You can't ask for everything. I hope you understood my point. In one session, you're asking to revise this entire maths. And you want to solve a lot of great questions of JEE Mains, which is of course not possible, specifically in math section. In math section, you cannot do it. In math section, you cannot have that. The questions are always lengthy, conceptually, logically, and in terms of calculation. So I can have either all the concepts getting revised, or all the calculations and lengthy calculation can be done. Either, not both. So I'm trying to make you learn these concepts through these decent, moderate level of questions. I hope you got that. You must have learned the concept of this thing. I'm great that Tanushri and all these students are live currently watching with that same enthusiasm. Keep watching. I think we'll be doing or completing coordinate geometry very soon, and then we'll be moving towards calculus. So the next question, I think we can take a break. It is 11:50. So the class will resume at 12 o'clock, and I hope that all of you don't run away. Take a break, stretch yourself, hydrate yourself, and then we'll resume after 10 minutes. Take a 10 minutes break, everyone. Thank you so much, Sumit sir. Thank you so much for empowering us, for appreciating the effort. So I hope all the students, if you are somewhere else roaming here and there, my voice is calling you, come back. We are still supposed to uh, cover the remaining part of coordinate geometry. Then afterwards, we'll conclude it with calculus. So if you have stayed so far in this video, don't leave it, don't lose it. You still have the other 20 to 30% part of this session still remaining. Come back, come back, come back. Let's get started. So here, what are we told in this question? I hope a lot of students must have been seeing this question. Why did you not answer this? Those who are watching this video, those who are still watching this video. What are we given here? C be a circle with center at 0, 0 and radius 3 units. So the equation of the locus of the midpoints of the chords of the circle, C, that subtends an angle 2 pi by 3. Great, great, perfect. That's brilliant. So how do I solve it? Let's say there is a circle. It has a chord which is subtending a certain angle at its center. So the center is 0, 0. And this circle is having the radius as 3. And this entire angle is 2 pi by 3. So yes, this perpendicular dropped from the center on the chord will bisect it. So it will become pi by 3. Will you all agree with this? So what are we asked? The locus of the midpoint of the chord. The locus of the midpoint of the chord. So if this is the midpoint of that chord, it will of course be a circle. So let's say this midpoint is h comma k. Now, how do I solve it? I'll simply say that here, would you not say that, sir, this and this, which means base and hypotenuse, which means I can take cos. So can I not say that cos pi by 3 will be equal to base, which is 0, 0 to h comma k, that distance. That distance will be under root over h square plus k square divided by hypotenuse, which is 3. What is cos pi by 3? We all know and we all can. Cos pi by 3 you can figure out. You can multiply it by 3. You can square both these sides. Ultimately replace h and k by x and y and you'll get the answer, one of the equations. My part was to make you understand that how should you be visualizing these concepts. I hope you are comfortable with that. Can we move ahead with the next question? What do we see next? Now we are moving towards parabola. So this parabola, there is a circle and there is a parabola. Y square is equal to 8ax. So for parabola, we say the equation of the tangent in slope form is given by mx plus a by m. If I ask you to look at this, this is y is equal to 4a, 4 into 4ax. So a is not a here, a is 4a here. So when I solve this particular one, what I'll say, y is equals to mx plus a by m. A means what? 4a. So it should be 4a by m. That's the equation of the tangent here. But this equation of tangent to this parabola is a common tangent to this circle as well. So for circle, the condition for tangency you can apply. Or what you can simply do is that from this circle, its center, the perpendicular distance to this tangent will be its radius. Because if it is the tangent to the circle, the perpendicular distance to the tangent from the center of the circle will be equal to its radius. So with that, I'll say the line is basically nothing but what? Mx minus y plus 4a by m. That's the equation of the line. I hope you got that. So from here, if I could simply write this is equal to 0. If I could find its perpendicular distance from origin 0, 0, it will be 0, 0. I hope you know the perpendicular distance of a line from a point. It is power of this point with respect to line. So 0 into m minus 0 plus 4a by m. So mod of 4a by m whole divided by under root over coefficient of x square plus coefficient of y square. That's great, Tanushri. That's brilliant. I'm glad that you are one of those students who are still there since the beginning. I really appreciate that. I'm glad, and you will get something really decent out of it from this session. The way you are participating and interacting and responding. Perfect, brilliant. I really appreciate it. So this will give me m square plus 1 under root over m square plus 1. So this becomes under root over m square plus 1. So that's the distance of this tangent from the center of the circle. But this should be equal to the radius. Radius is under root 2a. Radius is under root 2a. From here, when you solve this particular part, you will crack the value of m. After cracking the value of m, you can replace that value of m here so that you can find out the correct equation of the straight line. So that part I can skip. I was supposed to make you understand the question to give you the approach, but the calculation part I'm skipping so that we can learn the concepts in a more focused manner. we are told that there is a parabola bt1 square comma 2bt1. The moment you see this, do you not realize it is 80 square comma 280? So if it is like that, the parabola is given by y square is equal to 4ax, but instead of a, we see b. So it should be 4bx. So that's your parabola. What are we told? That on this parabola, a normal is drawn and that normal meets the parabola again at that point. First of all, what you all need to understand is tangent and parabola is removed from calculus. Despite that, you will see questions based on tangent and normal in coordinate geometry. So even if it is removed, you should learn tangent and normal based concepts from calculus as well, because those concepts when learned there can be applied in coordinate geometry as well. So that's why you should utilize this particular feature. I hope you got that. So with that, if I move ahead, how does calculus come into picture? How do you club the concepts of calculus into coordinate geometry so that you can get the answer within seconds? I'll say, if I differentiate it, I'll get 2y y dash is equal to 4b. So from here, I'll get y dash as 4b upon 2y, which is 2b upon y. I hope you got that. This is nothing but what? Slope of the tangent. This is the slope of the tangent. Dy by dx gives you the slope of the tangent. So if I take negative reciprocal of it, that will be the slope of the normal. So slope of the normal will be given by minus y upon 2b. But there is a point on the parabola where I'm drawing this normal. So y will be this, x will be this. So slope of the normal, let's call this point, let's say p for a while. At p will be given by minus y is minus 2bt1 upon 2b. I hope you understood this and I hope you know this. So with that, this 2b and 2b is cancelled and you can either learn the formula in the slope form or in the parametric form of the normal to a standard parabola, or you can figure it out with the help of this method. But what I know very clearly from here is that the normal meets again the parabola at this point. So that normal will be having the equation which you create by joining these points p and q. So with the point P and Q, with the coordinates of P and Q, can I not find out the slope of the line PQ? So the slope of the line PQ will be y2 minus y1, that is 2b t1 minus 2b t2 upon x2 minus x1, that is b t1 square minus b t2 square, and it should be equal to the slope which we have figured out with the help of calculus. So this is what you have figured out. Now b2 will be, b and b will be cancelled, 2 will be taken common, and when you rearrange this, you will get one of the options as the correct answer. I hope you all are able to digest and understand what I have explained so far. Can we move ahead with the next question? My idea was to make you understand the approach so that you remember that these are the concepts you are supposed to apply. Look at this question. There is a parabola, two parabolas are given, and there is a line which passes through the points of intersection of these two parabolas. The moment you see these two parabolas, one thought must strike your brain that these two parabolas will definitely be intersecting at 0, 0 first of all, because this also passes through 0, 0, this also passes through 0, 0. So if one of the parabolas is going like this, the one which is x square is equals to 4ay, the other one will definitely be passing like this, which is the y square is equals to 4ax. Now what I need to write is, I need to write the equation of the line which is passing through the point of intersection of these two parabolas, which means I need to write the equation of this line. So that line must be passing through origin. If that line passes through origin, which means its constant term will be 0, which means d will be 0, which they have given you indirectly. Now the next part, forget these options. I'll simply try and crack this. One of the options we know is 0, 0. One of the points of intersection of these two parabolas is 0, 0. What about the other point? If I solve it from here, what can I say? That sir, y is equal to x square upon 4a. Great. So that value of y I'm replacing here. That value of y I'm replacing here. So y square means what? X square by 4a whole square. X square by 4a whole square is equal to 4ax. I hope you're getting it. I hope you're getting it. Now with that, we know x to the power 4 is equal to 4a square, which means 4a square into 4a, that is 4a cube into x. Did you get that? I hope there is no confusion on that. One of the x can be cancelled by x because x is 0, which we have already figured out. So if x cube is 4a cube, x is going to be 4a. And if x is going to be 4a, you can replace the value of x as 4a, you get y also as 4a. So this point will be 4a comma 4a. So if I could crack that here, this point is 0, 0, other point is 4a, 4a, the straight line is going to be y is equal to x. So we have cracked the equation of the straight line, which is y is equals to x, or I can say x minus y is equals to 0. But they are giving you that this is the equation of that straight line. So if this is the equation of that line, that means proportionally they'll be same. So 1 upon 2b or 2b upon 1 will be equal to 3c upon minus 1 will be equal to, there is no constant term, so should be equal to 4d upon 0. So we have already concluded that d will be 0, which I can see in all the options. 2b is equal to minus 3c, so 2b plus 3c will also be 0, which I'm given in option B. 2b plus 3c is 0, d is already 0, so sum of their squares will be 0, option B. Did you get that? Are you all with me? Are you all listening, watching and understanding whatever is being done? Can we move ahead towards the next question? The next question is, P is a point 1, 0, Q is a point on this parabola, locus of midpoint of PQ. A very simple question. I'll say this is y square is equals to 4ax. What is 4? 4 is 4, a is 2, and this is x. So there is a point randomly can be taken as 80 square, 280 on this parabola. 80 square means what? 2t square, 280. So 2 into 2, that is 480 on this parabola. Can I do so? I hope you got that. So if I have taken a point on this parabola, let's say this is a point Q, there was a point 1, 0, P. So I need to find out the midpoint of PQ. So let's say midpoint of PQ is h, k, whose locus we are trying to figure out. So what will be h? Sir, h will be written as 1 plus 2t square divided by 2. And how will you write k? Sir, k will be written as 0 plus 4t divided by 2. From here, I would have cracked t. What will be the value of t here? So this 2 cancels this 4, which is 2. So 2t is k. 2t is k. So 2t is k, which means t should be k by 2. I hope you have cracked it. So if t is k by 2, I'll replace that value here. So 2h is equal to 1 plus 2 t square. What is t? It is k by 2 whole square. You simplify this. Ultimately, you substitute h and k by x and y, and you'll get an equation, which will be the final answer to this question. Are you understanding how should you approach locus-based questions? The locus of the vertices of the family of parabolas. Interesting one. Before you solve this question, you first realize that yes, here I'm seeing an x square. So this will be x square is equals to 4ay kind of a parabola. But this is not that simple. You need to convert it into a perfect square. So I'll try and convert it into a perfect square. Then we'll see how can we find its vertex. Okay, let's get started with that. So first of all, I'll simply begin with this part where I'll say that let's try and convert it into a perfect square. So to do so, let's say y is there on the left hand side. What do we have on the right hand side? A cube by x square by 3. Great. So let me take this a cube by 3 common. I'm doing this for the sake of keeping it simple. So I'm taking a cube by 3 common. So when you take this a cube by 3 common, you're left with x square here. But when you take a cube by 3 common here, that is what? It is given as a square x by 2, and this is being divided by a cube by 3. I hope you're getting it. Minus 2a. So minus 2a should also be divided by a cube by 3. I hope I'm trying to keep it very simple so that you understand the process of converting it into a perfect square. Tanushri is saying option 1. Okay, Tanushri, I'm glad that you could answer it with such quickness. That's so quickly. That's brilliant. So I'll simply say that here a cube by 3 can be written as 3 by a cube here. So this is 3 by a cube, and this is 2a by 1. So this will be 3 by a cube. I hope you can clearly see it there. So this is 3 by a cube like this. I hope there is no confusion on that. When you simplify this further, the bracket part here, it will become y is equals to a cube by 3 times whole of. This is already x square. So this a square cancels this a cube. You are left with a. So in the numerator, it is 3x by 2. And here, this a cancels this a cube and you're left with a square. So you're left with minus 6 by a square. Now I'll start converting it into a perfect square. How do I do that? That's the most interesting part here. Just pay attention to this part here. I'll say y is equal to a cube by 3 times whole of. X square is there. Great, x square is there. Plus 2 times. I need x, that is x. But instead of this 2x, I need this 3 by 2 here as well. So I need 3x by 2. So to make it 3x by 2, I'll have a 3. So 3x, but by 2, I need to have 4. So that 2 by 4 makes it 2 here. Great, Tanushri, brilliant. So if it was the answer to the previous question, that's brilliant. So I have a square plus 2ab. That means b square is what I need to have. B square means what? 3 by 4 whole square. So that gives me b square. But to that, I have created a problem that here I have given it a 3 by 4 square additionally. So I got to subtract it. So 3 by 4 whole square means what? 9 by 16. So I'm subtracting 9 by 16. So I'm subtracting 9 by 16 with this 6 by a square, of course. So that is the additional part which will be created over here. I hope there is no confusion on that front. Can I move ahead from here? So when I solve it further, what I see next is that here y is equal to a cube by 3. The next part is a square plus b square plus 2ab. That is a plus b whole square. So this gives me x plus. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm committing any calculation based error, please make that correction. So here, this is what you get. Now I'll multiply this a cube by 3 to these two parts. So when you multiply this a cube by 3 to these two values, what do you get? I hope we can do that. So when you multiply this a cube by 3 to there, it becomes 9a cube by 3. So 16 into 3 is what you get, minus a cube by 3. So a cube, that is 6a cube by 3a square. I hope you have gotten that. Why did I do it? Because now I'll take this or shift this to the other side here. I hope there is no confusion on that front. Sir, when will this lecture get completed? Ganesh Sairaj. Ganesh, I totally understand your concern, but right now we are completing the coordinate geometry. Parabola is going to get completed soon. Then we'll move towards ellipse and hyperbola. I'll do that very quickly and then we'll move towards calculus. So by 2 o'clock possibly I'll be able to done it. I'll be able to complete it. Don't worry about that. With that, when I move further, when I go ahead, what I see next is that this part I'll move to the other side. So can I do it here so that I don't have to switch between pages? So here, this part I'm shifting here. So this is y plus, right? This 3 cancels this 9, so it leaves you with 3. So this is 3a square by 16. So this is 3a square by 16. And this is a square cancels this a cube and 3 is basically 2. So this is minus 2a. This is minus 2a is equal to a cube by 3 times x plus 3 by 4, x plus 3 by 4 whole square. I hope I'm not committing any mistake or error and you're getting it very clearly. Are we all with me? Are you all with me? No problem, sir. That's great. That's the spirit. That's great, Ganesh. I'm really happy that some of you are still watching it with that same efficiency and enthusiasm. Moving ahead with that, now I want you to make you understand that this is some y is equals to 4ax square form. Forget this entire question. Let's say there is a parabola y is equals to 4ax square. So we know this is a standard parabola which has its vertex at origin. But if I shift its vertex at h comma k, it is, if I shift my vertex at h comma k, it will be y minus k. It will be y minus k is equal to 4a x minus h whole square. So that is what I have tried doing here. That is what I have tried achieving here. So I'll be seeing something getting subtracted from y. I'll be seeing something getting subtracted from x, and that will be the vertex. So here, if I see something getting subtracted from y, if I see something getting subtracted from x, this is that part. And if I see something getting subtracted from y, this is that part. Now the only thing you are left to do is that the part which is getting subtracted from x should be treated as h. The part which is getting subtracted from y should be treated as k. And then you should relate h and k. I hope I have not made any error or calculation based error because I've even removed that part. And through that, you will come to the conclusion of writing the final equation. Did you get my part? This is how you solve locus based questions. With that, let us move ahead with the next part. What do we see? The next part will be the eccentricity of an ellipse. So we are now towards ellipse. Eccentricity of an ellipse with its center at the origin is 1 by 2. Okay, so there is an ellipse which is having its center at origin and its eccentricity is 1 by 2. Okay, if one of the directrices is 4, so one of the directrices is x is equal to 4, it is like this only, then the equation of the ellipse is great. So we know that one of the directrices is x is equal to 4. Great, Tanu, great, brilliant. So I will be writing it as x is equal to a by e. I hope you understood it. We know that a by e is 4, but what is e, sir? E is 1 by 2. So a by 1 by 2 means what? 2a is equal to 4, which means we have concluded a as 2. Yes, Sohan, you can watch these videos or you can watch the batch which you are mentioning. So I have received a as 2. So if you have received a as 2, what you know about this particular ellipse is that the relation b square is equals to a square times 1 minus e square. So now you have a, you have e, can you not find b? So with that, b square will be equal to a square, which is 4, times 1 minus e square, which is 1 by 2 square, which is 1 by 4. So this is going to be 3 by 4, this 4 and that 4 gets cancelled, and b square you receive as 3. Once you have attained a square and b square, can you not write the equation of the ellipse? That is x square by a square is 2 square, which is 4, plus y square by b square, that's 3 is equal to 1, which when simplified gives you the final answer. Did you understand the basics of ellipse? I have tried giving you with this particular question that what is the directrix, how do you deal with the eccentricity, what is the formula or the relationship between b, a and e. That's the idea we are trying to give you with these concepts. Let us move towards the next question. What does it say? It says, an ellipse has OB as its semi-minor axis. Great. F and F dash are its foci, and the angle FB F dash is a right angle. Then the eccentricity of the ellipse is an excellent question. How do we solve it? First of all, try and understand that there is an ellipse. There is an ellipse, and it has its axis. Let's say the axis goes like this, right? So here, what I am told is that here it has its semi-minor axis. Let's say this is O, center of the ellipse, this is B. This here is the foci F dash, let's say this is other focus F. So we are told that here FB F dash is a right angle triangle. So this is what? Now what? Are we given anything else? OB is semi-minor axis, F and F dash are foci. Great. Okay, nothing else is given. So I'll start doing with this part. I'll start solving this part. What I know here is, let's take the standard angle. Let's take the standard ellipse. So with that standard ellipse, what I know is that here, this is going to be, so on, this is JEE English channel. With that, F dash B is going to be a right angle triangle. And this B will be equidistant from F and F dash because symmetrically it will be placed in the middle of it. So will I not say that this will be equal? What I know about ellipse is that that if any point is moving on the ellipse, then that point, the sum of the distances of that point from the foci of this ellipse will be constant. Do you know that? With that, we know that this is a 90-degree angle. Now, this focus will be AE, 0. This focus will be minus AE, 0. So with that, I know one more thing for sure, that this distance is 2AE, the distance between the foci. With that, what I now also know about this other thing is that if this is a right angle triangle, there, if I know this BF dash and BF, I would be having a more clarity about this point, that this B can be taken as 0, B. If I'm taking or talking about a standard ellipse, what is the standard ellipse here? X square upon A square plus Y square upon B square is equal to 1. I hope there is no confusion on that. Everyone with me so far? One more relation we know here, that B square is equals to A square times 1 minus E square. Now, the most interesting part here is very simple, that here this angle is given as a 90-degree angle. And one more thing you know for sure is that here BF plus BF dash, I repeat, BF plus BF dash is going to be the length of the major axis, which is 2A. So with this, when you club all the data, you can figure out the eccentricity. I repeat, with whatever we have concluded so far, you can figure out the eccentricity. How do I solve this particular one? Let me repeat the data so that you can revise the basics of ellipse. First of all, the foci are given by AE, 0 minus AE, 0. The relationship between A, B and eccentricity is given by B square is equals to A square times 1 minus E square. Along with this, we know one more conclusion. or one more data we are given in this question, that this point B is making f with, when joined with f and f dash. So this f b f dash is making a 90-degree angle over here. So I can apply Pythagoras as well. So with the Pythagoras, what I am trying to give you here is that, can I find this BF distance? I hope there is no doubt or hesitation that this BF distance can be 0, B to AE, 0. This distance you can figure out. So with this distance, I will say that here you can apply either Pythagoras or you can apply 1045 as well, whichever you wish to use that, or the other version also, which I am not able to recall because that is even more simpler. I thought of in the initial part of this question, but that has slipped my mind. What was that? Okay, let's forget that. Let's use the distance formula only. So this f and f dash we know is 2AE. Yes, this part also you could do that, but that will again make it complicated. That distance of this from that directrix, okay, that property of ellipse, that will make it more lengthy. Skip that. Let's not use that. So I'll simply use this part only, that BF, this distance can be found. So if I talk about BF square, can you tell me BF square? Sir, BF square will be under root, that will get cancelled with this square. So I'll have A square E square plus B square. So that is your BF square. I hope you got that. What is FF dash? So FF dash square will be this. And this will also be BF and BF dash square will be BF and BF dash will be same. I hope you're getting it. So by using that, I am complicating it a lot because I know there is a very simple approach, but I am not having that idea in my mind. And right now, for the sake of completing it, I'm just doing it with this lengthier approach, which I'm not convinced with. If you have something in your mind, do write in the chat box. I'll really appreciate it. But as of now, this is the only thing I'm having. So BF square we have cracked. FF dash we have cracked. So I think this should not be used by you. I'll definitely share an easier approach as well meanwhile. But as of now, let's use it. So it will be 4A square E square. So by using this right angle triangle Pythagoras theorem, I can have this square plus this square is equals to this square, and by having Pythagoras, you can relate it. As of now, skip this question. This approach is definitely fine. By Pythagoras, you will see A square B square getting eliminated and be left with E only, which will be this. But this is a lengthy approach. There is a shorter approach as well, which I'll definitely come up with in some time, because right now I'm not able to think of that. Let's move to the next question. I'll definitely discuss a shorter approach as well in some time. Don't worry about that. Let's move towards the next question. What does it say? In the ellipse, the distance between its foci is 6, okay, and the minor axis is 8. Then its eccentricity is, okay, there is another question based on same kind of data we are given. Now, how do we solve this? There is an ellipse. And in this ellipse, the distance between the foci is given. So we know that the distance between foci is 2A, that is 6. What about its minor axis? So minor axis is always 2B. So we are given that 2B is 8. So from there I can crack B will be 4. So if I have B, which is 4, if I have AE, which is 3, we know that B square is equals to A square times 1 minus A square, which when simplified gives you B square is equals to A square times A square E square. From here, B is 4. 4 means it becomes 16. A square is what I'm interested in. A square E square will be what? 3 square, that is 9. So 16 plus 9 is 25. We have cracked A square as well. Then it's eccentricity. So eccentricity, I hope you can very easily work out now. B square is equals to A square times 1 minus E square. That relation you need to remember so that you can figure out the conclusion. So B square, what was B square? B square was 16. So this is 16 by A square is 25 is equal to what? 1 minus E square. So by solving this, you can crack the eccentricity and mark the correct option. I hope this is not a tough task. It is simply kept there to make you understand that if certain data is given, you can use the basics and you can figure out the answer. Our focus of an ellipse is at the origin. So in this question, the focus of the ellipse is at the origin. Great. And the directrix is the line x is equal to 4. So the directrix is the line x is equal to 4. And remember that this focus is here at the origin. I hope you're getting it. So this is the focus, this is the directrix. And the eccentricity is 1 by 2. So we are told that eccentricity is 1 by 2 for this ellipse. So the length of semi-major axis. So let's say this is the semi-major axis. They are asking you the length. We know for semi-major axis, all I need is 2b. That will do the justice. So all I need is 2b, the semi-major axis length. So here all I'm going to do is, we have focus. So if I compare it with this standard equation, we know that this can be treated as AE, 0, and this distance. Please understand, from center to this distance is a by e. I hope you're getting it. And from this point to this distance, I am seeing that this is from 0, 0 to 4. So this distance is 4. I hope you're not confused with that. This will be the center of the ellipse, and we know that this distance is AE. This distance is AE in terms of standard ellipse if we are talking about. I hope there is no confusion on that. So what are we given? The directrix is x is equal to 4, right? The eccentricity is 1 by 2. So eccentricity is given as 1 by 2. We know that I can say a lot about this distance. Can I say that A by E minus AE will be 4? I repeat my part here very clearly that A by E minus AE will be 4. Did you get my point? Or I'll draw it separately in a different sense so that it becomes more clear to you. I'll just draw a better version of it. Let me first of all take the standard ellipse. So this is the standard ellipse. It has its minor axis going like this from its center. So let's draw the ellipse like this. And there you have its major axis going like this. And there you have its directrix. So its directrix is going like this. I hope you all are there listening and understanding. Everyone, all the participants, are you all there? So with that, this is the directrix. I'll simplify this first. So the directrix is given as x is equal to 4. The directrix is given as x is equal to 4. The focus of the ellipse is given at origin. So let's say this is that focus and corresponding directrix is this. Then focus is given as 0, 0. So of course this is 4, then this means this is 4, 0. I hope you're getting more clarity on that now. Great, great. Option 1 is said by Tanushri. How did you do it? Do share your approach, Tanushri. And we are told that eccentricity is 1 by 2. Eccentricity is 1 by 2. Then we are asked to figure out the length of semi-major axis. Length of semi-major axis means this particular length they are interested in. So I hope there is no confusion on that. You got a good clarity on this front. Now I'm giving you 1 minute's time. Attempt this question with the data given to you so that you get the answer. I hope you can see the question on the screen. Take a minute's time and find the answer to this one. I hope you all are solving. So give it a try. A good question it is. And I'll be really happy if some of you could do it. And the moment you get the answer, don't forget to write your response in the chat box. I'm eagerly waiting. Anyone who's able to, Tanushri, were you not able to write this, that the approach which you used? I'll simply say the approach which I have been mentioning here would remain same, that here we know that this is basically, okay, this is lagging. So we know that this is always your A by E. And here we know that eccentricity is 1 by 2. So from here, if I can say that A by E is 4, then will I not say that from here I'll say A by E means what? A by 1 by 2. I hope you're understanding. So 1 by 2 means what? It brings here. So that gives you A as 2. I hope you got that. From here, one more thing you should be able to understand, that this distance here is your AE distance. And this distance over here is A by E distance. Or even if you don't get this, forget this. This we know is your A by E distance. That's your AE distance. But we know that the difference between these distances is A by E minus AE. I hope you're getting it. So A by E minus AE, and that distance we know is 0, 0 to 4, 0 is 4. I hope you're getting it. So from here, if I take A common, I'm left with 1 by E minus E is equal to 4. With this 1 by E minus E, what is the eccentricity here? So eccentricity is 1 by 2. So when you replace eccentricity 1 by 2 here, you get A by replacing the value of E. So once you have cracked A, I think the job is done, because semi-major axis means what? The length of semi-major axis is, major axis is 2A. So length of semi-major axis is A. So by replacing the value of E, which is 1 by 2 here, you'll get A. 1 by E will be 2 minus 1 by 2 is equal to 4. With that, I hope the job is simple. A is 2 minus 1 by 2. That is, of course, 3 by 2 is equal to 4. And from there, you can say the answer is 8 by 3, option A. That's brilliant, Tanushri. I hope all of you must have seen getting it done like this. If I could tell you this question as well, which I have asked you to skip this one, let's try and do this again. I'll say the same approach I'll be using. So I'll say that yes, this plus this plus this will be the major axis length, or I could say that this square plus this square will be equal to this square. So BF square, I'll say BF square plus BF dash square, because BF and BF dash are same. So BF square plus BF dash square will be equal to FF dash square. This is what I'll be using. I hope you're getting it. So BF square, we have calculated BF square, that is A square E square plus E square. So A square E square plus B square. This needs to be doubled here. This should be equal to FF dash square, that is 4A square E square. I hope there is no confusion on that. Now all I'm asking you to do is substitute these values from there. That's good, Shreya Jadhav. I'm glad that you are also responding. I used the focus directrix property. That's brilliant, Tanushri. That's exactly what I was trying to highlight here. So if you use these conclusions now, you'll be able to get that answer, which we have previously discussed. There's no other approach which I can think of right now. This is what you got to apply here. Look at this question. I hope you have understood this part. Now move towards the next question. There we come towards this question. Again, an interesting one. There is this ellipse. Let me try and draw it so that you get more clarity about it. So this could be the y-axis, of course. With that, this could be the x-axis here. And there you would be seeing an ellipse. So this right here is there is something wrong with the board now because it is hanging. I believe so. So this is the ellipse. Ellipse is given by what? X square upon 4. I can write it as 2 square plus y square upon 1. I can write it as 1 square is equal to 1. So I can clearly see that it will be, I hope it is correctly written, it will be having its, this point as 2 comma 0 and this point as 0 comma 1. The other points can also be predicted easily. That is not a tough task. Now what I do next is, it is inscribed in a, this ellipse is inscribed in a rectangle. So this ellipse right here is inscribed in a rectangle. Okay. So this ellipse right here is inscribed in a rectangle like this. Okay, so there you have this rectangle. Now what are they doing is that which in turn is inscribed in another ellipse. So there is one more ellipse which is inscribing this rectangle, Let me just try and draw it so that we get more clarity with a better visualization of it. So I think we are going great. Yes. So this ellipse is what we are looking forward to have. First of all, please understand, one thing is there for sure, that yes, this point is 2 comma 0, this point is 0 comma 1, so this point will be 2 comma 1. So I know one thing for sure is that this ellipse is passing through 2 comma 1. So one of the ways is that you check which of these options fulfill or get satisfied by 2 comma 1. That will be the answer. Or the other approaches, what are we told? That the ellipse which we are looking forward to have is passing through 4 comma 0, which means this point over here is 4 comma 0. So with that, I got the idea that if it is passing through 4 comma 0 on the x-axis, this 4 will be the value of that a. So that ellipse will be of this format, x square upon 4 square plus y square upon b square, that I don't know so far, is equal to 1. The only thing you got to do is 2 comma 1 is the point through which this ellipse passes. So 2 I'll replace here, 1 I'll replace here, I'll get the value of b. And once I get the value of b, I'll be able to write the equation of the ellipse. I hope you understood the approach. Can we move ahead towards the next question? Did you all understand this? With that, when you solve the next question, this ellipse and this hyperbola have their foci coincide. So when they coincide, then they are asking you the value of b square. Great, brilliant. First of all, let's talk about this this hyperbola. So with this hyperbola, you can see that this is 144, which is what? 12 square. So A is 12 from here and this is 81. I'm really sorry. There is this 25 as well. So you need to divide both these sides by 25. You can bring this 25 here. So this equation now looks like x square upon 25 x square upon 144, which I can write as 144 upon 25 minus y square upon 81 upon 25 is equal to 1. Did you all get that? I hope there is no confusion on that. Here, when I move ahead with that, I can clearly see that this is a square and this is b square. Now for hyperbola, there is a slight change. For hyperbola, remember this is for hyperbola, b square is equal to a square times previously we were doing for ellipse 1 minus e square. For hyperbola, it is e square minus 1. It is e square minus 1 because for ellipse, the eccentricity is less than 1. For hyperbola, the eccentricity is greater than 1. So there you see a change in this formula here. So again, if I were to ask you that, can you figure out its foci? So to have its foci are going to be a comma 0 only. But here I need e. Now how do I find e? E will be, I hope you can clearly conclude from here that e square will be b square upon a square plus 1. That is going to be e square. So b square upon a square means what? This upon this. So 25 cancelled, 81 upon 144. B square upon a square. So 81 upon 144. I hope there is no confusion on that. My plus 1. So this is going to be plus 1 is equal to what? E square. So 144 plus 81. How much is it going to be? I think 145 plus 80. Is it 225? Just give me a confirmation, because 140 plus 80, 60 and 20. Yes, this is 225. Sir, I studied from you during my JEE journey and follow the coordinate geometries engaged playlist of Magnet Brains. That helped me a lot. RG edits, I am really appreciating that at this hour, you're appreciating the efforts. Thank you so much. And I'm glad that you were benefited by that. And keep growing in life. We wish you all the very best. Now with that, it is 225 upon 144. 225 is 15 square, 144 is 12 square. So 15 by 12 is going to be E. So eccentricity is 15 by 12 if I'm not wrong. If you have cracked eccentricity, can you not crack the foci? The foci is AE comma 0. What is A? A is V. I hope we are going great. I hope I'm not committing any mistake. Right. So what is A? A is basically, I hope you can clearly see, A is 12 upon 5. So when you talk about AE, AE will be 12 upon 5 into 12 upon 5 into 15 by 12. I hope you can see it. So 12 and 12, 5 and 5. So AE is 3. So your foci turns out to be as 3 comma 0 and minus 3 comma 0. But this foci coincide with this foci, the foci of this ellipse. So foci of this ellipse is given by what? Now what I'll do is I'll figure out the foci of this ellipse. So to figure out the foci of this ellipse, what I'll say is that I need to deal with its equation, which is x square upon 16 plus y square upon b square is equals to 1. What I now need to do is, at this stage, after starting this session at 5 o'clock, now I'm running short of ideas. I'm going blank. Do you understand that I'm brain fade? I'm going completely blank. No ideas coming into my brain. What should I do? If you can think of something, do help me with your responses in the comment box. I'm also thinking. So 3 comma 0 will be the foci. So let's try and find out the focus of this ellipse. So this ellipse, I have b square is equals to what? A square times 1 minus e square. Right. So a square we know is 16. So I'm replacing that by 16 here. That I know for sure. So this will be, okay. So this ellipse will have its AE. So this is the AE of this ellipse. So A is what? A is 4 here. A is 4 here. So 4E is 3. So from here I could crack that eccentricity of this ellipse is 3 by 4. So I have this E, I have this A. If I replace E and A here, I can crack B. And if with that, I will be able to crack B square. That's good RG edits, and I hope the other students have gotten it. So I hope you have understood this question. With that, let's move towards the next question. What does it say? The locus of the point alpha comma beta moving under the condition on the line that it is tangent to the hyperbola. Let's say it is the tangent to the hyperbola, okay? And there is a point alpha comma beta moving under the condition that is moving on this line, okay? Forget everything. Let's say there is a point on this hyperbola which I can take as a sec theta comma b tan theta. Parametrically on this standard hyperbola, we can take a point as a, I am in my world, I am in my flow, I am just solving these questions one after another. Are you all there? Are you all there? Just give me a response. The students who are watching it right now, I can still see 7 participants being online. So are you all listening and understanding whatever I'm doing right now? Or is it just me doing questions? Just give me a response quickly so that I continue. I'll definitely continue even if nobody is there. That's my job, but I hope somebody is there. 10 students are watching it right now. Just give me a quick response. Give me a moment, everyone. Is everyone there? Okay, so I think Tanushri is there since the beginning. Thank you so much for being there. At least you are there. Shreya Jadhav is there. Good, Shreya. Just give me a moment. I'll have some water. Then I'll resume. By the time you can solve this question. I hope it's visible on the screen. I'm having some water. You guys solve this question, which is there on the screen. Aman is saying, sir, I'm Aman from another device. Welcome back, Aman. Sorry, sir, I couldn't take the lecture because my left hand burned at 9 p.m. when I was lifting boiled milk. Okay. Yes, yes, Aman, I totally get that. And I really appreciate your sincerity and take care of such things in future. So what are we doing here in this question? I hope most of you must have tried solving this question. What do we do here? That this is the hyperbola. So on a hyperbola, okay. Yeah, that's perfectly fine, Aman. You need not explain. I totally get that. And I'm sure you would. So here, parametrically, a point on this hyperbola can be taken like this, a sec theta comma b tan theta. So here, if there is a point parametrically taken like this, we can define the equation of the tangent to any second degree equation by t is equal to 0. X1 should be replaced by x square should be replaced by x1, y square should be replaced by y1, and so on. So here, x square will be replaced by a sec theta into x. So it will be a sec theta into x divided by what? A square minus y square gets replaced by b tan theta into y. So this is b tan theta into y divided by, of course, what? B square is equal to 1. So that's the equation of the tangent. That is the equation of the tangent according to us. But if I simplify this, what I'll see is that this a square is cancelling this a, this b square is cancelling this b, and rest of the things remain simple here. But what am I told? That a point alpha comma beta moving under the condition on the line. So there is a point alpha comma beta is fulfilling this condition. Okay. But what we know is that according to us, this is the equation of the tangent. So locus of a point alpha comma beta moving under the condition that this line is tangent to this hyperbola. So according to us, this is the tangent of the hyperbola, but according to them, this is the tangent to the hyperbola. So I could relate them. So if I simply bring this one on the left hand side, I'll have minus 1 is equal to 0. But according to them, the equation to the tangent is given by alpha x minus y plus beta is equal to 0. Now the only request I have is, again, to this kind of questions we have done a lot. So there, how will you relate it? Coefficient of x upon coefficient of x should be equal to coefficient of y upon coefficient of y should be equal to the constant term upon constant term. There will get terms in sec theta and sin theta. We know the identity sec square theta minus tan square theta is 1. You put those values, you will get one of the curves. For ellipse, it will be x square upon something plus y square or something like that. For circle, we know that radius will be there. For parabola, it will be y square is equal to 4x, something like that. And for a hyperbola, it will be having a minus sign between them as the equation of the ellipse. So with that, you can identify that. But I hope the rest of the part can be done by you with this approach in mind. The next question says the normal to a curve at p comma px comma y meets the x-axis at g. Okay, Shreya, that's brilliant. If the distance of g from origin is twice the abscissa of p. Okay, so let's say there is a curve. Let's say there is a curve y is equals to f of x. I'm using some calculus here. So if that is the curve which is given by where we have a point on the normal which is x comma y. So if this normal, so if you talk about the normal, I hope there is no hesitation in saying that the slope of the normal to the curve is given by negative reciprocal of dy by dx, which I can say will be minus dx by dy. Do you all agree with this? I hope there is no confusion on that. With that, what have we told? That this normal which I've drawn to the curve at x comma y. So how will I draw? Let's say instead of x comma y as of now, let's say the coordinates of p are h comma k. I'll definitely substitute them by x comma y. Don't worry about that. But let's say that point is h comma k for a while, just to avoid confusion right now. So how will I write the equation of that normal? I'll say that the equation of the normal is y minus y1 upon x minus x1 is equal to the slope of the line, which is minus dx upon dy. So this is the normal to the curve at a point h comma k, let's say. Now it meets the x-axis at g. So if it meets the x-axis at g, so if it is meeting the x-axis at g at a certain point, then there the y coordinate will be 0. If this is the g, it will have its y coordinate to be 0. So if I replace y by 0, I'll get its x coordinate. So that x coordinate will be given by, if I replace y by 0 here, I hope I can do that. So it will become minus k here because it is 0 here. I hope you're understanding it. So with that, I have this 0 minus k. I hope I can remove this. So with this minus is cancelled. So dy by dx come here. So dy by dx times k is equal to x minus h. So the x coordinate turns out as h plus k times dy by dx. That's the x coordinate of this point g. That is h plus k dy by dx. So g has coordinates h plus k. Now h and k were x and y. So I'll say it will be x plus y dy by dx comma 0. I hope this is the coordinate of g. I hope there is no confusion on that. Now when I move ahead, what I see next is I am told the normal to the curve meets x-axis at g, the distance of g from the origin. So distance of g from the origin will be this, mod of this is twice the abscissa of p. So abscissa of p is x. So twice of abscissa of p is 2x. This is equal to this distance, which is x plus y dy by dx. I hope there is no confusion on that. So when I take x on the other side, I get x is equal to y dy by dx. I hope there is no confusion on that. So from a question on simple coordinate geometry, it has converted into a question of differential equations. So there what I need to figure out is then the curve is. So what kind of curve it is? I'll say the very simple job is needed to be done. I'll take this dx there, y here. So it is x dx is equals to y dy. And if I integrate it on both sides, x when integrated gives you x square by 2, right? Y when integrated gives you y square. Y after, what is happening to this? I don't know. So y after integration gives you y square by 2 plus some c, a constant there. I hope understood. So when I bring this y square on the left hand side, it will be x square upon something minus y square something. That is clearly a hyperbola. I hope you got that. From there, if I continue further, what I see next is the hyperbola where this is cos square alpha, this is sin square alpha. Mind you everyone, which of the following remain constant when alpha varies? So they are telling you that alpha varies, but despite that, what remains constant? What should not change? I'll begin with this abscissa of vertices. What is abscissa of vertices? So abscissa means what? So vertices means what? A comma 0. What is A? That is cos alpha comma 0. So if alpha is changing, cos alpha will keep on changing. So I wouldn't say that abscissa of vertices will remain constant. It wouldn't change. Abscissa of foci. So here if I wish to figure out foci, I need to have the value of eccentricity. So we know the relationship b square is equals to a square times, this is what? Hyperbola. So for hyperbola, we know it should be e square minus 1, because for ellipse it is 1 minus e square. So there I'll see b square, which is sine square alpha, is equal to a square. So a square, if I bring here in the denominator, that is cos square alpha should be e square minus 1. I hope you have understood it. That is tan square alpha plus 1, that is sec square alpha. So we get the eccentricity square as sec square alpha, which means eccentricity can be taken as sec alpha. Now from here, I'll say that can we find the foci? Foci is given by AE. So foci is given by AE comma 0. So AE means what? Cos square alpha. A is cos alpha and E is sec alpha. So cos alpha into sec alpha is 1. So the foci will be AE comma 0, that is 1 comma 0. And if it is 1 comma 0, so no matter what value of alpha you take, its abscissa of foci will remain constant, that is 1. I hope you got that. So that remains constant. I need not verify the other two things. Now, moving ahead towards the next question, what do we see? The eccentricity of a hyperbola whose length of the latus rectum is equal to 8 and length of its conjugate axis is equal to half of the distance between its foci. Okay, great. How do we solve it? A question asked by JEE Mains in 2016. Eccentricity of the hyperbola whose length of the latus rectum. Length of the latus rectum means what? 2b square upon a. So 2b square upon a is given as 8. Okay. So with that, I'll say b square upon a is 4. I hope you know that. Okay, Sangam, great. I hope you are focusing on studies as well. Now with that, the length of its conjugate axis is equal to length of its conjugate axis. I hope you remember. We know conjugate axis and transverse axis. I hope you remember that. There is no confusion on that. So what are we told? That length of its conjugate axis is equal to half of the distance between its foci. So distance between the foci is 2AE. So half of the distance will be AE. Now when you talk about conjugate axis, we know conjugate axis is what? What are we told? The length of the conjugate axis. So I'll say the length of the conjugate axis means what? 2B. I hope there is no confusion on that. You got that very clearly. So 2b is equal to a. We have a relation between b and a here like this. And the third relation for this hyperbola will be b square is equal to a square times e square minus 1. I'll again say use these three equations. Very simple one. Something which we have been previously doing. And with the help of these, you can very easily predict e, the eccentricity. And your job will be done. Can we move ahead towards the next question? Finally, we are moving towards the final part of this lecture, which is the calculus. So far we are done with algebra, then trigonometry, then coordinate geometry, and now we'll move towards calculus. I'll definitely start calculus, but let's take a 10 minutes break first of all. So we'll resume this. Shreya is saying, sir, are there chances of occupying this sum in JEE 2016? I'm not saying numerically as well, but conceptually it would be there. It could be there. Right, Shreya? So I'll resume this class in 10 minutes. So we'll resume at 1:10. Okay. Let's meet at 1:10. Let's take a 10 minutes break. Then we'll complete calculus and then we'll end this session. Right. Hello. So come back everyone. I hope you all are there. Leaving you all at this hour is quite risky because most of you may fall asleep. So let's culminate with the part calculus and then we'll be done. I'll try to be a little quicker. I'll of course give you the hint, the approach, the idea required so that you get the idea that what is needed to be done in this category of questions, specifically in calculus. But we may skip the calculation part, right? So here in this question, the domain of this is needed to be figured out. How do we solve this question? Anyone willing to answer? Hello everyone, are you there? Come back everyone. So how do we solve this? Sine inverse we know. For the existence of this expression, we know that we take the sine inverse of the values which are lying between -1 and 1. Do you remember that? So here I'll say log of x by 3 at base 3 should lie between -1 and 1. So this is the base 3 and this base is greater than 1. So if this base is greater than 1, if I take anti-log on all the three sides, the sign of the inequality wouldn't change. So with that, I'll say that 3 to the power -1, which is 1 by 3. This is, of course, log is removed now. So this is x by 3. And this is 3 to the power 1, which is 3. I'll multiply all the sides by 3 now. So when you multiply all the sides by 3, what you get is 1 less than equal to x is less than equal to 9. So with that, I'll say x is between 1 and 9. Option A needs to be marked. A very simple question just to make you understand the concept of domain. When you talk about the functions being periodic, can you not say because of this root x, the problem arises here? This is periodic. Even periodic functions like trigonometric functions are raised to even and odd powers, they still remain periodic. Even when you put mod on them, they still remain periodic. So all of these functions are periodic except for this part, because under root x will make it go or become non-periodic. Let us look at the next question for the day. I'm just making you revise the basic concepts of these parts. Now here, I need to figure out the domain of this function. So when you talk about the domain of this function, this is there in the denominator. So 4 minus x square cannot be 0. So from there, I'll say x cannot be plus minus 2. Second is, when you take logarithm of something, it should be positive. So you take positive values, logarithm of positive values only. So x cube minus x should be positive. If I take x common, x square minus 1 should be positive. From there, can I not say that x minus 1, x plus 1, I can write it as should be greater than equal to 0. I can use the wavy curve method from here. With the wavy curve method coming into picture, I'll say the points here will be -1, 0 and 1. I'll say plus minus, the wavy curve method. I wanted it to be positive. It is positive between -1 to 0 and from 1 to infinity. So my answer will be -1 to 0, of course, open interval. Then 1 to infinity I could take, but I cannot take -2 and +2. -2 I have already excluded. So from 1 to 2 I go, and then from 2 to infinity is what we proceed. So that's how you can write its domain. A very simple question just to make you understand the concept of domain, and then how do you relate or how do you solve inequality, how do you apply the wavy curve method. That's all I'm trying to give you here. Let's look at the next question. This question here is asking you what kind of function is it? It is even or odd. So the best practice will be replace x by minus x. I hope you all are there listening and understanding. Everyone, just give me a quick response. Are you all there? Everyone, all the participants. So when you replace x by minus x, I'm evaluating f of minus x. So in order to evaluate that, I'll say log of minus x and plus under root over x square plus 1, because square of minus x remains x square only. So with that, so if now I rationalize it, what do I mean by rationalization? I'll simply first of all write it like a little differently. Can I say this can be written as x square plus 1 minus x? So I'm rationalizing this part here. So rationalization means I am dividing it by x square plus 1 plus x, and I'm multiplying it by this same expression only, which you need not write, which you can simply take it like that only. So here, this is how you write it. So when I, great Tanushri, I'm glad you are one of those students who is there since the beginning. Perfect, brilliant. So this is a plus b, a minus b. This will give you a square minus b square. So x square plus 1 minus x square. So x square and x square are cancelled. You are left with log of 1 upon x plus under root over x square plus 1, right? With that, when I take it in the numerator, it becomes this raised to the power minus 1. That minus 1 can be brought to the front. So it will become minus of log of x plus under root over x square plus 1, right? So this is how you could solve this particular question. What this minus sign tells you, we started with f of minus x and I got minus of f of x because this is f of x only. It means this is clearly an odd function. Had there been simply remained f of x, I would have said this is an even function. Did you get that? Can I move ahead from here? With that, what we see next is here. I'll simply show you the mapping of this function so that we can clearly relate what are we doing here. When n is odd, when n is even. So I'll simply take some numbers. Let's say I'm taking certain numbers. It is defined on natural numbers. A function f from the set of natural numbers to integers. Okay. So I take different values. For example, let's say I'll begin with n as 1. So 1 minus 1, 0. So when you take 1, it gives you 0. Let's say I take 2. So n is 2. Minus 2 by 2, that is 1. Rather minus 1. So this is minus 1. When I take 3. So 3 minus 1, 2. 2 by 2 is 1. When I take 4, minus 4 by 2 is minus 2. So I can clearly see that I am now able to make Shyam, I think, 1 more hour, possibly 1 more hour. Have patience, I'll try to finish it, but I just cannot finish it abruptly. I made a, what should I say, commitment or a promise that I will complete this entire mathematics revision. So we are left with calculus part, which I am doing right now. Okay, so here I can clearly see all the natural numbers are mapped. This is the 1-1 mapping, and I can map it with all the integers because no matter which integer you wish to bring, you can. You can bring all the negative integers, you can bring all the positive integers, you can bring all the zeros, 0 only. So you can clearly see that this is 1-1 and onto. Onto means all the elements from the integers set will be mapped, will have their pre-images, which means codomain and range will be same. So that means it is an onto function and mapping is 1-1. So this is how through mapping only you could see it. With that, if I could move towards the next question, it says, alpha and beta be the distinct roots of this. So if this has roots alpha and beta, I can write this as a times x minus alpha into x minus beta. This expression I can write like this. I hope you all agree with this. That's great. Now let's move ahead with this part. 1 minus cos 2 theta is 2 sine square theta. So this numerator I'm writing as 2 sine square theta. Ax square plus bx plus c I can replace by a x minus alpha x minus beta, right? Whole divided by x minus alpha whole square. X minus alpha whole square. But now what are we told? That x is approaching alpha. So when x approaches alpha, this approaches 0. So sine of 0 upon 0 approaches 1. But that entire expression is needed to be here. So I am seeing x minus alpha square, but I need x minus beta square and a square as well. So let's say I introduce a square and x minus beta square as well, but I cannot do it. It's not my property. So I got to multiply it so that the equation remains balanced. So I'm multiplying this entire expression by what? A square times x minus beta whole square, because this is something I have put here additionally. I hope there is no confusion on that. Whatever we have done so far is very well understood by you all. With that, I hope now you must be making a lot of sense out of this, that this entire expression is approaching 1. Do you all agree with this? Because sine 0 upon 0, because when x approaches alpha, this becomes 0, this also becomes 0. So sine 0 upon 0 is 1. Sine theta upon theta, right? So this leaves you with 2 times, what was it? It was, I think, a square. So this is a square x minus beta. What is x? Alpha. So it should be alpha minus beta whole square. So this should be the answer. Why are we not seeing a 2 here? Am I committing any mistake here? It is 1 minus cos theta. That is 2 sine square theta by 2. Yes, I have made an error. I did not even realize it. I'm really sorry for that. It should have a 2 here. So there will be a 2 here as well, but this is 2 square. So I'll introduce a 2 square here. 2 square, if I am introducing, which means I got to append a 4 here. So 2 by 4 will give you a 1 by 2 here. So this will give you a 2 here. So it is alpha square, a square times alpha minus beta whole square by 2, option A. Did you get that? Are you able to understand it? I'm glad that 8 people are still watching it. I really appreciate your commitment that at this hour you're watching it. Perfect, brilliant. I really appreciate it. Keep watching. Few more, I would say, moments are left. Moment are not there, but yes, Keep watching with this spirit. I really appreciate it. With that, if I move towards the next question, what do we see? We are told that fx is a differentiable function at x is equal to 1. And this is what we are given. Then f dash 1 is what they are asking. How will I find f dash 1? If I find the right hand derivative, because f dash 1 should be, so right hand derivative must be defined. What is right hand derivative? F of 1 plus h minus f of 1. I hope you remember and understood this very clearly. Divided by 1 plus h minus 1, that is h. Did you get that part? So from here, and of course, it should have this limit where h is approaching 0. So when h approaches 0, f of 1 plus h upon h is 5. But this is f of 1, which is something constant. So something constant upon 0 will approach infinity. That cannot be true. So for that, f of 1 first of all should approach 0. Because when f of 1 is approaching 0, this will be something constant minus 0 upon h. Did you get my point? I hope you understood that. So in that case, I'll be left with limit h approaches 0. Because this should approach 0 so that this will become defined. And it needs to be defined because this is given to be a differentiable function. So limit h approaches 0, f of 1 plus h divided by h, and f of 1 plus h divided by h is given as 5. So f dash 1 will be 5. Option C needs to be marked. The next question, the points where this function is differentiable. If I redefine this function, I'll say f of x will be x upon 1 minus x, because mod x is minus x as long as x is negative. And it will be x upon 1 plus x whenever x is non-negative. I hope you got that. So this is how you define fx. Let's try and define f dash x. So if I wish to define f dash x, what will I say? I will say f dash x will be given by derivative of it. I can use either quotient rule or product rule. Let's use the quotient rule. So it will be 1 minus x whole square. There you write the derivative of numerator, that is 1, times denominator as it is. This is 1 minus x minus derivative of denominator. So derivative of 1 minus x is minus 1 times numerator as it is. So x gets cancelled by x, so you're left with 1 in the numerator. So this leaves you with 1 upon 1 minus x whole square whenever x is negative. When I talk about the derivative of this part, this leaves you with 1 plus x whole square, square of the denominator. Denominator as it is, then you differentiate numerator, which is 1, derivative of x, minus numerator as it is, denominator's derivative is 1, so x gets cancelled by x, so you're left with 1 in the numerator. Now all I'm trying to make you understand is that if I find out its left hand derivative at 0, it will be 1 by 1. If I find out its right hand derivative at 0, it will also be 1 by 1. So LHD and RHD at 0 are same. Otherwise, they clearly are differentiable at other domains, at other parts. So I'll say it is differentiable between minus infinity to infinity without any hesitation or confusion. I hope we can continue further from here. There is no doubt or confusion on that. From here, when I go ahead towards the next question, what does it say? It can be made continuous at x is equal to 0 by defining f of 0 as. So f of 0 may not be defined. So if I create a piecewise definition of this function, then f of 0 should be something. But if this is continuous, then limit when x approaches 0 on f of x should be equal to f of 0 because it is continuous. I repeat, limit x approaches 0 on f of x should be equal to f of 0. Then only it will be continuous. The basic concept of continuity. So if I use that particular feature, what will I say? This, I'll simplify this, e to the power 2x minus, okay, so 2x is in the numerator, but minus 1 is there in the base, minus 2x whole divided by x into e to the power 2x minus x. I hope there is no confusion on that. Did you get that part? Now from here, what I know is that here I am told that limit x is approaching 0. I can see that this is 0, and there I'm left with 1 minus 1, that is 0 by 0. So this is a 0 by 0 form. 0 by 0 means what? L'Hopital can be applied. So L'Hopital means differentiate the numerator, differentiate the denominator. So when you apply L'Hopital, what do you get is limit x approaches 0. L'Hopital means derivative of e to the power 2x, which is 2 times e to the power 2x. Derivative of 1 will be 0. Derivative of minus 2x is 2. x into e to the power 2x. I'll use the product rule. So product rule means what? Derivative of x, which is 1, e to the power 2x as it is, plus derivative of e to the power 2x, right? I hope we are going great. So this is 2 times e to the power 2x times the first function as it is, which is x. So I'll write the x here, 2x like this. I repeat, what did I just do? Derivative of x, which is 1, e to the power 2x as it is. Then x as it is, the derivative of e to the power 2x will be 2 into e to the power 2x. Then the derivative of x will be minus 1. Now, what I'm clearly seeing is that if I could rearrange this entire question, what am I suggesting here is that if I take first of all 2 common from here. So when you take 2 common from here, it leaves you with something like this. I hope there is no problem with that. Similarly, if I take, what do I do next? If I take e to the power 2x common from here, I hope we are doing it correctly, we are solving it correctly without any problem. So if I take e to the power 2x common from here, what do I get? I'll write it at this stage because there it will become more confusing. So this is limit x approaches 0. There in the numerator you have 2 times e to the power 2x minus 1 divided by e to the power 2x I'm taking common, so e to the power 2x times what? 1 plus 2x, or I can say it as 2x plus 1 minus 1. I hope there is no confusion on that. You are clearly getting it very clearly. So when x approaches 0, I can clearly see there is some problem. What is the problem? That here, this is e to the power 0, which is 1 minus 1. This is 1. This is 2. So what are we doing here? This is x approaching 0. So this is 1 minus 1, 0. This is 1. 2 plus 1 is 3. 3 into 1. Is it approaching 0? Because to me it is approaching 0. Are we sure about that? Let me just cross check it, because I hope I am not making any error on that. What are we doing? E to the power 2x minus 1, right? So if you all are watching, I hope we are doing correctly, because when you replace, I hope I have done all the calculations correctly. Let me just verify it. E to the power 2x minus 1 minus 2x upon e to the power 2x. So when you differentiate it, it is 2 e to the power x. This is 2, so 2 taken common. Then you have this differentiated, which we have done correctly. When I've taken 2 common, e to the power 2x from the denominator is 2x plus 1. Now I'm replacing x by 0. So when you replace x by 0, what do we get? This is 0, 1 minus 1 is 0, 0 in the numerator. What do we see in the denominator? This is 1, this is 0, so 1 minus 1, okay, so great. This is still 0 by 0 form. This is still a 0 by 0 form. I'll suggest that one more time you apply L'Hopital rule. Once again you apply L'Hopital rule. Or you can simply use this particular rule as well, e to the power x minus 1 upon x. So either this or L'Hopital will help you in getting the final answer. I hope I have told you the entire approach. One more time you're supposed to do it and you will get the final answer. The next question. It says there is a function f of x which is defined as minimum of x plus 1 or mod of x plus 1. And then we need to say something about the differentiability of this function. So first of all, let's try and draw the graph of x plus 1. So x plus 1 is basically a straight line. X plus 1 is basically a straight line. So if I try and draw the straight line y is equals to x plus 1, I need not tell you when x becomes 0, it will be 1. So there will be a point 0, 1. I hope you got that. And when y becomes 0, x becomes minus 1. So there will be a point minus 1, 0. So by joining these 2 points, I'll be seeing a straight line getting formed like this. I hope there is no confusion on that. With that, there is one more line, y is equals to mod x plus 1. Now, if I try and draw the graph of y is equals to mod x, this will have its vertex at 0, 0. It will go like this and this. But I have shifted it 1 unit above because I have added 1 to mod x. So it will be a graph like this. It will be a graph like, I'll draw the graph. It will be a graph like this and this. Now, I am asked to take the minimum of it. So between this and this, the minimum is this. Between this and this, both are minimum because both are same. So this is our final graph. This is our f of x, the yellow shaded part. And f of x is basically a straight line, which is y is equals to x plus 1 only, because this is clearly playing no role at all. So there is no sharp turn here on this curvature of this curve or the graph, and if there is no sharp turn, which means I can conclude that this is differentiable everywhere, which means minus infinity to infinity. Moving ahead with the next part, what do we see? Here in this question, this is your y. How do we find dy by dx? I hope a simple differentiation will do the job. So dy by dx, by using the chain rule, what I'll say, n times x to the x plus under root 1 plus x square to the power n minus 1. But now when you apply chain rule says the derivative of x is 1 plus x square to the power 1 by 2. So that should be 1 by 2 nx to the power n minus 1. So 1 by 2 minus 1 means what? This will give you under root over 1 plus x square in the denominator. But with that chain rule coming into picture, 1 plus x square needs to be differentiated. So that is 2x. So this 2 and 2 are cancelled with that. I hope you got that. So that is what you are left with. This is the dy by dx. If I simplify this, I'll say 1 under root 1 plus x square plus x will be there in the numerator. So there I'll have under root 1 plus x square plus x whole divided by under root 1 plus x square. Did you get that? Now, this is under root 1 plus x square plus x to the power n minus 1. This is to the power 1, which means when these two are multiplied, I'll get the power as n. So this under root 1 plus x square I take here on the other side, and that I club here. So this when multiplied here, this minus 1 vanishes. And there on the left hand side, you're left with under root 1 plus x square. I hope there is no confusion on that. Now what I do next is, this clearly is nothing but what? This is clearly y. So I rewrite this question as under root 1 plus x square dy by dx is equal to ny, because this expression is nothing but what? Y. I hope you got that. So here, if I redifferentiate this, or before redifferentiating it, let me square it, because I can see something like this. So if I square it, this is 1 plus x square. This I'm writing as y dash for the sake of simplicity. So this when squared, it gives you y dash, and this is n square y square. So now when you differentiate this, what you get now is, I'll use product rule here. So if I differentiate 1 plus x square, it will be 2x times y1 square plus derivative of y1 square is 2 y1, and derivative of y1 will be y2 y dash y double dash. I hope you got that. You all are there. Times 1 plus x square, of course, is equal to n square remains as it is. So this is 2n square y, and y differentiated gives you y dash. All you need to do is rearrange this, and you will get the answer to this question, which will you get in the next step. I hope you can get. With that, let's move towards the next question. What does it say? This is x to the power n, right? The value of this is needed to be answered. If I ask you what is f1, so you'll say 1 to the power n, which is 1. So f1 is 1. What is f dash 1? So it is nx to the f dash x will be nx to the power n minus 1. So I hope you're realizing, if I replace x by 1, it will be n by 1 factorial. So it is 1 minus n by 1 factorial. I hope you're understanding. Minus f double dash 1. So f double dash means what? Derivative of it, it will be n minus 1 x to the power n minus 2. So when you replace x by 1, it is n minus 1 by 2 factorial. You must have started seeing the pattern. There is a correction. There is a small correction here. It should be plus minus plus minus plus. So alternatively, plus minus sign is there. You must have started seeing the pattern that we started with 1. So 1 is basically NC0. This is NC1. This is NC2. This is plus, okay. This is NC2 and so on. So alternatively, plus minus sign is there. We know NC0 plus NC2 plus NC4, the sum, the even ones will be 2 to the power n minus 1, the sum of them. And for the odd ones, NC1, NC3, NC5, the sum will be 2 to the power n minus 1 only, but they'll be with the negative sign. Since they are identical, the sum will be 0. Moving towards the next question, what do we see next here? The next part is, there is a polynomial function of second degree. So fx is basically a quadratic. Quadratic means ax square plus bx plus c, right? And we are told f1 is equal to f of minus 1. F of 1 means what? A plus b plus c. It is f of minus 1 means what? A minus b plus c. So a and c are cancelled. B should be 0 if b is equal to minus. So the quadratic becomes ax square plus c, because b is 0. I hope it is properly visible and understandable whatever I'm doing. I hope you all are watching. You all are still there. With that, what I know is that f dash a, f dash b, f dash c. Can you help me with f dash x? So f dash x will be 2ax because c is 0. Now if a, b, c are in AP, what about f dash a? f dash a will be 2a into a, f dash a b will be 2a into b, f dash c will be 2a into c. So if a, b, c are in what a, b, c are in, what were we told? I think there is some data missing here. Yes, no, they are giving you a, b, c are in AP. I did not see this. So if a, b, c are in AP, and if all the terms of an AP are multiplied by a certain number, they still remain in AP. So 2a, 2a into b, 2a into c, that is f dash a, f dash b, and f dash c will still remain in AP, which means option B needs to be marked. Did you get that? Moving towards the next question. E to the power y plus e to the power y plus e to the power y. This clearly is x is equal to e to the power y plus x, because this is again that x only. I hope you got that. So with that, I can see that I can take logarithm on both sides. So it will be ln x is equal to y plus x. I hope you got that, because ln e at base, log of e at base e will be 1. With that, I can clearly see ln x minus x is equal to y. What are we asked? We are asked the value of dy by dx. So from there, I think it's easy and simple for us to figure out the value of dy by dx. I think, why am I saying so? Because log x will have its derivative as 1 by x. This is minus 1, and that's your dy by dx, which you can mark accordingly. I hope you are getting the concept of derivatives very clearly. We can move ahead with that. What I see now next is, next question. I'll simply say that take logarithm on both sides. When you take logarithm on both sides, it will be log. So m log x plus n log y is equal to m plus n log of x plus y. Now, this is clearly an implicit function. How do we differentiate it? You need not curse Newton and Leibniz for developing calculus. This is a very interesting part here. I'm really happy at this hour. 9 people are still watching. That's really great. That's really perfect. I differentiate this implicit function. I'll simply do it. So m ln x will be m by x. N ln y will be ny by dy by dx. M plus n remains constant. But ln x plus y will be x plus y. But as per the chain rule, x plus y needs to be differentiated, which is 1 plus dy by dx. All you need to do is rearrange it so that you can find the value of dy by dx. I hope you are understanding how should you solve questions based on differentiation of implicit functions. This is a good question, an interesting one. How do we solve this one? Let's have a look at that. Here, fx is given like this. If I rewrite this f of x, I'll say f of x is going to be 1 upon e to the power x plus 2 upon e to the power x. Right, so it will be e to the power x in the numerator, denominator will be e to the power 2x plus 2. I hope I'm doing justice to this part here. There is no confusion on that. Let me find f dash x here. So there is, can I use here this space? So how do we find f dash x? F dash x will be given by denominator square. So it will be 2 plus e to the power 2x whole square. Now what do we see in the numerator? The numerator says the derivative of the numerator, which is e to the power x, denominator as it is, minus numerator as it is, the derivative of the denominator, which is 2 e to the power 2x plus 2 will be 0. I hope you got that. But to find the critical points, I'll put f dash x is equal to 0, which means the numerator should be 0. Numerator should be 0 means what? E to the power x will be common. So I'll have e to the power 2x plus 2 minus 2 e to the power 2x is equal to what? 0. To find the critical points, I hope you remember the concept of maxima and minima. With that, when I go ahead, it gives me this e to the power 2x goes on the other side. So 2 is equal to e to the power 2x. Right, when I take logarithm on both sides, ln 2 is equals to 2x. I hope I am doing it correctly. There's no confusion on that. because now I have started losing the track. What am I doing? Let me see it again. Give me a moment, everyone. What I did was f dash x should be 0, which means the numerator should be 0. So e to the power x I have taken common, e to the power 2x minus 2, that leaves me with minus. So e to the power 2x should be 2. So when I take log ln 2 should be 2x. So x should be 1 by 2 ln 2. I hope there is no confusion on that. So this could be the critical point, or 1 by 2 can be taken there. So x can be taken as ln root 2. Now, let's talk about the other part. Which part, students? At this point, there could be either maxima or minima. But since they are clearly saying, or we all can see that here, this is something positive. So this will keep on increasing. So this keeps on increasing, this will keep on decreasing. So it will have its maxima, a local maxima possibly, or you can find f double dash x so that you can validate it will have maxima or minima. Right now, what am I doing? I have forgotten everything because I'm totally lost, totally blank. What were we doing? We need to find, statement 1 says fc is there 1 by 3 for some c, okay? Where they are telling you that fx has a range from 0 to this. Yes, of course, fx will be greater than 0 because it is always positive because of e to the power x, but it will have its maximum value as this, okay? So I think this is the critical point. So let's check its value at ln root 2, and that value will be its maximum because 0 will be its minimum. Otherwise, it will keep growing because I hope you're understanding. The more you increase this, the lesser value you'll get. So it will have a local maxima, which you'll get at x is equal to ln root 2. So when I replace x by ln root 2, when you replace x by ln root 2, or can I say, I'll replace x by ln root 2 in f of x. So I'll use this f of x here. I'll remove this part here. So if I replace x by ln root 2, f of ln root 2 becomes what? 1 upon e to the power x I'm replacing by ln root 2. So this is ln root 2 plus 2 into e to the power minus ln root 2. Just let me check this value. Are we going great? Yes. So this minus sign I remove from here. I take it here. So this becomes minus root 2 to the power minus 1. This can be swapped with this e because we know that there is a property. Because what is the property? That property is a to the power log b. Then b and a can be swapped. So yes, I'm doing that. Root 2 is brought here. So this leaves you with root 2 from here. This leaves you with root 2 from here. And this leaves you with what? This leaves you with 2. And this root 2 to the power minus 1. So root 2 to the power minus 1 is there. Root 2 to the power minus 1 means what? 1 by root 2. So this leaves you with another root 2 there. So root 2 plus root 2 is 1 by 2 root 2. So yes, fx will be from 0 to 1 by 2 root 2. That is true. Now, 2 root 2 is something greater than 4, or at least greater than 3. It's not greater than 4, but it is greater than 3. So 1 by 3 will be there between 0 and 1 by 2 root 2. I hope you got my point. Did you understand it? So all my point is very simple. Let me just rephrase my statement. 1 by 3, 1 by 2 root 2. 1 by 2 root 2. F of x is between 0 to 1 by 2 root 2. Right. I repeat my part. So 3 is less than 2 root 2, right? 3 is less than 2 root 2. So 1 by 3, 2 root 2 is what? Root 2 is 1.4. No. 3 is not less than 2 root 2. I repeat, I'm making that correction. I'm really sorry. I think this, we know 3 is not less than, 3 is greater than 2 root 2. Because root 2 is approximately 1.4. 1.42 into 2 is 2.8. So 3 is greater than 2 root 2. So on that basis, if I take reciprocal, 1 by 3 will be less than 1 by 2 root 2. So yes, on those grounds, we can say that if it has this range from 1 by 2 root 2 till 1 by 2 root 2, then 1 by 3 will be a value which will fall here. I hope you got that. Can I move ahead from here? With that, when I go ahead, what do we see next? Yes, the equation of the tangent to this curve. What I'll say is, let's find dy by dx. So dy by dx will be 1. This is 4 times x to the power 2, which is, this is basically x plus 4 times x to the power minus 2. I hope you know how to differentiate it. So this will become minus 8 x to the power minus 3, which I can write as x cube. This is parallel to the x-axis. If it is parallel to the x-axis, it should be 0. So 8 by x cube should be equal to 1, which means x cube should be equal to 8, which means x should be 2. So if x is 2, the equation of tangent is what they are asking, which is parallel to the x-axis. So when I put x by 2 here, I'll get the value of y, which is 2 plus 4 by 4. So that is 3. So y is equals to 3. That is option C is needed to be marked. Are you all there, everyone? I'm in my flow. I hope you all are there. Look at this question. This question now says that there is a line 2x plus 3. It goes like this. This is the line 2x plus 3, right? When x is greater than minus 1. So when I replace x by, are you all there? Just give me a response quickly so that we continue with the same fashion the way we are doing. So when I replace x by minus 1, so 3 minus 2 is 1. So this point will be here 1. This will be approaching 1 from the right hand side. Right, just give me a quick response. Are you all there, everyone, all the participants? Now, with that, the next portion will be k minus 2x. We are told that f of x has a local minimum at x is equal to minus 1. So at minus 1, it should have a minima. So if it has a minima, so the right hand limit and the left hand limit at minus 1 should be greater so that it attains minima. So k minus 2x, let's see k minus 2x. So when x approaches minus 1, what does it approach? So it is k minus minus 2, that is k plus 2. So what I clearly see is that if it is minus 2, which means it is having negative slope. So if a line is coming like this, then it will be k plus 2. So on the left hand side, from the left hand side it is k plus 2, but on the right hand side it is 1. So it should approach the same point so that it becomes continuous and it becomes converge here so that I get a local minima here. Otherwise, k plus 2 should be above here like this. Because if k plus 2 goes down, then I'll have more lesser value than that. But if it has a minima at minus 1, it should be this convergence. So with k plus 2 being 1, k will be minus 1, which is option C. Let's look at the next question. Okay, so this is a question fx. If I find f dash x by using Newton-Leibniz rule, what will I say? X should be replaced here in place of this. So this is root x sine x. Of course, derivative of x will be 1 minus 0. Newton-Leibniz formula I'm applying here. I hope you all are there. With that, when I go ahead, what do I see here? Is everyone there listening and understanding? What I see here is that f dash x should be equal to 0, which means either x is 0 or sine x should be 0. So between 0 to 5 pi by 2, we know 0 is excluded, so that cannot be there. It is not there in the domain. Sin x is 0 between 0 to 5 pi by 2. I hope you know that between 0 to 5 pi by 2, this is 0, this is pi, this is 2 pi. So at pi and 2 pi, I can see it to be 0. I hope you know it. Now from here, all I'll say is that find f double dash x. Find f double dash x. The moment you find f double dash x, you will see, I hope you can see f double dash x. I'll simply share the approach. Now f double dash x can be found by simply redifferentiating it. Then I got two values where sin x is becoming 0, pi and 2 pi. So I'll find f double dash pi and I'll find f double dash 2 pi. So add one of these values, it will be positive, add one of the values, it will be negative. The value where it is positive will be the minima, that is, and the value where it is negative will be the maxima. So through that you can conclude with the help of second derivative test. With the next question, shortest distance between this line and this curve. So x is equal to y square could be somewhat like this. Let's say this is the curve and there is a line going like this, which is y minus x is equal to 1. So if there is a shortest distance there, okay, Manika, Danish, Kumar is saying yes sir, great. I'm glad at least somebody is there. Let's continue with that only. So I can draw a line parallel to this tangent so that this gives me the shortest distance. So slope of this line, if I write it like this, slope of this line will be 1. Slope of this curve will be 2y y dash is equal to 1. So y dash is 1 upon 2y. So these two slopes should be equal. Slope is 1 here, slope is 1 upon 2y. So 1 upon 2y should be equal to 1, which means 2y should be 1, which means y should be 1 by 2. So this is the point where you will find the minimum distance. So we have gotten y as 1 by 2. So when I replace y coordinate as 1 by 2, I think I can get the x coordinate as well, because 1 by 2 square will be 1 by 4. So this point will be 1 by 4. So 1 by 4 comma 1 by 2 we have received. From this point I can find the perpendicular distance of this line. You know how to find the perpendicular distance of a line from a point. With the help of that, you can figure out the shortest distance. The next question is integrating it. How do we integrate this? I'll give you the hint only now. Sin x in the numerator, you can replace by sin x plus alpha minus alpha. And in the denominator, you have sin x minus alpha. So there you have sin a minus b. I hope you know sin a cos b plus cos a sin b. Sin x minus alpha will cancel that and you will get the final answer. The second approach is differentiate both the sides. Because integration is reverse process of differentiation. This will get nullified and you will get the values by comparing it. Moving towards the next question, what do we see? In this category of questions, the simplest idea or the simplest approach will be that multiply or divide it by root 2. So here I'll have 1 by root 2 cos x. I'm giving you the hints at this stage. I'm skipping the complete solution part. This is 1 by root 2 sin x. Denominator is what I'm saying here. This is dx in the numerator and this is what you are integrating. So of course, if you have introduced 1 by root 2 here, you got to introduce root 2 here as well. Cos a cos b minus sin a sin b, and through that you can figure out the answer. I hope you have understood that. The next question, I'm just simply giving you the hints. This is a very interesting part. This you should pay attention to. Log x minus 1 whole square. So that becomes log square x plus 1 minus 2 log x. And there, this square I write separately to this. So this is 1 plus log square x whole square. And this is 1 plus log square x whole square. I hope we are going great. And this needs to be integrated. This is a good idea, good question where you will understand the approach of a formula, which goes like this, that integration of this. So here, one of the factors gets cancelled by this 2. So here you are left with 1 upon 1 plus log x square minus 2 log x upon 1 plus log x square whole square. Now, I'm just giving you the hint. There, what you do is, you substitute log x by t. First of all, substitute log x by t. And when you do that, you will see that this expression will get converted into something of like this. E to the power x plus e to the power x times fx plus f dash x. So if I could see something like this without any hesitation, you can conclude that the answer will be e to the power x fx plus c, of course. So we have splitted it into those two functions. All you got to do is substitute log x by t and you will see the answer coming up right there. Moving towards the next question, what do we see next? Again, this is the same category of questions. All I'm asking you to do is introduce a 2 here, and multiply it by 2. And again, you will see sin a cos b plus cos a sin b, and you'll see the integration comes into picture. Here again, all I'm asking you to do is substitute x minus pi by 4 by t and your job will be done. Trust me, mark my words, just do this substitution, your question will be done. Let's have a look at the next question. This is a very interesting one, a good one. Yes, Mani, Kandan, Shiv Kumar, I'm glad that you are listening and understanding and responding. Brilliant, perfect. Let's look at this question. This is a very good one. First of all, this is the f of x. So if you find f of minus x, that will be e to the power minus x upon 1 plus e to the power minus x. I hope you got that. F of minus x is how, this is how you write it. Now what I will do is f of minus x, if I write it, so it will become 1 upon 1 plus e to the power x. I hope you can simply see it coming there. So if I add f of x to f of minus x, I hope you would be noticing that f of x plus f of minus x is basically becoming 1. Why did I do it? I am suggesting you a very simple result here, that here, if you look at I1, and if I apply King's property, f of minus a plus f of a, so this will become 1 minus x, so this will become 1 minus x. G of x gets replaced by 1 minus x, so that is this, and 1 minus x replaced by x, so this is becoming this. So this is your question. This is your I1. Now all you need to do is all you need to do is multiply this to 1 once and multiply the same to this x. So when you multiply this g of x into 1 minus x with this 1, you will see I2. And when you apply g of x into 1 minus x with x, you will see I1. So what you will see is I1 is equal to I2 minus I1. With that, you can mark the correct option. Let's move towards the next question. I hope you know how to do it. I'll simply share you the approach. With the 1 minus x square, I need to split it. I need to split it into 3 functions. Great, Manikandan Shiv Kumar. I'm glad that you are doing it all by yourself. Perfect, brilliant. That's exactly what you should do. So 7 people are still watching it. Keep it up. That's perfect. So with that, what we see next is that 1 minus x square. I hope you understand that 1 minus x square changes its behavior. So I'll define it in 3 zones. Once when x is less than, minus 1. Once when x is between minus 1 and once when x is greater than 1. So when x is less than minus 1, 1 minus x square will be negative. I hope you're understanding it. So I'll open it with a negative sign. When x is between minus 1 and 1, 1 minus x square will be positive. So I'll open it like this only. But again, when x is greater than 1, 1 minus x square will be negative. So I'll open it like this. So I'll split this question into different limits, minus 2 to 3. So I'll take it from minus 2 to 1. The definition will become x square minus 1. Then I'll take its limit from minus 1 to 1. Minus 1 to 1, the definition will be 1 minus x square. And then from 1 to 3. From 1 to 3, the definition will be x square minus 1. And I hope you know how to differentiate this part. Okay, so Nirmal is still there. I'm going to join this. That's great, Nirmal. I'm glad that you are there. So I hope with this, splitting the, dividing this range, upper limit and lower limit, you can solve this. Because with modulus or GIF, you've got to take care of such nuances. With this question, I'll simply say that here, apply King's and your job will be done. How do we do that? Here. This is told, this is what I'm told. So 0 to pi, if I'm replacing x by pi minus x, this is f sine pi minus x. Sine pi minus x is sine x only. And this we are given as a times of this. Okay, great. This we are given as a times 0 to pi by 2 f of sine x dx. Right, there I'm seeing a dx here. So when you solve this, I'll simply say that f of sine x dx, you multiply it to pi once and then you x, then you simplify. By simply comparing, you'll get the value of a. Great, Tanushri, you're seeing clear, sir. That means you're still there. Perfect. So you will make a record that along with me, somebody who's started with me is still there. Perfect, great. Moving towards the next question, what I'll say here is, I'll simply say do one thing. 1 we can write as sine square x plus cos square x. Sine 2x we can write as 2 sine x cos x. That clearly gives you a square plus b square plus 2ab. So it becomes a plus b whole square. So the denominator is sine x plus cos x whole square. Square gets cancelled by this under root. So in the denominator you have sine x plus cos x. So that sine x plus cos x gets cancelled by this. So you're left with integration of sine x plus cos. I need not put a mod when I cancel square by under root because it is between 0 to pi by 2 where sine x and cos x both are positive. So even there sum will be positive. So it's simply a question of integrating sine x plus cos x, which you can. Moving ahead with the next question, what do we see next? This is question based on limits as a sum. So here what you do is r by n is replaced by x, 1 by n is replaced by dx, summation is replaced by integration, and limit infinity becomes 0 to 1. Now why does it become 0 to 1? R by n is what you're doing and limit n is approaching infinity. So this r is starting with 1. So when r approaches 1, 1 by n approaches 0. That's your lower limit. So when r approaches final value, which is n, so n by n is 1. So that's your upper limit. And through that, you can find out the answer. Remember this as a concept, limit as a sum. Now, area under the curve. Let's look at the next part, the second last topic after this differential equations, and then we'll be done. So possibly 10 to 15 more minutes. Stay patient. We'll do this or complete it. With that, what I see next is that here y is equals to log x plus e at base e. So if I ask you to draw the graph of log x, this is how you draw it, and this is the point 1, 0. But the change here is happening is, if you could clearly see that here I'm drawing the graph of log of x plus e. So with this x plus e coming into picture, when does it become 0? It becomes 0, which means it should intersect the x-axis. Sir, it becomes 0 when x plus e becomes 1. So if x plus e becomes 1 means what? X becomes 1 minus e. So this point here will be 1 minus e. E is approximately 2.7. So 1 minus 2.7 is something negative. So you will have your y-axis here. Now, the point here, this point here, what can you say about this point? Sir, at this point, I hope you can see the x is becoming 0. So when x becomes 0, this is e base e. So this point will be 0, 1. So the idea is really simple. To find out this bounded region's area, all you got to do is integrate it from lower limit, which is 1 minus e. Upper limit is basically 0. The function is log of x plus e. And that's how you get the answer. I hope you remember the integration of log x is given as x ln x minus x. By replacing that and by substituting the upper limit and lower limit, you can get the answer. Moving towards the next question, it says, this question we have done in our 15 by 15 series as well. I'll simply give you the hint here. What I'll do is that there is a parabola going like this. There is a parabola going like this. I'll simply ask you to, of course, do this with this simple idea that there are two straight lines. There are two straight lines. One of the straight line passing from here, other straight line passing here. So S1, S2 and S3. I hope you can see S1, S2, S3. This region here is S1. This region here is S2 and this region here is S3. So by similarity, you would say that S1 and S2 are same. Sorry, S1 and S3 are same. So I would say S1 and S3 are first of all same. Without any confusion, we can say so. I hope you have understood that part without any confusion. So first of all, S1 and S3 are same. What about S2? So to find S2, all I'll say is that here, from the area of this square, if I subtract S3 and if I subtract S1, I'll get S2. I hope you'll do it. You will find these points, this point and this point, so you'll get the area of this square. From that, you already can calculate S1. S1 is basically going to be integration of this curve, let's say this curve. So this curve from which point? From 0 to what? From 0 to 4. So this is 4. So from 0 to 4, you got to integrate this curve, which is x square is equals to 4y, which means y is x square by 4. So you simply integrate it and you'll get the S1. This is going to be S1. This is going to be S3. Now, when you talk about S2, from the area of this square, when you subtract let's say either any of these three, S3 or S1. So from this area of this square, when you subtract S3, which is this, when you subtract S2, which is this, you will get S2, which is going to be equal as S1 and S2. So through that, you can say S1, S2, S3 all are equal. The ratio is going to be 1:1:1. Moving ahead with the next question, what do we see next? The area enclosed between the curves. A really simple question. Here, this is going to be the parabola. Y square is equals to x. No, this is not the parabola. This is y is equals to x square. Let me make that correction. So this is going to be the parabola. Y square is equals to x. This is going to be the parabola. And the line y is equal to mod x goes like this. They'll be intersecting at 1, 1 and 0, 0. So if you wish to figure out this shaded region's area, you will say integration from 0 to 1, lower limit and upper limit. The upper curve is under root x and the lower curve is x. By simply integrating it and putting the upper limit and lower limit, you can get the final answer. Just give me a quick response. Are you all there? Or is it just me doing these questions? With that, if I move towards the next question, what do we see? Yes, the area of a plane region bounded by the curves. So if you look at this, this is a parabola, this is also a parabola. So there'll be parabolas like this. You'll see one of the parabolas as this, because this is where you'll see that 2y square is equals to minus x, opening towards the left hand side. The other one will be going like this, and symmetrically they'll be placed. I hope I haven't drawn properly, but this is how they'll be placed. The portion which is above will be the same portion which is below. So I'll integrate it from this point to this point. By solving both of these curves, you can find out their point of intersection. Don't figure out the area of this entire region. Upper curve minus lower curve you are supposed to do, which we have just done in the definite integration 15 by 15 series as well. If you watch that video, you'll get a complete clarity on this particular part. I'll show it more clearly. Let's not be in a rush and complete it. Let's solve it completely. I'll first of all say that here you will see a parabola. So this will be a parabola which will be having its vertex at origin, but it will be opening on the left hand side because this is y square is equals to minus x by 2 kind of a form. When you see this parabola, this is basically a little shifted on the other side. So this will be somewhat like this. So I'll say that first of all, solve both of the curves, you'll find their point of intersections. After finding the point of intersections, you get the upper limit and lower limit. Upper curve minus lower curve, you take a stripe like this and you take double of it because the portion of this curve which is above the x-axis, similarly it will be lying below the x-axis. So double of lower bound to upper bound, upper curve minus lower curve will give you the answer to this question. I hope you got that. Even I'm running short of energy now. I'm just willing to complete it. Area of the region bounded by this parabola and tangent to the parabola at 2, 3. Okay. So here at this stage, we have this parabola. Y square is equals to 4x kind of a parabola it is that we draw like this only, but it will have its vertex at x1, 2. So it will be having a parabola like this. And on this parabola, we are drawing a tangent like this at which point? At point 2, 3. So at 2, 3, we have drawn a tangent. Now, few things you got to do here in this question. First of all, the x-axis in this. So this is the region we are trying to figure out. Again, what you will do is upper curve minus lower curve. Or the other approach could be this. First of all, I'll just show you that here you can find this point of intersection. You will have this as origin, you will have this point. Now what you do is, please pay attention. You can find the area of this triangle, which you can simply do by half base into height. Great, yes, Sat log, but we are doing it, yes. So from here, if I take a stripe like this, so this is the area which I can find. This is the area which I can find. And from this area, if I could subtract the area of this triangle, I'll be left with this region's area. So this we have evaluated earlier, this I'll evaluate now. And through that, I can mark the correct answer. Can I move ahead from here? I'm sharing the approaches only. We are skipping the complete solutions. Now, we are coming to the last chapter of this final revision marathon. So here when you say that order in degree needs to be defined, this power 2 by 3 should be removed. So I'll cube both these sides. So this will be 1 plus 3. If I cube both these sides, can I do it here only? So if I cube both these sides, this 3 gets removed from here and this is raised to the power 3. So if I talk about its order, this is third order derivative with the degree 3. So 3, 3 will be the correct answer. The next question goes like this, where it says solution of this equation. Solution of this equation needs to be brought into picture. How do we solve this? I will say that simply differentiate it. So when you differentiate it, you get dy by dx as minus 2 e to the power minus 2x plus c. Again, you differentiate, so you get y is equals to 4 e to the power minus 2x plus cx plus d. That will be the solution which you can match with one of the options. Solutions of this differential equation, all I'll say is that this is a linear differential equation when converted properly. So what you need to do is take it on the other side. So this becomes 1 plus y square and this becomes e to the power tan inverse y minus x times dy by dx. Now to convert it into a linear differential equation, what I'll do is I'll take this dx by dy on the other side. So what will happen here when I do so? Give me a moment, everyone. So this dx by dy I bring here. I take its reciprocal here and this I bring there. So it becomes e to the power tan inverse y upon 1 plus y square and this is minus x upon 1 plus y square. This minus x upon 1 plus y square I bring here on the other side. So this becomes dx by dy plus x upon 1 plus y square is equal to this, where I remove this particular part. Okay, just give me a second. I just need to inform him. So here, when I continue this, what I see is, see, this is dx by dy. This is p of y into q of x. Or rather, what I should say is, what did I just say? Let me correct this part again. How do you find the solution to this differential equation? That part I'll do. So first of all, I need to find the integrating factor. So to find the integrating factor, it is e to the power integration of this expression. which is 1 upon 1 plus y square dy. So 1 upon 1 plus y square is tan inverse y. So this is going to be e to the power tan inverse y. That's your integrating factor. How do you write the solution? To write the solution, all you got to do is this x into integrating factor, which is e to the power tan inverse y, should be equal to integration of this into integrating factor. So e to the power tan inverse y into e to the power tan inverse y is e to the power 2 tan inverse y. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just writing everything at this 2 o'clock at night. And then you need to integrate it. All you need to do is take 2 tan inverse y as k, let's say. So 1 upon 1 plus y square will be dk, and through that you can find out this integration and solve this differential equation. Let's move towards the next question. The degree and the differential equation of family of all parabolas whose axis is x-axis and respectively. So if the parabola is having the x-axis, so it will be given by y square is equals to 4ax. Right, so you need to differentiate it. So what you get is 2y dash is equal to 4a. I hope you got that, but again this arbitrary constant needs to be removed, so will differentiate it. So with that, when you wish to remove this 4a, can I replace this value of 4a here? I can. I think we are going great because what are we asked? The degree and the order, right? Degree and the order. So why do we need to differentiate it? Because the arbitrary constant is only 1. So I need to differentiate it only once because there is one arbitrary constant. So if there is one arbitrary constant, I'll of course replace this 4a here, which is 2y dash. So this is differentiated only once, which means what? Let me just cross check it one more time. What are we doing here? 4y, what are we given? Family of all parabolas whose axis is x-axis. So y square is equal to 4x is what we are dealing with. Degree and order. I am totally going blank at this stage. What are we doing? Just give me a moment, everyone. Let me have some water. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Just give me a moment, everyone. पानी देना ना राहुल. अंदर ही हो. अभी कितना चलेगा सर? 5 मिनट. I'm clearly audible. Hello. So let's more power and energy to you. Thank you so much, Akanksha Zawar. Okay, great everyone. So second last question for the day. Let's resume with this part here. I'll repeat this part. So y square is equals to 4x would be the parabola which is having the x's as x-axis. Great. So if I differentiate it, it will be 2y dash which is equal to 4a. So y dash will be 2a. So here instead of 4a, if I replace it by y dash, it will be y square is equal to what? 4a I'm replacing by 2y dash. So 2y dash to x. So I hope you can see the order is 1, but the degree is clearly, degree should also be 1 because y dash is raised to power 1, right? I hope I'm not doing any mistake. What is happening in this question? Where are we getting stuck? So y dash is replaced by 2a. If y dash is replaced by 2a, is there any correction in these options? Let me just look at the options, or if there is any correction required, we'll do that. Give me a moment, everyone. I'll just cross-check it so that if there is any correction in the options, we'll do that correction. I hope we are not making any mistakes here. 4a is what we are getting. What is happening? Because I think there is something wrong we are doing in this question. Let me just do this one more time. This is the last try we are giving because I'm really going brain fit. I'm really clueless at this stage. What is happening? Y square is equals to what? 4x is the parabola. So this should be 2y, y dash. This is 2a, right? Let's get rid of this arbitrary constant. Let's differentiate one more time. So this will give me what? If I redifferentiate it, 2y is equals to, why am I saying 2a? It should be, what happened to the system? It crashed. Okay, so that was the second last question. I think we can call it a day. Thank you so much. We'll culminate this in one of these sessions. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone. Take a good care of yourself. 150 questions. PDF is shared with you on WhatsApp channel. You can scan the QR code. There will be sharing this. Or would you rather watch a free Grow? Okay. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone.